In a desolate wasteland, a devastating battle had just taken place. The gentle warmth of the sunset carried a hint of sorrow as it shone upon a female warrior who gripped her long sword tightly, struggling to remain standing before her enemies. The short-haired warrior with purple hair slowly raised her head and looked at the enemy before her. "Is this where my life ends?" The blue-haired man who appeared to command the enemy forces suddenly said, "Surrender. It is all over." She answered firmly, "It is not over until I say it is." He raised his voice, "If you surrender now, I will spare your life." The short-haired woman gritted her teeth at his words. Then she held her head high and laughed. Kill me? As if you are worthy, you traitor." After speaking, she fell deep into thought. "I am a member of the Elias Empire's Imperial House Amber. My father, the Emperor, was assassinated. My younger brother is an incompetent prince who turns into a lecher whenever night falls. In the end, he was even used by his own fiancée." Seeing the commander continue to stand there and stare at her, she grew impatient and demanded, "Why have you not killed me yet?" The mysterious figure in a black cloak beside him suddenly answered, "Because you have a duty to witness the fall of this empire with your own eyes." She was horrified. The mysterious conspirator behind the traitors. This person only revealed himself during the final moments of the battle. Of course, now everything makes sense. It all began with the attempt on the Emperor's life at my brother's birthday celebration. That day, we believed the assassination had failed, but we were wrong. The assassin's blade had been coated with a special poison created through an ancient, mysterious spell known as witches' tears. Because witches and their mysterious magic vanished from this world long ago, we had no way of detecting it. It is an undetectable poison that activates only when its creator wills it. She roared at the mysterious figure. "Tell me, my father's death and my brother's transformation were all part of your plan, were they not?" The black-hooded figure laughed. "What difference will knowing the truth make now?" The long-haired commander beside him waved his hand, and the soldiers immediately aimed their spears at her. As she tried to take something out, she smiled confidently. "Do you think I will give up so easily? I will wager everything on this." The mysterious figure recoiled in shock. "What is that?" she replied haughtily. "So even you know what this is?" She then thought to herself, "This is the first Emperor's ruby, a relic said to grant one wish at the cost of its owner's life. I hope that legend is true, but even if it is not, that is fine. At least I will be spared the humiliation of dying at the hands of these traitors." Realizing that she intended to take her own life, the mysterious figure shouted, "No!" He tried to rush toward the warrior, but the blue-haired commander raised an arm and stopped him. Even if he had run to her then, it would already have been too late. She had plunged her long sword into herself. The necklace in her hand suddenly began to change. As she slowly fell backward, a voice suddenly asked, "What is your wish?" As soon as the voice finished speaking, the necklace emitted a dazzling light. Staring at it, she silently wished, "I want to correct a mistake." "What mistake?" the voice asked curiously. She immediately answered, "My younger brother. If I had never tried to force him down what I believed was the proper path, if Rhea had never changed and had remained a naive, useless child instead of becoming a lecher and a puppet, none of this would have happened. No matter how useless he was, his older sister could always have remained by his side." After hearing her out, the voice replied, "Understood." Her vision suddenly went dark, and she cried out in alarm, "Wait!" Ignoring her bewilderment, the voice declared firmly, "I shall make your wish come true." Hearing that, she screamed in horror, "No, that is not what I meant." Elsewhere, in a certain room, dusk had already fallen, but the atmosphere was far quieter and more peaceful than before. A voice suddenly called out, "My lady? Princess Regina?" Princess Regina. When she failed to answer, another maid asked, "Is the tea not to your liking, your highness?" Regina stared blankly at the maid for a moment, then gently closed her eyes and replied, "No, I was merely thinking about something." She slowly lifted her teacup and reflected, "I am Regina Amber, princess of the Elias Empire. I truly have returned to when I was 15 years old. At first, I thought about abandoning everything and fleeing, regardless of the future. But I am the princess of an empire." At that thought, Regina let out a weary sigh. She set down her teacup and continued thinking, "At the very least, I must fulfill my duty as a member of House Amber, prevent the Emperor's assassination, and deal with those traitors." Regina abruptly rose and held out her hand, surprising the brown-haired maid. As she accepted her cane from the maid, she repeatedly told herself, most importantly, She smiled brightly. It seems I must go and see Rhea. A crowd of servants hurried back and forth, shouting orders to one another. Empress Shinvaya, bring hot water at once. At that time, Regina had been beside her mother, thinking solemnly, my life was never a peaceful one. After giving birth to my younger brother Rhea, my frail mother barely had time to tell me one thing. Please take care of your brother. Then she closed her eyes. The moment my father heard the news, he rushed over and burst through the door. Because he was the emperor, imperial protocol had forbidden him from entering the delivery room. As a result, he lost the chance to remain beside his beloved wife during the final moments of her life. Unable to bear his guilt, he immediately turned to me and shouted, "Why did you have to be the one who witnessed her death?" I never imagined that he would place all the blame on me, choosing the most cowardly way to absolve himself. When he saw Rhea, however, he suddenly froze. After gathering himself, he stepped forward and gently lifted Rhea into his arms. Fortunately, even then, I consider that fortunate because he did not blame the newborn Rhea. The emperor doted on Rhea and frequently indulged his outrageous tantrums. Kicking his legs and whining, Rhea would say, "I told you I do not like it. Bring me something else." And so he grew into a mischievous, unruly prince. Meanwhile, when I was 12, my father summoned me for the first time. I had barely entered the room and uttered a single sound before he coldly ordered, "Go and get married." I was horrified, but, "Your Majesty," he coldly interrupted me. "We meet here as emperor and princess, not as father and daughter. If you understand, leave." Several days later, my fiancé appeared before me and calmly introduced himself. "I am Herman Suvai. It is an honor to meet your highness." He belonged to House Suvai, one of the empire's two great ducal houses and a political rival of the emperor. Therefore, I had no choice but to accept him as my fiancé, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. My mind was always occupied by Rhea's mischief. As time passed, Rhea was sent to the Imperial Academy. He continued behaving arrogantly there and eventually returned to the palace under the pretext of graduating early. But on his way back, a terrible accident occurred, and his carriage overturned into a lake. He may have been a spoiled prince, but I still love my younger brother. Even without mother's final request, I would have loved him. When I saw Rhea's fingers twitch and watched him slowly open his eyes, I was overjoyed and hurriedly called out, "Rhea!" When he saw me, he said, "I am sorry, sister. I have caused you so much trouble." Sensing something strange, I called his name again. "Rhea." He had suddenly become a different person. He abruptly swore, "I promise I will never cause you trouble again." At the time, I believed the accident had changed his disposition. Even after his personality changed completely overnight, I continued to believe that. How foolish I was. I had indeed sensed that something was wrong. But joy blinded me, and I convinced myself that Rhea had changed for the better. It would have been preferable for him to remain the detestable prince he had always been. Yes, that was where the problem began, with that suspicious man. When I saw Rhea preparing to give money to someone who looked like an obvious swindler, I shouted, "Stop, Rhea! Are you trying to become the greediest fool in the empire and give all the imperial family's money to fraudsters?" Rhea pushed me away and shouted resentfully, "No, sister, stay out of this." I had long suspected that something was wrong, but I failed to uncover it in time. On the eve of Rhea's 17th birthday, father suddenly passed away. There was no time to grieve. I had to assume the crown and serve as regent until my younger brother came of age. One evening, I sighed as I sorted through documents. I was utterly exhausted. How could someone so healthy die overnight? My fiancé Herman offered me no support, and there were even rumors that he was involved with another woman. Most importantly, I had to conceal Rhea's increasingly outrageous behavior. I only needed to endure a little longer. But then, during Rhea's 18th birthday coming-of-age ceremony, Herman walked up beside him, raised his sword, and brought it down without hesitation. After sending Rhea to join our parents, he declared, "From this moment onward." I screamed in horror, no. The Elias Empire was finished. I hurriedly knelt, embraced Rhea's rapidly cooling body, and screamed his name in anguish. "Rhea." From that moment onward, my fiancé began his rebellion. I must prevent the assassination and rebellion, but first, I must do something about Rhea. It would be better for him to become a tyrant than an incompetent puppet ruler. The maid with her hair in a bun suddenly entered and asked softly, "You seem to be in a very good mood today, Your Highness." Regina smiled. "I have thought of a way to solve a problem." The brown-haired maid exclaimed, "That is wonderful. The lady in waiting has been worried because you seemed so troubled, Your Highness." The maid with the bun hurriedly admonished her. Una, there is no need to burden the princess with such unnecessary remarks. An orange-haired young man suddenly entered and interjected with a smile, but she really was worried. Regina suddenly fell into thought. Before I return to the past, everyone here sacrificed their lives for me when the rebellion began. This time, it is my turn to protect them. Having made up her mind, Regina asked Una, do you know how people deal with worthless scum? Una replied uncertainly, I'm not sure. Regina calmly explained, it is very simple. We merely have to become even more worthless than they are. That is right. After a brief silence, Regina smiled and continued, I will become even worse. At the dining table, Rio was once again making a mess, as usual. He shouted loudly, sending the maids into a panic. Hey, bring that last dish over here. Food and drink were scattered across the table. Wine soaked the tablecloth, staining it a vivid, glaring red. Ria shouted once more, Hey, I do not like this, but I would still rather eat it than that pile of dog filth. Across from him, Regina silently observed every outrageous thing her unruly brother did, calculating how she could become even worse than him. I began observing Ria. Regina slowly raised a glass of red wine to her lips and prepared to take a sip. The situation was so absurd that she thought, my younger brother has become my role model. How ridiculous. After every meal, Regina returned to her room and began scribbling on sheets of paper, as had become her habit. After observing that boy for several days, I have identified the essential traits required to become a terrible person. First was Ria's habit of throwing unreasonable tantrums, born from being excessively spoiled. Whenever anything displeased him, he would immediately roll around on the floor, crying and screaming, I will do whatever I want. Why should I care so much? From this, Regina drew her first lesson. A terrible person thinks only of herself. Next, whenever Ria flew into a rage, he completely disregarded the safety of others and casually hurled objects everywhere. What would father do if he discovered this? From this, Regina gained another useful lesson for her experiment. Second, a terrible person never cares about the consequences. At that thought, Regina suddenly felt as if her head were splitting apart. Her mind was in turmoil because she knew she had always been the one responsible for cleaning up after him. She remembered the toys from her childhood. They had belonged to her for only a few fleeting moments before the things meant to be hers were taken away. Therefore, she was certain that the spoiled brat Ria was extraordinarily greedy. Even after everything had been put in order and all his messes cleaned up, Ria remained a useless prince. Regina bit her pen and wondered anxiously, where should I begin? Ria truly was an atrocious ruler. Even if she wanted to imitate him, she could not. The two maids beside her grew worried after seeing her remain silent for so long. Regina was still lost in thought. She remembered that Ria had completely changed when he was 15. Had she known that someone destined to destroy the empire would emerge, she would not have cried when the accident happened to him. That carriage accident must have been part of the mysterious mage's plan. She lifted her teacup and said, I must prevent the accident, and I also need to uncover information about those mages. She raised the cup to her lips and asked Saima, do you think I can accomplish all of that? Both maids looked confused. Although Saima had often witnessed such behavior, she could not help feeling bewildered. After a brief silence, she said, Your Highness, you have always accomplished everything entrusted to you flawlessly. Una seemed preoccupied with something and hesitantly called out, Princess Regina. Regina looked at her in surprise. What is it, Una? Una appeared to summon a lifetime's worth of courage before saying, I do not understand why you are behaving this way. Before she could finish, Saima immediately interrupted her. Having been scolded and frightened, Una finally began crying in frustration. But Lady Sydney, Her Highness keeps saying such strange things. Una's words clearly alarmed Saima. She quickly stepped in front of Una to shield her and said anxiously, Your Highness, the girl is merely concerned about your health. Then she turned and ordered Una, apologize to the princess at once. The reminder startled Una. She hurriedly bowed deeply and whispered, Please forgive me, Your Highness. Saima's plea and Una's sincere apology seemed to touch Regina's compassion, for they were both astonished when she said, It is all right. I understand. Regina had suddenly realized the truth. She had always obeyed the emperor and protected the prince, yet now she was suddenly rambling about becoming an even worse princess. Instead, she smiled reassuringly at them. I'm very glad that you care about me. From the bottom of her heart, she was truly grateful to them both. That is why I understand their concern, she thought. This time, she saw them both breathe genuine sighs of relief. Saima even murmured to herself, as expected of Her Highness. Una hesitantly called out to her, Your Highness. Regina smiled, intending to say something more. However, someone's shout stopped her. Her door was flung open with a rude, Hey. It was her stubborn, unruly younger brother, Ria. Folding his arms across his chest, he said, I heard you got something a few days ago. He swaggered slowly into the room as though it belonged to him. Ria immediately held out his hand to Regina. His next action and word surprised her slightly, though he was as rude as ever. Give it to me. Regina laughed in amusement and said, Hee hee, Ria, barging into your sister's room like this is terribly rude. Her remark clearly failed to please her brother. Without the slightest respect, he shouted at his sister, Why do you keep spouting nonsense? Shut up and hand it over. Regina was not angry. In fact, she was remarkably tolerant of his behavior. Tilting her head, she looked at Ria and asked, I've always wondered, where did you learn such vulgar language? As usual, Ria shouted, Shut up, hurry up and give it to me. After saying that, his eyes even took on an extremely vicious look. Regina silently regarded her brother. Ria thought, she'll give it to me eventually, so why does she always make me wait? She always nags me while pretending to be kind. But in the end, she's just a crybaby who constantly demands things. That's Regina, though she has been acting rather strangely lately. Indeed, there had recently been many occasions when Regina had walked past without even glancing at him. Even when Ria fell flat on the floor and stared at her, Regina's gaze remained unmoved. Ria knew that whenever their eyes met, she would merely look at him calmly before ignoring him again. That was precisely why he had come, to remind that woman of her place. While he was still feeling smug about his behavior, Regina saw nothing refined about him. His words consisted entirely of vulgarities and threats. Although he was still young and did not yet behave like a drunkard, if he ever got drunk, he might even set the entire palace ablaze. Seeing his sister remain silent, Ria shouted again, Hey, are you listening? Regina came back to her senses and said, It's fortunate that you're here. There's something I wanted to tell you. Having completely lost his patience, Ria snapped, If you're going to keep babbling, then get lost. Even when his sister merely smiled gently at him, Ria boldly thought, If I keep provoking her, she's bound to lose her temper. However, while he had his own schemes, his sister was no less calculating. Watching her little brother's small body continue to act outrageously, Regina reached another conclusion. One more condition. Fourth, a villain should be free to do whatever she pleased. Regina spoke as though mocking Ria. My poor, pitiful little brother. Every time you open your mouth, you sink even lower. How's that feel? I suppose some might call it the dignity of the worst prince imaginable. Regina's threatening gaze and words made Ria stumble back several steps in alarm. What? She then gave Ria a dazzling smile. I can satisfy this condition too. I can do it. She gripped the armrest of her chair and lifted it into the air. Regina thought, I'll do whatever I want. With Regina's powerful throw, the large chair flew straight toward its target and crashed down heavily. Her actions made Thelma scream in terror. Your Highness. At the same moment, Ria's horrified, agonized scream echoed throughout the palace. Now, the two of them were seated on the long sofa in Emperor Laruse's study. The room was enveloped in awkward silence. The Emperor appeared to be deep in thought, so absorbed that he did not notice the sweat beading on his forehead. At last, he looked up at Regina and asked, I heard that you threw a chair at Ria. Is that true? Regina showed neither fear nor remorse over what she had done. She even smiled, nodded, and replied, Yes, that is correct. Immediately afterward, she heard the Emperor's next question. Why did you do it? Regina did not answer at once, for she was still thinking about the two ways to meet the Emperor. First, she could request an audience through the proper channels. Second, she could approach him during a royal family meal. She glanced at her younger brother, who was still rubbing his backside resentfully. Throwing a chair at Ria had earned her an audience remarkably quickly. She then looked back at Emperor Laruse, just as his gaze met hers. He had always rejected her request for an audience and ignored her during meals. She knew Ria was also glaring at her with resentment and hatred. This is the perfect opportunity. I must make him understand. The Emperor watched uncertainly as Regina lowered her eyes and straightened her back. When he looked more closely, his daughter still wore the same solemn expression. Then he heard her laugh and saw her tilt her head. Because there happened to be a chair beside me, Father, I wanted you to understand one thing. I am even worse than Prince Rhea. Emperor Larouse's expression became extraordinarily complicated. It contained fear, astonishment, and chilling disbelief. His son Rhea reacted in exactly the same way, shouting in alarm, "What?" Regina smiled and answered them both in an innocently guiltless tone. Actually, I intended to throw the table, but it was heavier than I expected, so I threw a sturdy chair of a more manageable size instead. As she spoke, her expressionless face was reflected in the teacup before her. Rhea's numb, utterly horrified expression was also reflected on the tabletop. Emperor Larouse angrily ground his teeth, enunciating each word. "Do you understand what you just—" However, Regina stubbornly interrupted him. "What I am saying is that I threw a chair at the first prince of the Elias Empire." Emperor Larouse frowned at Regina in displeasure, but she fearlessly stared straight into his eyes. In the end, the emperor turned his face away, sighed, and explained to his stubborn daughter, "That does not answer why you threw the chair." Regina continued to answer innocently, even though she knew her brother's heart was pounding at every word she spoke. "Father, you are asking why I acted this way now, when this is hardly the first time I have been subjected to Rhea's disgraceful behavior, aren't you?" Regina's accusation was clearly true. However, that only made Rhea hate her even more. He watched his sister speak with a meaningful smile. She looked proudly toward Emperor Larouse and declared loudly, "Because I no longer wish to endure it." What if that is my answer? When I was young, it was difficult to stand against a prince. But after dying and returning to life, my disappointment has only grown. Mother's death was not my fault. It was no one's fault. Why should I have to tread carefully and beg for forgiveness? Having said that, she closed her eyes tightly and reflected upon her pain. Then she immediately raised her head and asked, "Father, I have a question for you." Rhea had been restlessly bouncing one crossed leg, but his eyes widened when he heard his sister question their father. "Why have you done nothing?" At that point, Rhea could only leap to his feet to express his anger and dissatisfaction. His entire face turned scarlet. It grew even redder, and his eyes became wet and bloodshot when Emperor Larouse answered, "He is a pitiful child." Rhea quickly fled without asking permission, as usual. Emperor Larouse immediately called after him, but Rhea did not stop. Regina gave a bitter laugh and murmured, "Pitiful, is he?" "Rhea lost his mother when he was born," the emperor shouted at Regina. She remembered her previous life. At that time, the next ruler of the Elias Empire had yet to be decided. However, before she left, Rhea had become the next emperor according to the late emperor's will. Although a rebellion broke out immediately after the emperor's death, it ultimately failed. Returning to the present, she said, "There were 2 children who lost their mother, not one." The emperor was stunned by her words. "Why not abolish the imperial laws altogether? They're dragging you down. Imperial law upholds your authority, yet it can apparently be disregarded in the emperor's name." His daughter's question enraged Emperor Larouse. He sprang to his feet and shouted at her, "Do the imperial laws mean so little to you?" Regina no longer cared to be patient or follow any prescribed rules of conversation. She shouted back, "No matter how important the imperial laws may be, are you not still the emperor?" Emperor Larouse's fists clenched at his sides, trembling with rage. "You are far too insolent." The fact that Emperor Larouse knew he favored Rhea, yet still reacted by accusing her, only deepened Regina's resentment. "Yes, I am insolent. Even so, is that not still better than being useless?" Her words left Emperor Larouse momentarily dazed. He fell silent and thought, could these truly be the feelings this child has kept buried until now? When she died that day, I was not the only one who lost her. Could this be the first time? I have truly faced the bitterness in this child's words. At that thought, Emperor Larouse staggered and nearly fell. Regina calmly smoothed her dress and announced, "I do not wish to inherit the throne." Even a single sentence written on paper cannot simply be disregarded. She raised her head and clearly saw the shock and exhaustion on her aging father's face. Regina thought, if he does not regard me as his daughter, why should I regard him as my father? I have decided to become worthless. Does he think calling me immoral will frighten me? Emperor Larouse turned his face away. Meanwhile, Regina continued to reflect calmly. Because I cannot ignore the fact that he is the emperor, I have no choice but to treat him as such. She slowly rose and said, "From now on, I will live according to my own wishes. I will live as I please, and one day I will disappear from your majesty's sight." Emperor Laruz wanted to say something, but stopped himself. In the end, he remained silent, daring only to think the words rather than speak them. But to him, this was an entirely different matter. Regina smiled brightly and reassured him, "You need not worry. I will not stop looking after Ria." She needed to witness her brother become an exceptional emperor with her own eyes. She also had to admit that he was her younger brother, someone she loved and held great expectations for. This was another goal she had set after deciding to become useless, preventing her two younger brothers from becoming vampires and starting a rebellion. Regina closed her eyes and sighed. When she opened them, she had resolved to leave the capital. "I have even decided to renounce my status as a member of the imperial family." Regina's unequivocal declaration horrified Emperor Laruz even more. He jolted and reached toward his daughter, calling, "Regina!" His daughter suddenly stopped at the door and said, "There are only an emperor and a princess here, not a father and daughter." She turned to look at her father. "Come to think of it, I heard that Ria's swordsmanship instructor is changing again. This time, I shall observe his lesson." Emperor Laruz collapsed helplessly into his chair. Lowering his head, he said, "Do as you wish." Regina replied, "I shall take my leave, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty remain in good health." After his daughter left, Emperor Laruz remained alone in the empty room, immersed in disappointment and contemplation. "Regina, she called me Your Majesty. In the end, I was the one who deceived her. She always used to call me Father." Once again, he felt powerless. "It seems I have once again lost something exceedingly precious to me." Elsewhere stood a majestic and beautiful purple castle, identical in color to its owner's eyes. As Regina's trusted attendant anxiously reported, "Yes, but Your Highness, that lord personally inquired about it." Regina remained unmoved by the concern. "How many times must I tell you? Living like this would make me terribly unhappy. It would be utterly meaningless." At every regular imperial banquet, Regina had another major concern, the change in her brother Ria's behavior. Not only had he begun trying to say good morning, something he had always refused to do before, but he was also making an effort to dine with them. Regina walked leisurely through the spacious hall. Now that things have come this far, what more is there to say? Looking into the full-length mirror in her room, Regina noticed that her hair had grown quite long. She gently stroked the ends of her hair and thought, "During the war, I cut my hair short because it could become a weakness. If it can become a weakness, I simply need to become strong enough to compensate for it." Before long, Regina began gathering information about nobles in search of someone to seduce. Aaron Vestin, the second son of one of the Elias Empire's two great ducal houses. He was an Eastern nobleman of House Vestin, 18 years old and currently holding the rank of MacGuff. Sima said, "His swordsmanship and appearance have made him famous among high society." She lifted her teacup and listened as Sima continued. "He has received countless marriage proposals, but he has rejected every one." Regina leisurely sipped her tea while considering her next move. "He has no interest in high society and frequently travels to the border. They say he therefore cannot remain in the capital for long. If I want to play the role of a useless princess who seduces others, I need a lover." First, Herman was ruled out. She could already imagine his lifeless gaze and threatening words. "Your Highness, please watch your back tonight." Una's excited expression suddenly interrupted Regina's train of thought. While Una told her about Aaron Vestin, Regina tried to consider a suitable candidate. She gently placed her teacup on the table. "I have never met him before. That must be why I forgot about House Vestin's second son." With that thought, Regina immediately asked Sima, "Are you certain that House Vestin's second son will begin overseeing Ria's swordsmanship lessons today?" Sima assured the princess. "Although he has not yet held his coming-of-age ceremony, he is already recognized by the Empire as an elite swordsman." The atmosphere in Regina's room suddenly grew heavy. This created yet another complication between them. "It seems we have no other instructors left to invite." Regina could not help hesitating as she considered Sima's words. Ria must complete his basic swordsmanship training before he turns 12, but he dismissed 6 instructors last month. "We had no choice but to send a request to House Vestin." Regina suddenly smiled meaningfully, almost triumphantly. "This is a good opportunity for me." Regina appeared to be heading somewhere, but she was still thinking about the matter. I have returned to the perfect point in time. Ria will undoubtedly be late, so while I wait, I will make a deal. Ohan's introduction of her sounded perfectly appropriate. The princess began wielding a sword 10 years ago. No, if it had been 5 years ago, everything would have been entirely different. Regina continued straight toward her destination. Perhaps I could not kill those rebels, but after returning, I truly gained something. Regina's confidence in her abilities grew even stronger. She tightened her grip on the sword. I did not merely gain 5 years. I gained 15 years. As Ohan had said, some things would change. With that thought, she energetically swung her sword toward the sky in a swift, proud arc. Then Saima arrived with an announcement, bringing Regina's wait to an end. Your Highness, Lord Aaron has arrived. Hearing that, Regina immediately turned around. For some reason, her eyes suddenly lit up and her cheeks flushed. Regina's heart pounded wildly, and her breathing grew much faster. The man before her was the one who would soon teach swordsmanship to her unruly younger brother. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and his thin lips were pressed into a straight, alluring line. His blazing red eyes accentuated his noble, free-spirited, and commanding air. Sharp and strikingly beautiful, he approached her like a god. She truly was hopeless when it came to handsome men. She would never change, no matter how many lives she lived. He stopped before her and respectfully placed a hand over his chest. I am Aaron Vestin, the second son of House Vestin. It is a great honor to meet Her Highness Regina B., Amber of the Elias Empire. Regina stared at him in astonished admiration. Covering her mouth, she thought, "Oh my goodness." Her face flushed as she wondered, what is happening? How can his voice sound this wonderful? She remembered her maid saying he was very handsome. This was far beyond merely very handsome. She had wondered how captivating someone would need to be to drive another person mad with love and bring an entire nation to ruin. Now the perfect answer stood before her. Anyone who was not blind would understand. The two maids beside her had already been completely bewitched. Regina thought, anyone who sees that face would fall in love at first sight. Who could possibly deny it? When she continued staring without speaking, Aaron called out, "Your Highness, have I offended you in some way?" His words brought Regina back to her senses, and she hurriedly waved her hands. "No, you have not offended me at all. You have done absolutely nothing wrong." Aaron's respectful concern made Regina's heart pound even harder. He looked up and asked in mild surprise, "Are you feeling unwell?" By then, her entire face had turned crimson. She was so embarrassed that steam might have risen from her head. Regina quickly cleared her throat and regained her composure. "No, I am sorry. I was simply a little surprised. Please, make yourself comfortable." Aaron complied, though he did not forget to advise her. "It might be best if your Highness took a few deep breaths. It is a method commonly used by the people of our territory." His considerate words only made her more bashful. Regina stammered, "I understand." She secretly admired him. The people of the Vestin territory must see this face every day. How fortunate they are. Staring at the radiance that seemed to emanate from Aaron, Regina could not help wondering. Their hearts must be incredibly strong. Have they trained themselves to withstand this? Aaron suddenly answered the question Regina had unknowingly spoken aloud. His innocent response made her face turn as red as a tomato. "I'm not certain about their hearts, but most of the people in our territory are indeed very strong." Regina kept her head turned away, unable to look directly at him. She asked in alarm, Did I say that aloud?" Aaron obediently nodded. "Yes." Regina berated herself, wondering how she could possibly have voiced her thoughts. Do I really need to make an agreement with this man? That is not the real problem. More precisely, I am worried about what I might do if Aaron accepts. How can anyone possess such dangerous beauty? His entire body seems to radiate light. Regina placed a hand over her pounding heart. With looks like these alone, everyone would understand if I fell for him. That face is beautiful enough to bring an entire nation to its knees. She suddenly recalled her battle against the mysterious enemies, and the memory snapped her back to reality. Of course, I have no intention of letting that happen. Regina finally regained control of her emotions. She bent down to retrieve the wooden sword that had fallen to the ground and said to Aaron, "I apologize for letting you witness such an unpleasant scene on the day we first met." Aaron answered earnestly, "It is quite all right. Compared with everyone else, your Highness recovered the fastest." Regina spoke with equal seriousness. There are several matters I wish to discuss with you. Could you come and see me after the lesson? Aaron bowed in acceptance. As you command. Regina sighed. Thank you. Lena, bring us some tea at once. Lena clapped her hands and answered bashfully, yes. Then, remembering how Aaron had just addressed the princess, she paused before replying respectfully, yes, Your Highness. Afterward, Regina fell silent for a moment, feeling somewhat nervous. How do you find the training ground? Aaron replied solemnly. It is excellent, Your Highness. Regina added, those practice swords are made from special safety wood, so you need not worry. They cannot injure members of the imperial family. Aaron nodded. Understood. A long time passed, yet Rhea still had not arrived, leaving Regina deeply embarrassed. She hesitantly said, Rhea is late again. I'm terribly sorry. Aaron gently replied, it is quite all right. Time passed as the two sat in silence. Regina smiled awkwardly and cried for help inwardly. This uncomfortable atmosphere is suffocating. Someone save me. She shyly glanced at Aaron's handsome face and screamed internally. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone out to find Rhea myself. Aaron's face seemed more beautiful by the second, leaving Regina entranced. She screamed in her mind, if I keep staring at that face, I might actually get used to it. Embarrassed by the thought, she looked away. Perhaps we should go and fetch Rhea after all. She then told herself, no, I will get used to this soon. I can do it. Narrowing her eyes, Regina began. In that case, I should have. She hurriedly glanced around. Regina awkwardly explained, my younger brother may have run into some trouble. Please wait a little longer. Aaron agreed. Yes, I understand. A moment later, she picked up her sword and strode away with determination. Regina stormed into the palace and heard angry shouting. Say that again. Hurry up and beg the prince to spare your lives. Before her, Rhea was berating the servants amid utter chaos. He roared, you were so eloquent a moment ago. Why can you not speak now? The servants knelt miserably on the floor and pleaded through their tears. That is not what happened, Your Highness. We deserve death. Regina sighed wearily at the sight before her. She then approached Rhea, glancing at the servants as she did. Before Regina could speak, Lena saw her and anxiously explained, Lady Regina, it was already like this when I arrived. Suddenly, the servants clung to Regina's legs and begged for help, startling her. We were wrong. Please save us. Regina was deeply displeased. She demanded sternly, I must know exactly what happened before I can save you. The maid behind her tried to explain, Your Highness, these two servants. Before she could finish, Rhea's loud shout cut her off. All of you shut your mouths. Be quiet. Do not say another word. Regina had not expected Rhea to resist so fiercely, and his reaction left her confused. Rhea, he clenched his jaw, his eyes blazing with anger and both hands balled into fists. Seeing his expression, Regina began to question everything, finding what she had heard about Rhea difficult to believe. She looked at the two servants and ordered, You two, tell me what happened from the beginning. Rhea adamantly refused and shouted, This has nothing to do with you. Regina, seeing that he no longer showed anyone proper respect, Regina angrily snapped, Be quiet. The first time Regina treated him so sternly, Rhea froze like a salted fish. He looked up with bewildered eyes, appearing extremely tense. Rhea fell silent. Regina raised her voice. How long do you intend to keep me waiting? Seeing this, the two servants hurried to defend themselves. We only mentioned those rumors by accident. The rumors everyone already knows. Regina surmised. You mean the rumor about the prince who devoured his own mother? The instant she said it, every servant present turned deathly pale. A 10-year-old child should not have to endure such malicious rumors, especially when that child is my younger brother. Realizing their guilt, they wept and begged. We deserve death, Your Highness. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Watching them plead with his sister, Rhea thought bitterly, I knew it. She is definitely going to make me forgive them again. Suddenly, a dark voice rang out. If you have committed a crime worthy of death, then you should die. Hearing that voice, Rhea broke into a cold sweat. Regina asked, Rhea, where is your personal knight? He blankly pointed toward the knight. Over there. A moment later, Jesse Tarahan stepped forward. Bowing, he introduced himself. Jesse Tarahan, Sword of the Prince. He continued, I pay my respects to Your Highness. Regina curled her lips and uttered a cold, ah. She cast them an icy glance and said, Someone dared to slander the imperial family, yet you stood by and did nothing. At her accusation, Jesse broke into a cold sweat. He weakly replied, "Please forgive me, but how could I possibly restrain His Highness?" Seeing his pale, bewildered face, Regina reconsidered. That is true. Jesse Tarahan is Ria's personal knight. Restraining Ria while properly fulfilling his duties would indeed be impossible. Regina looked at Ria again. He stared blankly at her, as though expecting his sister to help him. Regina thought, "But I refuse to tolerate this any longer. I will show them what happens to anyone who dares insult the beloved younger brother of this useless princess." Her fury erupted. Gripping her sword tightly, she roared, "My brother is the one who was insulted. He is the heir to House Amber and your master. Tell me, after forgiving these people, how dare you stand before me and smile?" Seeing Regina fly into a rage, Jesse nervously swallowed and did not even dare to blink. Overwhelmed by her fury, he hurriedly knelt at her feet. "As Prince Ria's personal knight, I failed to protect him. I sincerely apologize. I humbly beg your highness to show me mercy." Regina summoned an attendant and ordered, "Sima, fetch the Imperial Guard at once." Sima bowed. "Yes, your highness." Regina studied Ria and began revising her plans. "It seems I need to make some adjustments. Merely preventing him from becoming a lecher will not be enough. Ria absolutely cannot continue acting so helplessly. Many things will not happen while I am here, but I will have to leave soon. Ria must learn to manage these people on his own. He needs to know how to express his anger appropriately when necessary, and how to make his subordinates obey him." Meanwhile, the three people she had reprimanded pleaded with her. "Your Highness, please show mercy. Your Highness, please have compassion." Regina coldly interrupted them, her voice as frigid as ice. "I'm not the one whose forgiveness you should seek." All three stared in shock, cold sweat streaming down their faces, before turning toward Ria. The black-haired servant cried, "Your Highness, please forgive me." The blonde servant also pleaded bitterly, "Please forgive us, Your Highness." Jesse, hoping to save his own life, added, "I humbly beg your highness for forgiveness." Confronted by everyone pleading with him at once, Ria was stunned speechless. Regina reached toward Ria, offering him a warm, encouraging smile. "Ria, you are a prince. Merely making a commotion will not make them understand how badly they have wronged you." Gently caressing his youthful face, Regina quietly advised him, "If this happens again, lower your voice, straighten your back, and hold your head high." She continued firmly, "Make them understand the crime they have committed." Her words reached the servants' ears, making them tremble like frightened puppies. She coldly held her sword upright before them and sternly declared the punishment they would receive. Stunned that his sister had defended him, Ria rubbed his cheek and nodded. "I understand." His happiness did not last long before Regina brought up his tardiness. "But Ria, are you telling me that such a trivial matter is why you were late for your swordsmanship lesson?" Ria shouted from the depths of his lungs. "Are you insane? Do you think I'm afraid just because you are waving that thing around?" The servants and soldiers hurriedly hid behind the wall to watch the spectacle between the siblings. Regina laughed. "Ria, you should not say such things while hiding behind someone else." Ria fearfully clung to Jesse's leg and ordered him not to fail in protecting him. Jesse flinched. Ria shouted, "Keep her away. If you do not protect me, I will turn you into gold." As Regina drew closer, Jesse stammered, "Wait, Your Highness. Please step back." Despite their protests, Regina declared firmly, "Ria, I already told you, did I not? You must accept the punishment you deserve." Watching the scene and Regina's fierce behavior, Sima sighed. "I think it would be best if we forgot everything we just witnessed." A short while later, the servants who had caused the trouble left the scene. Regina watched them depart and sighed. "It seems the matter has been partially resolved." She then said, "Your new swordsmanship instructor is waiting." Hiding behind Jesse, Ria stubbornly replied, "Whether I go or not is my decision." Hearing that, Regina smiled and provocatively tapped the wooden sword against her palm. "My dear little brother, have you still not been beaten enough?" Jesse gulped, taking the hint. He hurriedly picked Ria up as though carrying a chick. "As you command, Your Highness. I shall escort you there." With that, Jesse hurried toward the swordsmanship training ground. "Please allow me to take His Highness there first." Ria struggled in vain. "I told you I'm not going. I do not want to see them either." Regina waved goodbye. Suddenly, Sima appeared behind her and whispered in her ear, "Your Highness, I fear an unfavorable rumor has already begun to spread." Regina quietly replied, "One rumor ends and another begins." "Is that not perfect?" Regina's expression turned cold. She said icily, "It is simple to suppress a baseless rumor. We merely need to punish anyone who dares repeat it." Regina recalled, "Before I returned to the past, the rumor that Rhea had devoured our mother caused my poor brother tremendous suffering throughout his life." Regina asked, "Are you not curious about the new rumor I intend to spread?" Simon nodded, indicating that she wanted to know. Regina resolved, "In this life, I will completely eradicate that rumor." She then remarked casually, "What else could it be but a rumor that I have become useless?" Sima cried out in alarm, "Your Highness!" Helpless and sweating nervously, Sima asked, "Your Highness, why are you so determined to spread such a rumor?" The corners of Regina's lips lifted into a meaningful smile. She thought, "Because this is how I will make everyone lose faith in me." Tightening her grip on the sword, Regina told herself, "I know very well that many people want to put me on the throne." Princess Regina sighed. "I do not want it, but they will try everything they can to persuade me." Regina thought, "When I took Rhea's place, they persuaded me to inherit the throne and wear the crown bearing the immeasurable burdens of the nation." She walked away coldly and declared, "If Rhea is useless, then I shall become even more useless than he is." Faced with two bad choices, they will naturally choose the less terrible one. Regina decided, "I must eliminate the option of Regina B. Amber." A short while later, she returned to her room and stared blankly at the sky. Regina reflected, "Suppose I succeed so thoroughly that everyone believes I cannot even find my way from the training ground back to this room." Her mood grew heavy. "I have dealt with the rumor, but he still has not made a decision." A particular scenario appeared in her mind, a secret tryst with the princess. If they were discovered, rumors would inevitably spread sooner or later. Regina's thoughts were in turmoil. She hesitated. Even so, if he accepts the agreement, that will be an entirely different matter. Before I return to the past, Aaron closely monitored Ezen Vestin's every movement and stopped the Babaron army's invasion at the eastern border. After Aaron's death, the Duke and Duchess of House Vestin both died before Rhea's coming-of-age ceremony, as though a vicious curse had descended upon our families. Regina remembered once sharing drinks with Aaron Giftley Vestin. During that secret meeting, Regina thought to herself, "I thought Disney and I would become friends." But the very next day, Disney was killed by Herman Savai. "This time, I won't let anyone die." Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Your Highness, Lord Aaron has arrived." After the servants prepared tea, pastries, refreshments, and her attire, Regina sat down and greeted the man opposite her with a smiling nod. "Thank you for accepting my abrupt invitation." Aaron merely responded with a grunt. The room then fell silent. Regina thought, as expected, he isn't easy to talk to. Even so, she did not feel uncomfortable. How could anyone feel uncomfortable while looking at that face? She broke the silence. "You aren't the talkative type, are you?" "I don't believe." "No." Many people use excessive words to conceal what they truly mean. "I do not trust such things." Hearing what was the longest sentence he had spoken all day, Regina froze like a salted fish and stared at him. She felt slightly embarrassed and somewhat guilty. Simply put, "I want to break off my engagement." She carefully rehearsed the words in her head, but a voice deep inside her warned, "Even though my true objective is something else, I cannot reveal it." Upon hearing Regina's proposal, Aaron readily agreed. Seeing him accept so calmly only made Regina more uneasy. She asked in confusion, "Are you not surprised at all?" Aaron replied, "I am very surprised." Since he had already agreed, she did not press him for a reason. Regina composed herself, cleared her throat, and said, "In any case, I need your help to break off my engagement." Aaron asked curiously, "What kind of help are you requesting?" Regina suddenly declared, "Become my lover." Aaron coldly replied, "I must refuse." His rejection nearly made Regina leap out of her seat. She hurriedly explained, "I do not mean a real lover." In the privacy of the room, Regina did her best to explain her request. "Simply put, I want you to enter into a temporary contractual relationship with me." Aaron asked, "Your Highness, what would I gain from this arrangement?" Regina secretly rejoiced. "Wonderful. At least he is willing to continue negotiating. Perhaps he is not so unapproachable after all." She forced an awkward smile. "I heard that marriage means nothing to you. Have you not received countless marriage proposals?" Regina continued confidently, "My presence would be the perfect shield for you. Who here would dare compete with me for your hand?" Aaron said, "Forgive my bluntness, Your Highness, but this agreement should be a fair exchange." Regina guessed. "Are you saying that what I have offered is not enough?" Aaron replied, "That is correct." Seeing how firm Aaron was, she sighed. "I cannot believe he rejected my offer. Since matters had already come this far." Regina abandoned all concern for her image. "Then how about this?" She reminded herself. "This may completely ruin Aaron's impression of me." But suddenly, Aaron stiffened like a wooden board. Regina leaned close to his face and lifted his chin with one hand, making the atmosphere intensely suggestive. In a seductive voice, she said, "This is an order." After that day, Regina considered the matter repeatedly and reached a conclusion. "It seems I need an excuse involving love and justice." A guard asked, "Forgive my impertinence, Your Highness, but did you say an excuse involving love and justice?" Regina sat deep in thought. "Yes, an excuse prepared especially for Rhea, involving love and justice." She thought, "Rhea remains as stubborn as ever, just as one would expect from a worthless prince. Even if I begin disciplining him strictly today and say, 'I will personally supervise all your studies,' he will stubbornly ask, 'What gives you the right?'" Regina therefore resolved, "I must become a worthless princess in order to defeat that worthless prince." Regina looked at the wooden sword in her hand and pondered. "But from what I know, continuing with this method is not ideal. Even a wooden sword could injure him. I cannot allow a member of the imperial family to suffer any harm." She carefully considered her options. "I need something else. It should be of moderate length and made from oak." She turned to Sima beside her and asked, "A wrist strap is essential, is it not?" "Oh, and his name must be engraved on it as well." Hearing this, Sima clutched her hair. "Your Highness, you cannot do that. What will you do if His Majesty finds out?" Regina lifted her teacup. "Have you ever seen that terrible man care what others think? There are records stating that such wicked whips were once used to train princes." Hearing this, Sima staggered backward. Ohan, who stood behind her, blushed as he caught her. Regina noticed the scene and felt a headache coming on. She sighed wearily. That vacant gaze and foolish smile were unmistakable. Regina whispered in his ear, "Ohan, you should control your emotions a little." Ohan stared blankly at her. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Regina said sadly, "Everyone knows except Sima." Ohan sighed. "Everyone is remarkably perceptive." Then he said in confusion, "I do not understand why one would hurt the person one loves. Love truly makes people do foolish things." That was Ohan. After becoming my personal knight, he fell in love with Sima, but he kept his unrequited love buried in his heart until the day he died. There was only a 2-year age difference between them. That did not even account for the years after Sima became a widow and returned to her family home. Regina wondered whether Sima was truly oblivious or simply pretending not to notice. Before I returned to the past, his feelings were never reciprocated. Regina leisurely sipped her tea with a gentle expression, while emotions surged within her. "In this life, I must change that tragic future. This tea is delicious." Regina turned and praised Lena. "Your tea-making skills have improved." Lena was secretly delighted by the compliment, but Sima did not appear to share her enthusiasm. Lena suddenly burst into tears. "Your Highness, Lady Sydney has been so strict with me," Sima anxiously cried. "This is not the time to leisurely enjoy your tea, Your Highness." Seeing how agitated Sima had become, Regina could not suppress a laugh. "My goodness, Sima, you are unusually excitable today," Ohan said with a tearful smile. "Your Highness, so much has changed while I was away." Regina asked with a smile, "Do you have any complaints about serving as a madwoman's guard?" Ohan smiled back. "I am merely following my master." Sima's hair practically stood on end, and she shouted, "Lord Ohan." Still smiling, he continued, "Incidentally, there is also Lady. Merely mentioning Your Highness's name in his presence would be enough to provoke a duel." Regina tilted her head. "Lady," Ohan explained. "Lady is Jesse's nickname. He had to dress as a girl until he was 5 years old." Regina asked in surprise, "Why did he have to dress as a girl? Was it some kind of family tradition?" Regina laughed. "They believed that disguising him as a girl would protect him from a witch's curse." Ohan continued, "Since he grew up to be prettier than most girls, the nickname Lady has remained with him to this day." Regina found the story fascinating. she exclaimed in surprise. Is Jesse truly that beautiful? Ohan replied in confusion. If he grew up looking like that, would he not consider himself handsome? Regina tried to remember. She murmured, lately, the faces I see most often belong either to Rhea or Lord Aaron. Hearing this, Ohan suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Now I understand. Regina listened curiously, though she had no idea what he meant. She recalled her meeting with Aaron. She had taken the initiative and cornered him. This is an order. Become my lover. The atmosphere had been unbearably awkward. She had cast aside every shred of dignity to say it. Aaron had looked at her coldly and said, I understand. May I ask what exactly you intend to do? Her expression instantly changed, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Regina stammered, well, in that case, I will become a foolish princess hopelessly in love, and I will pursue you one-sidedly. After saying this, she leaned back in her chair and regained her confidence. When that happens, you need only treat me as you normally would. Aaron asked, as I normally would? Seeing that he had grasped the crucial point, Regina replied enthusiastically, exactly. Because of my insane persistence, you will reluctantly agree to be with me. Looking at the contemplative Aaron, Regina thought, becoming a mad woman and staying beside a dull man does not seem so terrible. Regina proposed, if possible, I would like us to become engaged as soon as possible. Her casual attitude toward marriage piqued Aaron's curiosity. Does that mean your highness has no interest in marriage? Regina recoiled. Are you trying to ruin my life by forcing me to marry? Regina said wearily, my family is troublesome enough already. I have absolutely no intention of living with anyone. She asked, do you have anything else to say? Aaron replied, I agree, provided that you remember this is all merely an act. Seeing that he had agreed, Regina gave him a beautiful smile. You need not worry about that. She confidently declared, I will never fall in love with you. Regina explained, since I have decided to do this, I should begin with a tremendous explosion. It will erupt when no one expects it. Regina folded one corner of the paper and called for Sima. Sima, has this been sent to House Suvai's territory? Sima replied, I sent it by the fastest possible means. But what did you write in the letter, Your Highness? Regina stretched and smiled. I asked them to find a dance partner for Rhea's upcoming birthday celebration. Regina ordered Lena, take this to House Veston's estate. Sima stood behind her with a blank expression. What? Your Highness, what exactly do you mean by that? Holding the letter, Lena asked in bewilderment. Regina replied, it is a letter informing House Veston that I am about to visit. The moment she heard this, Lena's world seemed to plunge into darkness. She stood frozen for 5 seconds before leaving with trembling steps. Sima shouted, who sends a letter announcing a visit on the very day they arrive? Regina smiled faintly. Ido, obviously. Sima burst into helpless tears. Experienced as ever, Princess Regina noticed Sima's emotional distress and smoothly asked, Sima, why are you so angry? Is this not the perfect way for a worthless princess to announce her return? Outside, a carriage slowly approached. Sitting inside the carriage, Regina recalled the past. Before I return to the past, 2 incidents occurred at Rhea's second birthday celebration. She tensed at the memory. First, Rhea became drunk. Several guards were injured by the boys' sword dance, and even Rhea's fiancé fainted. Second, an attempt was made to assassinate the emperor by mistake. By then, the entire celebration had been ruined. Regina looked outside warily and murmured, Rhea's appalling behavior is the real problem. Still, it is better than him becoming a lecher. She irritably recalled a perfect example. My younger brother went from being worthless to becoming a depraved fool. Not only did he give away the entire imperial fortune, but he allowed himself to be exploited as well. There was even the sight of Meng holding the imperial seal. He had joyfully proclaimed that the prince was the greatest. Regina said furiously, he even lent the imperial seal to a traitor. The thought only made her angrier. Overcome with rage, she violently pulled the curtain shut. Regina sighed. We quickly recovered the imperial seal, but it was already too late. I would rather die than repeat the same mistake. Still furious, she clenched her fists and resolved, even if things go wrong, I know how to make the antidote. This time, I will stop the poisoning. Regina said, The antidote's primary ingredient is fresh lily of the valley. Fortunately, Duchess Vestin grows it in her garden. I learned the ingredients and formula before returning to the past, and I still remember them clearly. Looking out the window, Regina thought, "It is a specialty of the ducal house. I am relieved that it happens to be lily of the valley. I must carefully review the plan with Aaron and then obtain the flowers." While she was lost in thought, the carriage arrived at the estate. It stopped before the gates, where 2 rows of servants stood waiting respectfully. When she stepped out, a young man with long blonde hair approached. He bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Your Highness, Princess Regina. I am Gisplay Vestin, the eldest son of House Vestin. It is an immense honor to receive you. My father is temporarily away, so I am receiving you in his place. Please forgive our discourtesy." Regina smiled. "I am the one who arrived without warning. On the contrary, I should thank you for welcoming me so warmly." She looked at him and thought. House Vestin was unconditionally drawn into the alliance. Gisplay offered her his hand with a gentle smile. Regina smiled outwardly, but inwardly she thought, leaving a poor impression may not necessarily be a bad thing. Considering what I must do later, I should perform my part properly. As she looked at Gisplay, she suddenly remembered even more. A hazy memory surfaced in her mind. Seeing Regina fall silent, Gisplay glanced at her curiously and asked with a smile, "Have I done something wrong, Your Highness?" Regina replied awkwardly, "No, I was merely thinking how fortunate I am that you came to greet me." A short while later, Regina gently set down her cup of hot tea. She went straight to the point. "There is no need to be so nervous. As I wrote in my letter, I came here only because I need some lily of the valley." Sitting opposite her, Gisplay solemnly replied, "Since Your Highness has requested it, I will naturally have all of it brought to you." Regina said, somewhat apologetically, "That would ruin the Duchess's beloved garden." Regina took a sip of tea and firmly stated, "I have my principles." Secretly, she thought, although there is nothing principled about this visit. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Regina's cheeks suddenly flushed and her eyes widened. It was Aaron. He wore a light white outfit that accentuated his alluring appearance. The sight filled Regina with delight. "Good heavens!" Aaron walked over and bowed. "I apologize for being late to receive you, Your Highness. I came here immediately after finishing my training." Regina was so astonished that she nearly panicked. Sweat poured down her face. She stammered, "Ah, yes." Regina struggled to regain control of herself. Pretending to be jealous, she reprimanded him. "Even if this is your own home, walking around dressed like that is a grave offense." Aaron trembled like a frightened puppy. "Yes, Your Highness." Regina's body temperature continued to rise until she seemed ready to emit steam. She hesitated. "Well, in that case," trying to preserve what little dignity she had left, Regina raised a hand and firmly stopped herself. "Never mind. I would like to pick a few lilies of the valley. May I?" Gisplay hurriedly nodded. "Of course," Regina then proposed. "In that case, I would like Lord Aaron to escort me there." Gisplay quickly interjected, "Forgive my discourtesy." Before he had even finished speaking, Aaron gently helped Regina to her feet. Their blatant display of affection left Gisplay speechless. Aaron said, "I will arrange for servants to carry the flowers." Gisplay watched the two of them walk away side by side, his head filled with questions. As Regina walked, she thought, Barbara, the most beautiful woman in the Empire, was known to everyone as the Rose of the Empire. Having inherited her blood, it is only natural that he became such a beauty. Regina looked at Aaron admiringly. Lord Aaron must now be the most beautiful person in the Empire. I truly have found the Empire's finest talent. While Regina's thoughts wandered, Aaron led her to a greenhouse overflowing with flowers. Regina asked in surprise, "Did the Duchess arrange all of this? Does she tend to everything personally?" She asked about the Duchess's health. Aaron glanced at her and replied, "She is much better now." Hearing this, Regina murmured, "At this distance, could anyone outside hear us?" Aaron did not hear her clearly and asked, "Pardon?" Regina stopped and said, "Before coming here, I sent a letter to Duke Relvet. That is what we discussed earlier, correct?" Regina began to walk away, but did not forget to glance back. "Although we will arrive at different times, you will attend as my dance partner." She believed the perfect opportunity to make her grand appearance would be at Ria's birthday banquet. Regina briefly explained to him, "Once Lady Ori and Ria have finished dancing." Aaron quickly continued, "I will ask your highness to dance." Regina, imagine the scene at the banquet. Those fools will cause an uproar out of curiosity when they see me standing beside my fiancée and dancing with the second son of House Veston. A meaningful smile curled across her lips. Herman's pride will also be crushed little by little. Regina reminded Aaron, I will personally announce the cancellation of my engagement. Aaron turned to leave. She continued, then once everyone starts making a commotion, the banquet will suddenly Regina lost her footing. She reached out for something to hold on to. Seeing this, Aaron hurriedly caught her and cried out in alarm, Your Highness. His hand caught her slender waist just in time. Their faces were inches apart, and the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Regina squeezed her eyes shut in fright. Aaron's voice sounded beside her. Your Highness, are you all right? Startled, Regina opened her eyes and replied awkwardly, I'm fine. Aaron had fallen on top of Regina, leaving her as stiff as a board. He raised his head, revealing his captivatingly handsome face, and whispered warmly beside her ear, Are you hurt? At his words, her heart seemed to skip a beat. She stared at his handsome face without even daring to blink. Regina had never expected to end up this close to Aaron. She screamed inwardly as her heart pounded. When she failed to answer, he anxiously called to her again, Your Highness? Her face flushed bright red as she thought, This is dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Regina shut her eyes, her face covered in sweat as she cried for help inwardly. Save me. My heart is going to explode at this rate. She stammered, WL. Perhaps we should get up first and talk afterward. Aaron replied, of course. He sprang to his feet. Watching her push herself up, he asked attentively, Are you all right? Regina merely murmured, Aaron immediately extended a hand toward her. You appear to be having some difficulty, Your Highness. Allow me to help you up. Regina accepted his hand and rose, thinking it would be best to pretend I didn't notice anything. She lowered her head bashfully, her expression full of embarrassment. I have shown you another disgraceful side of myself. When she curtsied, Aaron hurriedly refused the gesture. Please do not worry. I'm already used to it. His words seemed to double her humiliation. Regina said coldly, Forget what just happened. Yes, immediately. Putting the incident aside, Regina returned to the point and continued what she had been saying. Aaron quickly played along. I seem to recall Your Highness saying something about doing nothing. No matter what happens after the cancellation of the engagement is announced. Hearing him say that, Regina felt deeply grateful. He truly was dependable. Aaron replied, Yes. Yet the picturesque scene before her, combined with his sincere cooperation, somehow irritated her immensely. This man is going to drive me insane. I don't even understand what he has done to make me so angry. She pressed her lips together and scrutinized him. This never happened before, not even before I returned to the past. Why do these embarrassing incidents keep happening more often? Still, suddenly, the corners of her mouth lifted and a glimmer of joy passed through her heart. At least this is better than my previous life. Regina laughed and suggested, Now that we have finished talking, may we start digging? Aaron said, The servants have not arrived yet. Regina pointed toward the tools. There's a basin and a small shovel over there. Aaron asked blankly, What am I supposed to do? Regina smiled and asked in return, Surely you don't expect me to do it? She then gently added, Since you have already started, I want the largest plant. Thank you for your trouble. Since you have taken charge, I want the largest one. Thank you. Dusk fell, and Regina's carriage was filled with fresh lilies of the valley. As they watched the carriage disappear into the distance, Gisplay asked, What was that all about? Aaron said, I was invited to His Highness Ria's birthday banquet. Gisplay pursed his lips. It has barely begun, and I can already picture a long line of young ladies hoping to become your dance partner. Aaron replied, I already have a partner, so don't worry. Gisplay abruptly turned his head. What? Don't tell me it's that girl. Aaron interrupted him. It is. Gisplay asked as they walked. You don't mean Regina, do you? Aaron slipped both hands into his pockets. I cannot disclose that. Gisplay ran a hand through his hair. I see. Just what is Her Highness thinking? She is an imperial princess, despised by the emperor. Her situation is truly pitiful. But the princess I met today was not a melancholy young girl. She was. Gisplay felt as though his head were being split by a hammer. Looking at the man before him, he screamed inwardly. What in the world caused her to change so much? Gisplay walked inside, with Aaron following behind him. He could read Aaron like a book. I suppose you would not answer even if I asked, would you? No. Gisplay suddenly stopped and warned him, but listen, Aaron. Yes. Giesplay turned and stared curiously at Aaron. You actually dare to appear before Her Highness dressed like that? Aaron had the well-proportioned physique of a model and exceptionally handsome features. His taste in clothing, however, left much to be desired. The longer Giesplay looked at him, the more displeased he became, and he sighed. Her Highness's visit may have been unexpected, but we should still have welcomed her with the utmost ceremony. Behind him, Aaron defended himself in confusion. I simply did not want to make Her Highness wait. Giesplay's expression darkened at that answer. Tell me the truth, Aaron replied. It was simply too troublesome. Hearing such an absurdly simple answer, Giesplay covered his face and laughed. He had never expected Aaron to answer that way. I know you live by using whatever happens to be available, but do you understand who she is? Exhausted, Giesplay gave Aaron a hurried lesson. One day, Princess Regina's coming-of-age ceremony will be held, and she will become the most beautiful woman in this country. Aaron calmly replied, Don't you know that appearance means nothing to me? Giesplay confessed frankly, Sometimes, that is what annoys me most about you. Aaron answered honestly, At least you do not hate me. After such a long and fruitless conversation, Giesplay leaned back wearily. That only makes you even more irritating. Aaron fell silent in thought. I know what my brother is worried about. Beneath the sunset, Regina's voice echoed through his mind. You need not worry. I will never fall in love with you. Aaron's heart suddenly ached, and his gaze darkened. Even if Her Highness said that, it would still be best to keep my distance. Remembering how she had deliberately leaned her face close to his, Aaron told himself, After all, Her Highness merely asked me to behave as I normally would. I will continue to obey her request completely. When Aaron accepted her request, Regina's delighted expression appeared before his eyes. Aaron suddenly realized that this time was no different from the others. The loud sound of a kitchen knife striking a cutting board rang out. The chef beside her could not hide his fear and concern. Your Highness, you are going to hurt yourself. But she did not stop. Instead, she skillfully continued chopping the ingredients into small pieces. Regina gently raised the knife close to her face and smiled. Do not look at me like that. I'm very good with knives. The blade was now covered in something red. Flower petals and unevenly chopped pieces of cabbage lay on the cutting board. She gently placed the freshly chopped ingredients into a pot and added water. The chef behind her tried to stop her. Princess Regina, Danila flower roots are extremely bitter and unsuitable for cooking. Regina merely rolled up her sleeves and reassured him, Do not worry. It is not poisonous. It is very healthy, so it will be fine. The roots were indeed extremely bitter, but at least they were not poisonous. The chef and Una could only cling to each other and weep in terror. Saima was equally speechless and could only stand with her hands on her hips, staring helplessly at Regina. Regina continued, It is very beneficial when taken before every meal. Saima anxiously asked, Before whose meals, Your Highness? Just as Saima feared, Regina casually replied, His Majesty's and my beloved younger brothers, of course. At her words, all three of them froze. Anyone who saw the ingredients would assume the concoction was meant for poisoning someone. She turned to look at the three people behind her. The sound of water slowly pouring from the kettle echoed through the kitchen. Regina poured out the final drop and thought, But I prepared this with my own hands. Surely no one will truly think it is poison. A poison for murdering the emperor. There was no clear reason why witches' tears had no effect on women. Was it truly a poison created by a witch? Her discovery of the poison's nature had been purely accidental. Still, she could not be certain that it would have no effect on her, so it would be best not to test it herself. Regina pondered for a moment, then beckoned to Una. Seeing Regina summon her, Una went pale with fear, unaware of what was happening inside. Another servant calmly opened the door. Princess Regina, It is time for breakfast. The kitchen was filled with every imaginable emotion, from fear and anguish to helpless prayer, while the source of it all, Regina, remained exceptionally cheerful. The unidentified, brightly colored liquid was poured into a pitcher, releasing an ominous smell. Regina confidently declared, All right, let us go. She carried the pitcher herself. Upon entering the dining room, Regina greeted them. Good morning, Your Majesty. The moment he saw her, the emperor exclaimed, Well, it has been a long time, my daughter. Instead of answering, Regina firmly set the pitcher of her concoction on the table. Please drink this before your meal. As she poured out a liquid as red as blood, a suspicious voice asked, What is that? Regina answered while pouring, It is very good for your health. The emperor and his son stared at the cup in bewilderment. Good for her health? The mere sight of it made them break out in a cold sweat. Regina smiled. Father, please taste it. It is very healthy. The emperor reached for the cup with a trembling hand, utterly bewildered. What is this girl planning? Surely it will not kill me. I cannot disappoint Regina again. With that thought, he forced himself to raise the cup to his lips and drink. The moment he swallowed, tears streamed down his face, and he began coughing uncontrollably. What a peculiar taste. His tongue no longer merely felt numb. It seemed ready to rot away. Regina told him, bitter medicine is the most effective, father. She then beckoned to Ria, making him flinch. He said, do you think that stuff can scare me? She solemnly replied, do not worry. There's a serving for you as well. She giggled inwardly. I know Ria has been paying attention to the staff I recently started using. She quickly poured a full cup for Ria. He stared at it, his face deathly pale. Ria shouted anxiously, Sister, are you going to force me to drink this garbage? She calmly replied, His Majesty ordered it. Her words filled him with suspicion. He did not need to taste it to know how awful it was. Ria had already witnessed Emperor Larouse's reaction after drinking it. Trembling, he could only cry out, Heavens, save me. Dear God. He slammed his hand against the table, making Regina's concoction splash inside the cup. No, Ria screamed as he fled, as though escaping from a wicked witch. I want to live a normal life. Regina's expression did not change as she thought, I will deal with him later. There is no reason to stop him right now. Regina looked at Larousse, making him flinch. She asked, Father, would you like some more? Sweating profusely, he stammered, well. As she sat down, she said, It will be even harder to drink once it grows cold. She narrowed her eyes and smiled at him. I'm only thinking of your health, Father. I woke up early this morning to brew this tea for you. Hearing Regina's words, he could only remain silent. He silently called Regina's name in his heart, then gulped down the entire cup. Sitting beside him, she watched and pouted. Why is he drinking so desperately? Goodness, I have not even said anything. I have not done anything yet. She leaned forward slightly and picked up a plate from the table. At the same time, the sound of a teacup touching its saucer rang out. The emperor asked shakily, Where are you going, Regina? Regina calmly replied, I do not usually eat much for breakfast. As soon as she finished speaking, she reminded him, Tomorrow, Sima will bring you more of this herbal tea. Please make sure you drink it. Larousse asked, his face pale. Tomorrow? Regina looked at him and said, We should replenish our bodies with healthy things every day, should we not? He could only weep inwardly, too choked up to speak. It will be fine. They are merely medicinal herbs. What harm could there be in drinking them every day? She lightly lifted the hem of her dress and bowed farewell. Then I shall take my leave. Larousse had not even finished saying, Wait, Regina, before she walked outside and closed the door. She then told Una, return to my room and bring me my staff. After the bewildered Una left, Regina merely smiled at her surroundings. It is time for my beloved younger brother to enjoy this herbal tea filled with sisterly love. What followed was a loving exchange between the siblings. Ria cried, You wicked witch. Regina ordered, Open your mouth. You have stained my dress. After everything was finished, Regina leisurely soaked in a warm bath. Your Highness, those who spread rumors about Ria have been dealt with. With her eyes closed, she said comfortably, That took longer than I expected. Sima immediately explained. The investigation also covered whether they had committed any other serious crimes, so it took a little longer. Oh, is that so? Only then did Regina open her eyes and glance over. They will never be able to set foot in the capital again. Regina leaned back against the side of the bathtub. The punishment is lighter than I expected. Sima calmly said, Even so, it is not a bad outcome, since the reason they were punished will not become a topic of public discussion. Regina immediately said, Sima, the banquet is extremely important. While brushing Regina's hair, Sima replied, Yes, Your Highness. I will make thorough preparations. As she washed Regina's hair, Sima thought, I truly do not understand why Your Highness wishes to pretend to be foolish, but you have never made a wrong decision in your entire life. I will wait until Your Highness chooses to tell me the reason. Regina had been relaxing, but she suddenly opened her eyes. Oh, that reminds me. Under no circumstances may alcohol be allowed within Ria's reach. Sima replied with some difficulty, His Majesty's birthday banquet is still a long way off, so you need not worry yet. Regina remained somewhat dissatisfied. I mention it because it is a serious concern. Rhea must be watched wherever Simon is present. Inform the other guards that if they cannot stop CEO, they must delay him as long as possible and report to me immediately. Simon quickly understood. As you command, Your Highness. Regina continued, who will accompany Herman Suvai this time. Sima possessed all the information she needed. Anita Valise, the daughter of Viscount Ved. Several years ago, the members of House Valise died one after another, leaving her as the sole survivor. It was Duke Suvai who brought her here. Regina immediately responded, I see. Although they are not related by blood, I have heard that she greatly resembles the young lord. So I will finally meet them. She then thought, this time, I will never allow events to unfold according to the path you laid out. The money Suvai embezzled by exploiting his status as my fiancé. How absurd. At the thought, she angrily clenched her fist. I will be the one to announce that I wish to cancel the engagement. This is my own desire. I refuse to be treated like a fool any longer. Determination and pride run through my veins. The city was still bustling even at dusk. Children and couples remained outside, enjoying the lively atmosphere as people sang and danced. Crowds flowed past the busy market stalls. At a nearby grilled meat stand, a mother and child were making a purchase. The child stared hungrily at the 2 skewers his mother had just received. The brilliant sunset soon faded, however, giving way to night, illuminated only by the moon's milky white glow. Regina stood on the balcony, allowing the wind to sweep through her long purple hair. A voice called out, Your Highness. Hearing the call, Regina turned around. Her beauty left all 3 maids utterly spellbound. At that moment, a crisp round of applause snapped them out of their daze. Thelma said, all right, hurry back to your positions. The 3 maids jolted and answered, yes, Lady Thelma. Regina closed the door and entered the room. The moment she stepped inside, Una's eyes widened and sparkled. Princess, you look absolutely beautiful. Regina covered her mouth and laughed. I'm delighted to hear that, Una, but you seem to have forgotten something. Una stared blankly and uttered a puzzled sound. Regina continued, Aaron is my dance partner today. Una shrieked, but quickly covered her mouth. Regina thought, any girl fortunate enough to stand beside him would feel blessed. Since this is such a grand banquet, he will surely be dressed impeccably. He is already astonishingly handsome in ordinary clothes. What will he look like after dressing up properly? I do not know whether I should be excited or afraid. Her cheeks flushed at the thought. Regina asked Sima, do you think Lord Aaron will be pleased with my gift? I specifically chose a ruby that matches his eyes. We searched everywhere for a gemstone of the right color before finally choosing this red diamond. Even if he knows nothing about jewelry, he will surely like it. Standing behind her, Sima gently adjusted her hair. Regina replied coolly, I certainly hope so. Everything I give Aaron is merely intended to complement my own jewelry. We did not have enough time to complete everything. Still, nothing surpasses the power of money. While Sima was still adjusting her clothes, another maid reminded her, Princess Regina, it is time. Regina sighed wearily, as though preparing herself for everything that was about to happen. The day had finally arrived. It was time to face her enemies. The enormous hall hosting the lavish banquet was filled with nobles of every rank. Everyone must already be focusing their attention on him, right? Are you standing here because you are afraid of embarrassing yourself beside him? I'm only standing here because I have a few things to consider. Ezin asked curiously. In any case, I still have not seen Aaron's companion. Perhaps he came alone, just like you. Giftlay replied without expression, Lady Carlos Mark has caught a cold, uncle. Besides, I already have a fiancé. How could I attend with another young lady? Ezin stood behind Giftlay and said, You are not married yet. You are only engaged, so it would hardly matter. Besides, you know what they say about love. Ezin continued talking, but Giftlay remained silent and expressionless. Even when dealing with the imperial family, he would find every possible excuse to refuse if he disliked her. What sort of bait did the princess use to convince my nephew to appear here? Seeing Giftlay distracted, Ezin shouted angrily and startled him. Giftlay, are you even listening to me? Giftlay sighed wearily. Whether I listen or not, you always repeat the same things, do you not? Besides, I do not believe you have ever been in love. Struck where it hurt, Ezin flinched and denied it vehemently. Who told you that? Giftlay answered proudly, my father and mother. If I tell you their story, will you be a little less angry with me? Ezin was helpless against his cunning nephew. If you keep talking in circles like this, you will lose your life on the battlefield. Do you understand? When the banquet began, the guests of honor appeared. All the nobles in the hall proclaimed in unison, "We welcome the son of the Elias Empire, Emperor Larue's Eye of House Amber." The imperial family entered confidently with their heads held high, passing between the bowing nobles. After taking his seat, Larue said, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my son's birthday." As his elder sister, Regina smiled and congratulated him. "Happy birthday, Ria." Ria replied somewhat bashfully, "Thank you, sister." Applause immediately filled the hall. At the same time, a young lady slowly descended the staircase. It was Ria's fiancée, Lady Greta. Larue gently waved his hand and addressed the guests. "Please make yourselves comfortable and enjoy the banquet." As soon as he finished speaking, Ria and Greta gracefully stepped onto the dance floor. A melodious tune soon began, enlivening the banquet. The other nobles stepped aside, leaving the floor to them for the first dance. Ria and Greta began dancing to the elegant music. Watching them, Regina thought, "That child is my younger brother, but I cannot claim that his appearance suits every occasion." "Forgive me, Greta. Do not worry. Marrying a useless husband is still better than marrying a vampire who would drain your family's entire fortune. It seems I will have to make more careful plans for my youngest brother. Rio will need a place of his own, though I may have no choice but to keep him close to me. He must be eagerly anticipating everything as well." Why did she once say that anyone who wanted to take him away would have to step over her corpse? How did he manage to persuade the demanding Thelma to become his partner? She could not help marveling that anyone had managed to persuade Thelma. Then she wondered how Ohan had convinced the selective Sima to become his partner. They look wonderful together, Regina thought as she saw Sima and Ohan standing side by side. Incidentally, before they withdrew, they were stationed far away. The assassination of the emperor partly succeeded because none of the imperial infantrymen were permitted to remain near him. A special rule was established to preserve the atmosphere of the banquet. Our ancestors truly were arrogant. Is that also why Ria was born a useless prince? The thought made her burst out laughing, but she quickly regained her composure. Focus. The assassin appeared when the final song ended. He was disguised as a waiter, and his target was the emperor. Everything happened so suddenly that I never saw his face clearly. Afterward, Father personally handled the interrogation and punishment, so all I ever heard was that the assassin had died. At that thought, Regina suddenly realized something. That is the only information I possess. But when it happened, I suddenly became aware of the danger. I even knew that the assassin was disguised as a waiter and had been lingering around the emperor. Realizing this, Regina unconsciously clenched her fists. At the same time, Ria and Greta's dance ended. Applause swiftly erupted from the nobles. The other nobles soon entered the dance floor. I could stop at this time. Things will be different. A man approached her. "Your Highness." Regina's face brightened eagerly when she recognized him. Lord Aaron. Seeing the breathtakingly handsome man before her, she inwardly cursed. Damn it, how many people in this empire could stand beside him without being completely overshadowed? But I must endure this. I am not merely a useless princess blinded by infatuation. As a useless princess forced to compromise with a future traitor, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She clenched her hands and wanted to scream for help. Regina praised him. "You look even more handsome than usual today." He bowed slightly and smiled. "I only made the most basic preparations." Hearing that, Regina turned pale. "Thank you for being so considerate. Does that mean this is not even the full extent of your charm?" Regina entered the dance floor with him, although their expressions could not have been more different. If basic preparations produced this result, what would happen if he made a serious effort? How can someone like this even exist? Holding his arm, she walked beside him and thought despondently, "Lord Aaron, please keep your appearance within reasonable limits." She smiled gently. "I look forward to working with you, Lord Aaron," he calmly replied. "I will do my utmost not to become an obstacle to your highness." The two of them moved farther onto the dance floor, attracting the attention of the other nobles. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder, and they began to dance. The music continued, blending seamlessly with their every step. As they danced, she quietly asked, "Do your cheeks hurt?" Aaron did not understand what she meant. "What do you mean, your highness?" Regina quickly replied, "Every noblewoman here is staring directly at you." The nearby young ladies kept glancing toward him, their cheeks flushed with shyness and astonishment at his beauty. His parents have a most famous love story in the entire empire, So why does he have no intention of marrying? She wondered as they danced. It was not a marriage of convenience, but a rare marriage for love among the upper class. The story of how his parents met without knowing each other's identities had even made masquerade balls more popular. Regina quickly realized that she had spoken carelessly. If my question displeased you, please disregard it. Aaron nodded slightly. It is all right. I am simply not interested. Regina continued. Does that apply not only to marriage, but to all romantic relationships? Without hesitation or concealment, he answered, yes. I want to become like my uncle. As they danced, Ezen and Giftlay watched them from a corner. Ezen Vestin, the count who governed the eastern frontier, was known as the sharpest blade in the empire. On a day in early summer, amid torrential rain, an urgent report would arrive announcing that the eastern count had fallen in battle against the barbarians. Not long afterward, Aaron would inherit the title of count after completing his coming-of-age ceremony. Before winter arrived, Aaron would die in the same manner as Ezen. Regina suddenly realized something. Wait, is that not going to happen this summer? Alarmed, she asked him, when will the Count return to the eastern frontier? Aaron promptly answered. He said that he would leave immediately after delivering his regular report to the Emperor tomorrow. Regina looked at the handsome face before her and thought, I must stop this. If I allow him to return to the frontier, both Ezen and Aaron will die. If I can use the engagement as an excuse to prevent Ezen's death, I can keep Aaron in the capital until winter has passed. They must survive to preserve House Vestin's military strength. They will become a tremendous asset in the struggle against my enemies. Regina's hair swayed gently with every step of the dance. Tomorrow, I must find a way to interrupt the Count's regular report and keep him in the capital. We only need to send reinforcements to the eastern frontier. Regina smiled faintly as she calculated how to make him stay. Then she suddenly realized that the dance had ended. She sounded somewhat disappointed. It ended so quickly, and we hardly had the opportunity to speak. You are an exceptionally remarkable person, Your Highness. Aaron bowed as well. I often hear words like that, she replied, but thank you. His gaze softened as he thought. Yes, perhaps that is a compliment I often hear, but no one has ever expressed it to me so directly. He looked at the bashful girl before him and thought that she seemed to have perfectly expressed everything she had been unable to put into words. Lord Aaron possesses such noble character and shines as brilliantly as the sun. Suddenly, the corners of his lips lifted. That faint smile made his already handsome face shine like a radiant sun. Even Regina could not withstand his radiance. Her face turned crimson with embarrassment, and she lowered her head as though his beauty were too much to bear. Before she could recover from the dazzling sight, Aaron thought, the princess is rather. Regina bit her lip, struggling to suppress the turmoil in her heart. She could almost hear it pounding. I have lost my composure. Calm down, heart. After struggling to regain her composure, Regina turned away and said, forgive my discourtesy. I must look ridiculous. While she was still breathing heavily, Aaron remained perfectly calm. It is all right, she hurriedly said, then we should return. Before Regina could finish, another man's voice interrupted her. It has been a long time, Princess Regina. She immediately recognized the voice and froze. A scene from the past flashed through her mind. You should give up now. When Aaron saw the terror on Regina's face, his gaze began to change. The man continued, do you not even intend to return my greeting? She did not answer and merely clenched her fists in silence. To conceal her trembling, Regina quietly moved both hands behind her back. How could I possibly ignore your greeting? She finally said. It has been a long time, young Duke Savai. Standing before her was an elegant and noble young man with long, dark blue hair. When she saw his face clearly, Regina's gaze turned cold. The specter of the past continued to haunt her. The man bowed. Herman Suvai greets Princess Regina. She thought, should I kill him? Aaron silently turned his eyes toward her, her figure reflected in his crimson pupils. Herman continued, when you suddenly announced that you were seeking a new partner, I was deeply worried. But now that I have seen you with Lord Aaron, I feel reassured. Regina remained lost in her thoughts. No, I must endure this for now. She quickly said, I am not certain whether I should believe those words entirely. He replied with an empty gaze. How could I dare lie before the princess? Regina forced a stiff smile while imagining herself grabbing him by the throat and shaking him violently. This filthy traitor dares use that silver tongue to toy with the imperial family. How dare he make such assurances? He claims that he would never lie. How revolting. One day, I will kill every last one of them. While she was thinking, a girl hesitantly murmured in surprise. Regina instinctively glanced toward her. So we finally meet. The mysterious sorceress of House Suvai. A young woman with platinum blonde hair tilted her head innocently and studied Regina. The girl standing beside Herman was Anita Ved. Although she is only 1 year older than me, she is a mysterious sorceress capable of controlling dozens of people at will. Before I lost the throne, I knew her only as my fiancé's secret lover. I never imagined that she possessed such terrifying power. Regina smiled without revealing her anger. I was unaware that anyone in my own Elias empire required me to introduce myself first. Anita immediately bowed in alarm. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I'm still unfamiliar with noble etiquette. She lifted her skirt and curtsied. I am Anita, the only daughter of Viscount Ved. I respectfully greet Princess Regina. Regina studied her and thought, how could the eldest daughter of a frontier viscount possess the powers of a sorceress? The terrifying thing about sorcerers was their ability to use magic to manipulate people's minds and emotions without arousing suspicion. Anyone placed under such magic could be betrayed by friends and lovers without ever realizing why. Anita made her victims behave naturally, altering the beliefs of those she had brainwashed rather than making them feel as though they were under a spell. Regina had only realized this after fleeing the imperial palace. I should investigate whether she truly shares Viscount Ved's blood. She is a mysterious sorceress supported by House Suvai. Fabricating an identity would be effortless for her. But there is one thing I know for certain. While Regina silently made her calculations, Anita remained bowed. This time I can stop them. Regina spoke softly. You may raise your head. So you are the young lady under the guardianship of Duke Suvai. Anita quickly replied, Yes, Your Highness. Regina continued, It appears that your two families have close ties. The moment Regina finished speaking, Herman stepped in front of Anita. Viscount Ved once saved my father's life. Standing behind Herman, Anita gently clutched his sleeve and secretly glanced at Regina, as though plotting something. Seeing the look in Anita's eyes, Regina's expression darkened. How'd I fail to notice it back then? She could only sigh. Do you think I would do something strange to Lady Ved? Herman quickly answered her question. Anita is still unfamiliar with noble etiquette. I was worried she might behave improperly before Your Highness. Regina scoffed. I heard she spent a long time on her family's estate, yet she still hasn't learned noble etiquette? He replied with a vacant expression. An epidemic broke out in Viscount Valissa's territory, so she needed a long time to recover. She sighed. If anyone saw this, they would probably say I was bullying this poor young lady. He hurriedly replied, Who would dare think such a thing? The moment he said that, her expression changed. Now I would truly like to know who would dare think that. Even in the final moments before my abdication, he must have looked down on me with that same smug expression. At the thought, Regina pressed her lips together in hatred, and her hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. Another hand quickly closed around hers. Your Highness, it is time for us to yield the dance floor to the others. Aaron had suddenly taken her hand and stepped up behind her, startling Regina. The people around them also began whispering in surprise. Regina quickly understood his intention. You are right. The others should have a chance to enjoy the celebration as well. Aaron courteously supported her hand. Please allow me to escort you, Your Highness. She glanced at the other two. I hope you both enjoy the rest of your time here. She and Aaron quickly departed, leaving Herman and Anita behind. Rumors immediately spread through the crowd. An imperial princess dancing with a duke's son. The gossip traveled swiftly. Regina glanced at the whispering nobles and thought, how noisy. Once I announce the annulment of my engagement, things will become even livelier. Then I will become someone entirely new. Everything will begin with the end of my engagement. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, she said to Aaron, I'm terribly sorry. I am afraid this will expose you to unpleasant rumors. I originally wanted you to continue behaving as usual, but that no longer seems possible. He quickly replied, I already knew that. I will be fine. Her hand tightened slightly on his shoulder. I am deeply grateful. I truly am sorry. As the two of them walked away, the other nobles continued watching their backs. They stared inquisitively at the pair and exchanged unkind remarks. Suddenly, Aaron turned his head, startling them into silence. Feeling guilty, they immediately averted their eyes and no longer dared to stare at the two as openly as before. Regina continued forward calmly, thinking, I am merely ending an engagement. Why should I have to endure these unpleasant stares? Aaron also began thinking to himself, the only thing that worries me is not what will happen to me, but something far more important. Suddenly, he said, Your Highness is remarkably strong. That finally caught her attention. Not quite understanding, Regina raised her face to look at him. Her action made the tips of his ears turn red. No, please pay it no mind. He thought, this is merely an engagement. Yet as the thought crossed his mind, his gaze unconsciously drifted toward her. I must do everything I can to rid myself of these feelings. When they reached the final step, Regina promptly thanked him. Thank you for escorting me. Before she could finish speaking, another servant came running toward her in a panic and cried out, Your Highness. She asked in surprise, Good heavens, what happened? The servant stammered it. It is His Highness the Prince. The moment she heard those words, her expression immediately darkened. Take me there at once. The servant hurriedly replied, Yes, Your Highness. I will escort you there immediately. Regina lifted her skirt and rushed off, but she did not forget to tell Aaron, Forgive me, but I must leave first. Aaron bowed slightly. Please go ahead. She immediately called out, Let us go. The servant hurriedly answered, Yes. The two of them ran off together. Before she even arrived, she heard her younger brother's voice. I want to drink that. Who do you think you are, telling me what I can and cannot do? His fiancée stood nearby, so anxious that tears filled her eyes. The servant was still trying to stop him. Even so, Your Highness, Rhea arrogantly shouted, Silence. Who gave you permission to speak? The sight filled her with both disappointment and anger. Regina frowned and thought, of course. I gave up everything to return and raise him properly, only to discover that he is this much of a brat. Meanwhile, Rhea was viciously kicking the servant and shouting, Why are you not answering me? How dare you ignore this prince's words? Watching him, Regina thought furiously, I am about to lose my mind. Then she called his name, Rhea. He turned and shouted, What old hag dares address a prince by his name? Regina called his name once more. Rhea. When he finally saw who had arrived, he froze and let out a nervous sound. Regina was holding a cane in her hand as she smiled at him. Today is your birthday celebration. You had better remain silent and stay quietly in one place. The corner of her mouth rose as she repeated, Old hag, I am your sister. The moment he saw Regina, he began trembling like a frightened puppy. And no, that is not what I meant. It was only because he tried to stop me. She immediately interrupted him. You have not yet undergone your coming-of-age ceremony, so of course you are not allowed to drink. Rhea retreated fearfully. Sister, everyone is watching. You do realize that, do you not? Regina smiled sinisterly as she approached him one step at a time. And who is it that caused this commotion, I wonder? Suddenly, her hand clenched and then relaxed again. When Rhea saw the motion, his face turned deathly pale. Sister, you're not going to hit me, are you? Regina raised her hand and tilted her head. What do you think? His face went pale as tears filled his eyes. I would rather you did not. With that, he turned and fled. Regina watched him disappear into the distance and thought, oh, he ran away. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look at the servants behind her, causing them to tremble in fear. She smiled and asked, Did any of you see what happened here just now? Everyone hurriedly waved their hands and shook their heads. No, we saw nothing at all. Yes, we did not see anything, Your Highness. Your Highness is truly merciful. Satisfied with the response, she smiled contentedly. I am beginning to admire myself. I must be stricter with Rhea. Only by disciplining him properly can that child grow into a better person. Her gaze sharpened as she thought, from this moment onward, it is time to take decisive action. I must keep my distance from Aaron. In that case, perhaps I should alter the surprise attack plan as well. From a distance, Regina saw Anita standing alone and wondered, where did Herman go? Why would he leave her by herself? Anita turned around and gave her a meaningful smile. Regina immediately remembered seeing that smile before, and the realization filled her with shock and fear. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted. A servant abruptly drew a sharp dagger, then charged straight at Emperor LaRue's amid the terrified screams. A familiar figure resembling Regina rushed forward. Her long purple hair swept across LaRue's vision, forcing him to steady himself. The assassin did not care who stood before him. He charged ahead and thrust his dagger at the person blocking his path. LaRue shouted in alarm, Regina. Ignoring the identity of his target, the assassin desperately drove the blade forward. His teeth were clenched, and his eyes blazed with hatred. Seeing his expression, she thought, "It seems Anita finds me quite intolerable. I may not look like it, but I am a veteran of countless battles." Regina calmly faced the sharp blade hurtling toward her without the slightest fear. She gently shifted her body aside and evaded his thrust. She quickly seized a nearby chair. The assassin was so surprised by her actions that he almost forgot whom he was supposed to kill. His expression shifted from surprise to terror. The assassin's mouth fell open and sweat poured down his face. The sound of the chair crashing into something rang out. Even the soldiers froze in astonishment. The noble women screamed in terror. Some squeezed their eyes shut, while others covered their faces, unable to watch. They were not the only ones. Even LaRouge was stunned by what had happened. The chair that had been intact moments before was now reduced to a small fragment of wood. Regina's cheeks were flushed from the exertion. The assassin had been struck on the head with the chair, and now lay convulsing on the floor, foam spilling from his mouth. Seeing him, Regina thought, "Did I hit him a little too hard?" She walked over to the sharp dagger and thought, "Carrying something this dangerous around will only cause us trouble." The terrified nobles began murmuring among themselves. "Did I see that correctly? Did Her Highness just strike someone with a chair? I heard she studied swordsmanship, but still." LaRouge trembled all over in utter astonishment. Regina paid little attention to them and casually tossed aside the small piece of wood in her hand. Whispers spread throughout the room. She clenched her fist and thought, "The opportunity has come. This is the perfect moment." Regina firmly planted her foot on the assassin's body. "There is something I wish to announce. I hope everyone present will spare a moment to listen." She spoke loudly with a gentle expression. LaRouge stared at her blankly, unable to understand what his daughter was doing. Regina promptly declared, "Your Majesty, I wish to annul my engagement." Later, in LaRouge's office, the two of them sat in silence without exchanging a word. She thought in confusion, was the shock of the assassination attempt too much for him? Or was it because I suddenly asked to annul my engagement? Either way, the capital will certainly be in chaos tomorrow. He has not been poisoned yet, but perhaps I should prepare some more antidote tea. She observed his pensive expression and thought, "I want to rest. I hope Father will simply scold me a little and then send me away." Suddenly, he broke the silence. "I simply want to know, why did you do that?" Regina hurriedly began, "If you mean the engagement," but he immediately interrupted her with a shout. "That is not what I mean." His booming voice startled her, making her shrink back. She uneasily stole a glance at him and asked then, "What do you mean? Does he suspect that I arranged the assassination attempt?" Regina said in bewilderment, "I do not understand why you are so angry. If you tell me the reason, I will apologize immediately." But he loudly called her name. "Regina, I want to know why you personally stopped the assassin." The question left her stunned. "What? He is angry because I stopped the assassin? I saved him, yet he is scolding me?" She immediately protested. What was wrong with that? "If the dagger had struck you, Your Majesty would have been in danger. Was I supposed to step aside in that situation?" Regina raised her voice in frustration. But LaRouge immediately slammed his hand down on the desk. He shouted, "No father would value his own life above the safety of his child." His furious expression caused her to shrink back. She quietly asked, "Are you angry because you are worried about me?" He sat down and rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Tell me, what father would not worry about his own daughter?" Regina awkwardly looked away. "Yes, you are right. That would only be natural. But that does not apply to Your Majesty, does it?" He raised his head slightly. "What?" She continued, "Your Majesty, you do not have a daughter." Her words made him freeze. She continued, "No matter how hard I tried, was I ever treated as your daughter? That is why I believe Your Majesty has no daughter. Am I wrong?" LaRouge looked away. "You are my daughter." She laughed. "I'm truly surprised. I think it is far too late to say such things now." LaRouge thought, "I never expected this child to change so much. I know it is already too late, but I always believed that someday I would have the chance to make amends." Regina said, "I am tired. If Your Majesty has nothing else to say, please allow me to withdraw." She stood and bowed. Her footsteps gradually faded, followed by the sound of the door closing. After walking a short distance, she noticed someone ahead of her. Regina's face immediately brightened. "Lord Aaron." He promptly asked, "Why did Your Highness do that?" She looked away in confusion. "If I had not, His Majesty might have been in danger." He continued, "You should have kept me at your side." Regina's lips curved into a curious smile. "Oh, I never expected something like that to happen." But he suddenly took her hand. Security at the celebration was far too lax. "Therefore, please do not leave my side, not even for a moment." Regina burst out laughing. From now on, I shall cling tightly to you. No matter how desperately you beg, I will never let you escape. So please do not worry. Moonlight illuminated his handsome face, making him resemble a sculpture brought to life. Aaron calmly said, "Allow me to escort you, Your Highness." Hearing that, she promptly linked her arm with his, and the two walked away together. Suddenly, she said, "What if we claim that I am still shaken by the assassination attempt and therefore need to cling even more tightly to you? What do you think?" In contrast to Regina's enthusiasm, he replied with slight embarrassment, "Your Highness is going too far." Despite his words, his gaze remained fixed on her, watching the joyful smile bloom across her face. Aaron thought, for some reason, I have a feeling matters are only going to become increasingly complicated. Elsewhere, Herman said, "I never expected us to fail. Even the engagement has been annulled. Her Highness seems to have changed. Do you know why, Anita?" He raised his head and looked up at the star-filled sky. Confused, he said, "I'm not sure either. Give me a little more time, Anita." Suddenly, Herman coughed. At the same moment, Anita abruptly turned toward him. "Time? Will more time truly be enough?" She calmly took Herman's face between her hands. The unexpected action made him freeze. No, Anita." He kept murmuring, "Ivana." She said nothing and merely stared into Herman's eyes, as though trying to hypnotize him. She spoke. "How strange. There is no one quite as special as you. I have invested a great deal of effort in you." With that, Anita gently touched his forehead with one finger. A wave of magical power seemed to envelop him. Herman's eyes became vacant and lifeless. She said, "Investigate why Her Highness has changed so drastically. Do not disappoint me. Do you understand?" Anita leaned against his chest as she spoke, idly playing with a few strands of his hair. Herman nodded like a puppet. "I will not disappoint you." "Yes, you had better not. If you disappoint me like that other person did, I will become very angry." Without hesitation, Anita turned and entered the room, leaving him standing alone on the balcony. His eyes followed her retreating figure. A moment later, he closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Herman's expression was filled with worry and contemplation. Jesse asked, "Ohan, are you serious?" Ohan merely gave a cold smirk and said, "I'm only carrying out my master's orders." Each of them had different thoughts, yet their gazes continued to meet. Ohan suddenly laughed. "Give it up, my lady." Those words made Jesse flush bright red as he shouted, "This is all your fault. Her Highness does it, His Highness the Crown Prince does it, and now even Lina calls me my lady." Jesse clutched his head and complained in embarrassment, but Ohan teased him. "You were the one who left such a strong impression on Her Highness, not me." Still blushing, Jesse denied it. It was a misunderstanding. I'm trying to explain everything clearly. Now hurry up and move aside. Show some sympathy for your poor friend." Ohan did not answer and merely looked away. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "My lady, hurry inside." The voice made Ohan's and Jesse's expressions change as cold sweat poured down their faces. It continued to echo. "My lady." Rhea suddenly came running from somewhere, trembling all over. "Quickly, stop her." Regina smiled sweetly, but her smile sent chills down everyone's spines. "Rhea, stop hiding and come back here." Terrified out of his wits, Jesse kept shaking Ohan. "Ohan, you bastard. Move, damn it." Ohan replied indifferently. "What could possibly be worse? Do you honestly think Her Highness would torture her own brother half to death? Even if you went in there, His Highness the Crown Prince would only give you a beating. To be honest, Her Highness's whip hurts far more than the Crown Prince's fists, though I've never experienced either." Jesse quickly imagined the scene, and his face turned deathly pale. If they went in now, they would face the princess's whip and the Crown Prince's fury. Rhea's screams continued. "My lady." Jesse's resolve began to waver, but then Ohan's final remark quickly tipped the scales in his mind. "Her Highness ordered me to stop you. What did you do when I tried?" Just like that, Jesse decided which side would win. Surely the princess could never bring herself to torture her own family. Rhea's furious voice rang out again. "My lady." Jesse thought, "Forgive me, Your Highness. I want to survive too, even if you'll probably kill me later anyway." An hour later, they slowly entered the training yard. Regina sat leisurely in a chair with her legs crossed, while Rhea lay sprawled on the ground like a corpse, barely breathing. Aaron walked over and said, "Your Highness, lying there drenched in sweat is not good for your health." Jesse timidly poked his head out to check on Rhea. Rhea trembled as he said, "Damn it, this is all because you were late." Aaron quickly approached Regina and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Nearby, Rhea suddenly sprang up and launched a flying kick at Jesse. Regina gently lifted her teacup. "Come here." She beckoned to him, her eyes shining. "Be careful of the sunlight. It is the leading cause of skin aging. I prepared nadi mit tea, which is excellent for the skin, so take a few packets with you." Aaron asked curiously, "For the skin?" She quickly replied, "I believe your beauty deserves to be protected like a national treasure. I've already wrapped it, so if possible, you can share some with everyone on your way back." She smiled gently. Aaron merely nodded in silence, as though pondering something. Seeing this, she asked, "What is it?" Aaron immediately asked, "Your Highness, how many people do you think will notice this gift instead of my face?" Regina replied confidently, "Do not worry. That is why I made the package look a little larger. Be careful, though. You might not be able to see the road ahead." Saima stood nearby with trembling shoulders. Both she and Lena had tears in their eyes. Saima asked Lena, "Is that truly still my princess?" Lena struggled to comfort her. "Take a deep breath. Just breathe." Regina looked toward Jesse, who had become the undeserving target of Rhea's anger, and fell silent for a moment. She asked Aaron, "Has everything been all right with his lordship since he returned?" Aaron calmly replied, "Aside from causing a minor disturbance, everything has been fine." She stood and stretched, thinking, "Come to think of it, I meant to see His Majesty today and ask him to postpone his lordship's return. But His Majesty seems to have been badly frightened yesterday and has refused to receive visitors." She then asked, "Has the Count completed his daily report?" Aaron quickly answered, "The report has been completed, but because he wishes to reinforce the border, his lordship does not appear to intend to return immediately." Regina froze in the middle of stretching. She turned around in confusion and asked why. Aaron answered evenly, "I was not given the details, but his lordship said he thought it would be more interesting that way." "I see." Her hand unconsciously brushed the small cane resting across her lap. She thought, "What a relief. I do not know the exact reason, but I should look on the bright side. Thanks to this, I no longer need to deliver bad news to His Majesty. The time I spent brewing purifying tea this morning was enough to prepare His Majesty's doses. My goal in this life is to deal with those wicked people, then leave the capital once Rhea successfully ascends the throne and live a peaceful life in a land untouched by politics." An attendant approached and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Everyone immediately turned their attention toward her. Regina quickly collected herself and thought, "These courtiers." She asked, "Why has His Majesty's personal attendant come all the way here?" The female guard replied, "His Majesty wishes to see both Your Highnesses and Lord Aaron after the swordsmanship lesson ends." Regina, Rhea, and Aaron were now following the Emperor's attendant toward the Great Hall for an audience with him. Rhea frowned and asked, "Hey, why did he summon us?" The female guard calmly replied, "I am merely conveying His Majesty's orders." Rhea cursed angrily. "Damn it, if I had known you would give me such a useless answer, I would not have asked." The female guard remained calm. "Rhea, you're being too loud." Rhea shouted, "She dares to look down on me." Regina said, "She truly does not know anything. Do you think her master, the Emperor, would explain his reasons when sending someone here?" Rhea broke into a sweat and stammered, I suppose not." Regina glanced at the female guard and thought, "When the Emperor summons me, I have no choice but to obey and no right to question him. I even have to follow the guard's instructions along the way. His Majesty's rules are impossible to defy. When I have the chance, I will abolish and revise every one of them." She suddenly fell silent before continuing her thoughts. "Why am I thinking about this? Lord Aaron is walking right behind me. Since returning to the past, I have become far more distrustful, even of myself. I always feel as though someone is behind me, ready to stab me at any moment. Although things have gradually improved, even Thelma, Lena, and John often make me feel uneasy. For some reason, Lord Aaron's footsteps sound entirely different. They're all my allies, but perhaps the reason Lord Aaron feels so special is that face." Rhea suddenly asked, "Sister, why are you making such a strange expression? What are you thinking about?" Regina blushed. "What?" Rhea pressed her. "Everything." Before he could finish, Regina struck him hard on the back, making him cry out in pain. "Ow! Sister, why did you hit me?" "I did not do anything." Regina quietly replied, "Oh, sorry, I did not mean to." Before long, the three of them arrived outside the great hall. They quickly entered and bowed. "Greetings, your majesty. It is our greatest honor to stand before you." Seeing this, LaRuse hurriedly waved for them to straighten up. He then complained, "Oh, your lesson seems to have run rather long." Ria sulkily replied, "Father, you are the one who decided how long it should last. Your word cannot be disobeyed, so how could we dare shorten the lesson on our own?" A female guard suddenly leaned over and whispered something into the ear of a curly-haired lady. As soon as the guard finished speaking, the lady breathed a sigh of relief. She then reported softly, "Your Majesty, they have arrived." LaRuse turned toward her and replied cheerfully, "Ah, is that so? Let them enter." Regina thought in surprise. He summoned other people as well? Just as the thought crossed her mind, the doors of the great hall slowly opened. Hearing the sound, she immediately turned to look. The moment she saw who it was, she angrily clenched her teeth, and her expression instantly darkened. After entering, Herman Suvai bowed and respectfully said, "I, Herman Suvai, am deeply honored to have received your Majesty's invitation." Anita immediately bowed as well. "I, Anita Vedit, am deeply honored to have received your Majesty's invitation." Regina could not help wondering, why are these two here? Seeing her somewhat menacing expression, LaRuse cleared his throat and said, "I imagine you are wondering why I summoned them as well." Regina gave a cold laugh. "Yes, your Majesty. I am extremely curious." LaRuse suddenly studied her with a probing gaze and asked, "A few days ago, an unfortunate incident occurred at the banquet. We are all aware of that, are we not?" She did not answer, instead thinking, "An unfortunate incident? Is he talking about the assassination attempt or my unilateral cancellation of the engagement? Which one is it?" After gathering her thoughts, she said solemnly, "I fail to see what those present here have to do with that banquet." LaRuse frowned. Under the laws of this empire, if a member of the imperial family's life is threatened, the number of guards protecting them must be increased to ensure their safety. Regina stared at him in shock after hearing this. "It cannot be. Is he planning to?" LaRuse continued in a raised voice. "By law, the duty of protecting members of the imperial family shall be assigned to the heirs of the two ducal houses." The thought filled Regina with horror. One of those two ducal houses is behind everything. She shuddered at the thought of accepting protection from a treacherous bastard. "Is he trying to drive me into a corner?" She asked, "Why must I do this?" The emperor answered confidently, "Because it is the law of the empire. The law demands it. That is also why an empire must always have two dukes." She was too furious to speak in thought. Why do the empire's laws favor the ducal houses so heavily? Has the law itself been my true enemy all this time? In my previous life, no matter how many painful lessons we suffered, Father never assigned a personal knight to me. Regina unconsciously glanced at Sanji and continued thinking, just imagining that talkative noblewoman appearing makes me want to scream. I did not want that night. But then she recalled the past and all the times she had been beside that person. If Ria does not do it, then there is no other choice. LaRuse announced loudly. Then, beginning today, Regina calmly objected, "I do not want this." He frowned and admonished her. "This is not something you can decide according to your personal preferences." She continued seriously, "You are wasting manpower on someone who does not need protection." In her heart, she added, "I would rather protect myself." Ria quietly asked, "Sister, are you not being a little unreasonable?" LaRuse frowned and silently watched her for a moment, calculating, "I must use this opportunity to placate Regina, but I have no other choice. For peace to continue between the imperial throne and the ducal house, Regina must marry into House Savai." Having reached his decision, LaRuse immediately emphasized in a raised voice, "Regina Amber, this is an imperial command." He then calmly ordered, "Herman Suvai will escort the princess, and Aaron Veston will escort the prince until the assassin's identity is uncovered. During this period, sword training and all other outdoor activities are prohibited." Aaron and Herman immediately answered in unison, "As you command, your majesty." The emperor suddenly called Anita Vedit. Regina thought uneasily. "Now that I think about it, if father summoned everyone merely to discuss our guards, why did he also call the count's youngest daughter?" LaRuse calmly ordered, "You said one of House Dix's secret formulas is a serum that can compel someone to reveal all their secrets. correct? I will place you in charge of the interrogation. Therefore, I order you, Anita Vedit, to formulate a truth serum. Anita smiled. As you command, Your Majesty. Regina stared in astonishment. What? Father not only assigned that traitor as my guard, but he is also allowing that witch to make this serum? The Emperor rubbed his nose, smugly thinking, I looked impressive just now. Regina could not help wondering, why does Father trust them enough to give them his absolute support? Who knows whether that which can truly make a truth serum? Perhaps she can only brew poison. A short while later, Regina's group slowly left the Great Hall and proceeded down one of the palace corridors. As she walked, she thought that which was escorted away by the imperial physician himself. I must expose the mastermind behind the assassin as quickly as possible. But the mastermind is this very traitor. How am I supposed to deal with this damn man? Fortunately, Aaron is still Rhea's knight. At the very least, they will not be able to harm Rhea. After gathering her thoughts, Regina immediately ordered Herman. I have something to discuss with Lord Aaron. Leave us. Herman calmly refused. Please forgive me, but I cannot obey. She continued coldly. His Majesty never said you had the right to interfere in my private affairs. If you understand, then leave. Herman remained silent, responding only with a meaningful smile. Regina then hurried over to Aaron and gently called, Lord Aaron. To prevent Herman from overhearing, she quickly stood on tiptoe and whispered into Aaron's ear, Please make sure Herman Suvai and Lady Anita cannot approach Rhea. And Jesse as well. No, Sir Jesse, please tell him about this too. After hearing her request, Aaron immediately replied, Yes, I understand. Seeing Rhea staring wide-eyed at her, Regina silently resolved, My beloved little brother, even if everyone calls you useless, I will always love you. Having made up her mind, Regina solemnly instructed, Take good care of him. He is my younger brother. In her heart, she added, This time, I will protect you. Regina watched as Aaron escorted Rhea away, smiling and waving goodbye. Once the two of them had completely disappeared from sight, her expression immediately returned to its cold and distant state. She asked, Must you stand behind me like that? Herman calmly replied, It may be somewhat uncomfortable, but it is necessary. She clenched her fists and suppressed her anger. Fine, I am going to the dungeon. She then fell into thought. No matter how I look at it, you do not resemble someone who has just learned that his engagement was canceled. Come to think of it, neither the Emperor nor Duke Savai has made any official announcement. Having gathered her thoughts, Regina coldly asked, Has Duke Suvai ever mentioned canceling our engagement? Herman immediately replied, At present, there has only been a unilateral declaration from Your Highness. She demanded sharply. No matter the circumstances, the Duke should have said something. Herman smiled and asked doubtfully, Is it truly necessary for him to do so? She coldly asked, What do you mean? He suddenly moved closer and explained with a smile, My engagement to Your Highness is merely an agreement between the imperial family and House Savai. No matter how much you despise this marriage, you have no other choice. She immediately pressed her lips together for several seconds, then feigned indifference. I heard you have a very close female friend who is even more beautiful than I am. He calmly asked, Ah, do you mean Anita? That child is like a younger sister to me. I did not think Your Highness would concern herself with such groundless rumors. She feigned surprise. My Lord Suvai, I never said I was talking about Lady Anita. Seeing him waver slightly, she immediately pressed her advantage. It seems the rumors circulating through the palace are not entirely baseless. No matter, I will cancel this engagement. Remember that. Herman hurriedly bowed respectfully. I hope everything proceeds according to Your Highness's wishes. Regina said nothing more and returned to her thoughts. But more important than the engagement is finding a way to make that assassin talk before Anita can act. I never want to suffer the agony of losing someone again. Meanwhile, in one of the palace's apothecary rooms, someone suddenly asked, Will this do, Lady Anita? Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Pusadai Ranshaw. Anita exclaimed, My, I thought the physician would simply escort me here and then leave. Hearing this, Pusadai scratched her head and smiled awkwardly. I was ordered to assist Lady Anita. As you know, newcomers often have difficulty finding things. Anita blushed for several seconds, then smiled shyly and softly asked, In that case, may I ask for your help? Pusadai thumped her chest confidently. Of course. Leave it to me. Pointing to a notebook, Anita said, I am looking for an herb like this one. Pusadai immediately replied, Oh, certainly. While Pusadai was distracted, Anita suddenly pointed at her forehead. Then she gave a sly smile and asked coldly, Posey de Rancha, do you have any vimini roots here? Posey answered unconsciously, yes. But that poisonous plant is classified as a level 1 controlled substance. You will need Lord Darien's permission. Anita suddenly pressed a hand against Posey's cheek and pleaded earnestly, Posey, I need them. As Posey turned to leave, she replied absent-mindedly, I'll get them for you right away. Hearing that, Anita giggled and thought, choosing someone from House Suvai was certainly wise. I never expected them to let me move around the palace so freely. Just as she thought this, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck her, making her scream in pain. She hurriedly clutched her chest with both hands as an ominous black aura continuously poured from it. Her face gradually turned pale and sweat streamed down her body. Gasping for breath, she thought, I just need to hold on a little longer, just a little longer. Seeing that something was wrong, an orange-haired girl approached and asked with concern, Excuse me, my lady, are you all right? Anita replied quietly, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Then she suddenly thought, an opportunity like this is hard to come by. I must act now. Having made up her mind, she smiled and introduced herself. Io am Anitove. And you are? The orange-haired girl replied, Yes, my name is. Before she could finish, Anita secretly cast a spell on her. Sometime later, in a dark underground chamber, seeing that the red-haired woman was still unresponsive, someone asked, How long has she been like this? Another person answered, Ever since she woke up. Did I hit her too hard? That is not the only reason. Hearing this, the woman in the blue dress demanded, Are you saying this is partly my fault? The other person did not answer. Mar walked over to the red-haired woman and grabbed her by the hair, making her cry out in pain. She then dragged the woman over to Angela. Angela turned to the guard and asked, Have you started torturing her? He answered yes. No, not yet. Herman, who was standing nearby, said, You already slapped her across the face. Besides, that Daco wooden chair is famous for being sturdy and durable. Regina asked, Is that so? As she looked at the prisoner's face, swollen like a steamed bun, Regina fell into thought. Before I returned to the past, whenever the people I trusted betrayed me, they all had the same look in their eyes. That traitoress which brainwashed every one of them. She did not merely control their minds. Her victims never even realized they were being used. I never noticed it then because their changes seemed so natural. As a result, I lost many people. This woman no longer appears to have any value. The main problem is that I do not know how to break the cursed seal placed upon her. There is no point in digging any deeper, but I should confirm it one more time. Having made up her mind, Regina approached the red-haired woman and asked coldly, What do you think of Boondhard Amber, the first ruler of House Amber? The woman said nothing. She merely glared furiously at Regina through clenched teeth. Then she let out a furious roar and struggled desperately to break free and attack her. The brown-haired man asked in alarm, Princess, what did you do? Regina replied calmly, Look, I did not do anything. She fell into thought again. I discovered by chance that everyone branded with the witch's cursed seal reacts the same way upon hearing the first ruler's name. But why? According to my investigation, neither of their families had any connection to the first ruler. Seeing that Regina appeared to be contemplating something, the brown-haired man said, His Majesty said that he would personally uncover the mastermind, so we should find a clue soon. Regina thought in frustration, Enough. I have gained nothing here. And yet Herman seems strangely indifferent toward a mastermind who could be exposed at any moment. I truly hate those lifeless eyes. Wait, lifeless eyes? I cannot be certain without looking more closely from this distance. But every victim of the witch had dull, vacant eyes. His gaze is different from when we first met. Could Herman also be a victim? I always assumed the witch acted under Herman's orders. Why did I never consider this possibility? Having reached that conclusion, Regina asked, What do you think of Boondhard Amber, the first ruler? Herman did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Regina. Her heart tightened as she waited to hear his answer. Slowly turning toward her, he replied softly, I believe His Majesty was an exceptional ruler. Regina asked suspiciously, Do you truly think so? He smiled and replied, There is no one in this empire who does not know of the first ruler's greatness. The chains restraining the red-haired woman suddenly snapped apart. Regina was still thinking, Am I simply being too suspicious? There is no point in pursuing this alone. For now, once I return. Before she could finish the thought, the woman's chains broke. The woman reached toward Regina and screamed, leaving her utterly stunned. What is happening? Seeing this, Ohan immediately shouted a warning. Your Highness! Regina gritted her teeth and quickly twisted aside. She then raised the staff in her hand and struck the woman's arm with all her strength. Despite the pain, the woman did not make a sound. She stubbornly reached out again, determined to continue her attack. Suddenly, there was a sharp slicing sound, and blood sprayed from the woman's body. Before Regina could recover from her shock, Ohan's cloak blocked Herman from her view. He asked anxiously, Your Highness, are you hurt? She ordered sternly, Remove this cloak. I need to see what happened. He immediately refused. I cannot do that. Please forgive me. A short while later, Ohan and Regina had left the prison area, but he continued holding his cloak in front of her to shield her view. She said coldly, Explain, Ohan. He immediately replied, Lord Herman slashed the female assassin. She is still alive, but stopping the bleeding. Regina cut him off coldly. You mean she will die soon, do you not? He answered quietly, Please forgive me. Although Sima stood before Regina and anxiously checked on her condition, Regina said nothing. She merely thought, how could the trail have gone cold so suddenly? Can the curse truly go this far? Or did someone deliberately silence her? Sometime later, in Regina's room, Una reported softly, Your Highness, Lady Anita requests an audience. Sima loudly protested. How can Her Highness meet anyone in her current condition? Without saying anything, Regina immediately raised a hand, signaling Sima to stop. She could not help wondering. She came to see me immediately after the incident with the assassin. What is she plotting? After considering it, Regina gripped the armrest of her chair and said calmly, How could I refuse such a sincere request from a guest who has traveled so far? Let her in. A few minutes later, Anita sat across from Regina. Neither spoke, and they silently stared at each other for a moment. Regina suddenly asked, Why did you come to see me? Taking something out, Anita replied, Your Highness, I heard that a serious incident occurred, so I brought you some calming herbs. Regina replied coldly, I appreciate the gesture. Is that the only reason you came? Anita hesitated. Actually, I heard the female assassin died. Pretending to be surprised, Regina asked, So she died on the spot? Anita asked in surprise, Yes. Then she quickly corrected herself. Oh yes, she lost too much blood. As she spoke, she instinctively looked away, trying to avoid Regina's gaze. Clutching her skirt, she continued, As you know, I was summoned here to prepare a truth serum. But since the assassin is already dead, Regina smiled faintly and finished for her. There is no longer any need for the truth serum. So, have you come to say goodbye? Anita immediately denied it. No, you seem to have misunderstood me, so I merely wanted to explain myself. If possible, I would like us to become closer. Regina fell silent and considered her words for a moment. Then she asked softly, Putting aside your desire to become closer to me, what exactly have I misunderstood about you that compelled you to do this? Anita hurriedly explained, There are countless rumors circulating, but in truth, there is nothing between Lord Herman and me. Lord Herman merely pitied me, so he treated me like a younger sister. But people always misunderstand our relationship. They only believe what they want to believe. Regina inwardly sighed. What kind of madman orders his pitiful little sister to kill people and manipulate their minds? Does she expect me to sit back and enthusiastically watch the two of them conspire to start a rebellion? Anita insisted, Therefore, the two of us truly. Regina immediately raised a hand to stop her, then calmly said, I will believe that your relationship is merely that of brother and sister. Anita breathed a sigh of relief and asked then, What about the engagement? Regina immediately answered, That is an entirely separate matter. No matter what happens, I will end the engagement. Anita stammered, But why? How could? Regina smiled faintly and thought, What a headache. Is she still pretending not to understand? It is time for me to make my move. Having made up her mind, Regina smiled and said, If you are curious, I will tell you. The truth is, I have fallen in love. Anita let out a startled gasp. Regina steeled herself. That is right. From this moment on, she enthusiastically continued. For the first time in my life, whenever I think of him, my heart pounds so wildly that I feel as though I might lose my mind. Anita's expression immediately darkened, and she cried out in alarm. Princess Regina. Regina continued, resolving herself. I must become a fool hopelessly lost in love. She feigned shyness and said, the mere sight of him makes my entire body feel light and refreshed. Meanwhile, she thought, there is nothing wrong with using Aaron for this, is there? His face always makes me happy. She sighed dreamily. Oh, my first love. Even if he does not love me, I do not mind. Terrified, Anita cried out, Princess. Regina continued her performance. He is the only one for me, and he makes my entire world shine. This must surely be destiny. Inside, however, she was screaming, that sounds unbearably corny. Good heavens! She abruptly straightened and leaned closer to Anita, then declared solemnly, I would do anything for him. Meeting him was my destiny. After saying this, she smiled gently and thought, those are the things Ohan always says whenever he thinks about Selma. Just look at her expression. I will definitely have to reward him with a beating later. Regina suddenly pressed her forehead against Anita's and asked with a smile, Anita, have you ever been in love? I pity you for being unable to see love's beauty. I hope that one day you too will experience the sweetness of love. Hearing Regina's words, Anita flinched and stood frozen in shock. Regina merely continued, smiling calmly at her. As Anita walked away, she brooded, love? Someone who carries the same blood as that man dares to speak to me about love? Of course, like father, like daughter. They are blinded by what they call love, and because of it, they will destroy everything. I should have killed him with my own hands. Then he would have known nothing but kneeling on the ground and begging God to spare his life. I had already prepared the poison, one that would allow that man to die exactly as he wished. But now that the female assassin is dead, it is useless. Love, Anita muttered to herself before declaring, that is right. I could do whatever I want. It will not be long now. Imagining Regina's pitiful expression, she smiled smugly. I wonder whether you will still dare to stand before me and speak tearfully of love when that time comes. At that thought, Anita suddenly opened her eyes wide and screamed in pain. Gasping, she wondered, why have I been seeing so many strange hallucinations lately? Could they be caused by the pain in my heart? I have only just planted 2 hounds inside the palace, and there is still much to be done. But everything will be ready soon. Therefore, I cannot risk trying to plant any more hounds. If the plan proceeds smoothly, those 2 will be enough to throw this place into chaos for a while without resorting to violence. Meanwhile, in an office, the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy and silent. The man seated behind the desk demanded loudly, how do you expect me to handle his death? Am I supposed to send a letter of refusal to the Duke of House Suvai? The man was Albert, captain of the Imperial Guard. He complained furiously. Why did that Suvai brat commit such an outrageous crime when he clearly cannot bear the consequences? Lieutenant Jason innocently asked. Perhaps he was trying to save Princess Regina? Albert shouted back. Save the princess, my foot. Fine. He should have been killed long ago. Just look at this mess. After saying this, Albert covered his face with both hands and thought in silence for a moment. Then he suddenly sprang to his feet and declared, fine, I will go see His Majesty. My patience has its limits. I apologize for resigning, but I will accept full responsibility for this matter later. With that, he immediately strode away. Seeing this, the young man could not help remarking, wow, does he truly mean that? Albert suddenly asked, what did you say? The young man immediately replied, nothing. Let's go. A short while later, in the palace's grand audience hall, whatever Albert said prompted Emperor Larousse to ask in surprise, oh, is that so? Albert immediately replied, yes, Your Majesty. For that reason, I asked to be held responsible. Emperor Larousse suddenly interrupted him. No, I understand. There is no need to discuss it further. Albert asked in astonishment. What? Emperor Larousse calmly replied. The assassin is dead, so there is nothing else we can do. I want you to investigate how the assassin managed to infiltrate the banquet. Hearing this, Albert's face stiffened in shock. Seeing this, Jason hurriedly leaned close and whispered, I will get you out of this one. He then quickly escorted Albert out of the audience hall. As they walked away, Albert shouted, I'm going back in there. The young man asked curiously, what are you planning to do? Albert immediately struck what he considered an impressive pose, then answered, would anyone in the palace still trust a failed captain of the guard like me? I will use that as my excuse. Jason looked doubtful. Everyone is occupied with that other matter, so nobody is paying any attention to you. Albert cried out in shock. What? The young man calmly continued. He suddenly remembered Princess Regina's declaration during the banquet and exclaimed as her words echoed in his mind. I will end my engagement. He then asked, do you mean that matter? I heard the Duke does not love Her Highness, so he has been having an affair with another woman. Jason added, many people are talking about it. Albert lamented, what a shame. If I ever discovered that my fiancée was having an affair, the marriage would be over. I would tear the house apart or deal with that Suvai bastard myself. Jason asked blankly, is that why you are retiring? Slightly displeased, Albert replied, you know too much. Jason quickly put an arm around his shoulders and whispered, come on, stop making a scene and get back to work, Captain. Meanwhile, in Regina's room, she suddenly asked, how are the rumors about me progressing? Lena broke into a sweat and stammered. Well, yes, about that. Sima hurriedly covered Lena's mouth with her hand, signaling her not to speak. As Regina drank her tea, she thought smugly, not only did I throw a chair at my younger brother's birthday banquet, but I also announced that I was ending my engagement. That means malicious rumors about me must be spreading, right? Elsewhere, Lord Albert suddenly said with tears in his eyes, no. The princess is quite a catch, too. Regina breathed a sigh of relief and thought, this is only the first step, so it is nothing significant. I merely need to become increasingly wicked in everyone's eyes. After thinking for a moment, Regina suddenly remembered something and hurriedly asked Lena, why are you not saying anything? Sima immediately crossed both arms, signaling Lena not to answer. This made Lena panic slightly, and she stammered, well, there still haven't been any major rumors, Your Highness. Hearing this, Sima finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regina suppressed a smile and thought, what we've done should be enough to spark a few rumors. Still, we need to try a little harder. She suddenly glanced toward the door and continued thinking, I must get rid of that Herman first so poor Ohan can come work at Sima's side. I feel sorry for Ohan too, but I don't want to see that face either. Perhaps I should be a little more patient. After thinking it over, Regina asked Sima, how is the investigation going? Sima replied, it appears they still haven't found anything. Regina fell into thought. So they still haven't found anything. A maid beaten by that witch. She then asked, what about the Emperor? Has he said anything about my announcement? Sima lowered her head and answered quietly, yes, Your Highness. Regina eagerly asked, if I ran over to Duke Suvai and threw a chair at his face, would they demand that this engagement be cancelled? Sima replied coldly, if Your Highness wishes to see me bite my tongue and kill myself, please feel free to give the order. Cold sweat broke out over Regina as she asked quietly, Sima, haven't you been a little tense lately? Sima answered coldly, I'm doing my best to endure it because I cannot allow Your Highness to see me lose my composure. Regina gently consoled her. Sima, I care deeply about you. Could you inform His Majesty on my behalf that I wish to see him? Sima asked in confusion, may I ask why, Your Highness? Regina casually replied, I was wondering whether His Majesty could catch a chair if I threw one at him. Sima cried out in alarm, Your Highness. Regina calmly took a sip of tea and said, I'm joking. Just as she was wondering what the Emperor might be thinking, there was a sudden knock at the door, and someone announced, His Majesty has sent a messenger. Regina immediately replied, come in. A maid with her hair tied into 2 buns entered and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. When the maid said nothing further, Regina asked, do you have a message for me? Her expression darkened as she thought, could the Emperor be my true enemy? Before long, she was dining with Emperor LaRuse and Rhea. She glanced around at the others and thought, if it's only dinner, I can endure it. As long as Herman is beside me, I can bear it. But why is Anita here, too? While everyone was still eating, Rhea suddenly set down his knife and fork and said irritably, I feel as though I'm about to get indigestion. If you have something to say, could you please tell us quickly? Regina pretended to be hurt. Rhea, honestly. Then she added inwardly, what an adorable little devil. Emperor LaRuse frowned and reprimanded him coldly. Rhea, mind your table manners. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, Regina calmly said, Father, if you have something to say, just say it. Even second sister has resorted to mixing those leaves together to keep herself occupied. A woman's voice, presumably that of the second sister Regina had mentioned, replied, that is called a salad, Regina. Still, I agree with you. As she spoke, she glanced toward Herman. Anita, and Aaron. Every one of them remained silent. Emperor LaRuse spoke solemnly. We have decided to suspend the investigation into that assassin. Resting her chin on her hand, Regina said, in other words, we've completely lost the trail. It was foolish to expect a dead man to provide us with a clue by chance, especially when we couldn't find even the slightest trace. She fell into thought. I never expected anything from the investigation in the first place, so it doesn't matter. The problem is that the mastermind is right here. Emperor LaRuse gently closed his eyes and continued. The investigation may end here, but we must be even more cautious from now on. Rhea suddenly complained loudly. What a waste of time. You could have simply had a servant relay this to us. Emperor LaRuse loudly reprimanded Rhea. Rhea answered loudly. There's no need to make such a fuss. Father, you don't have to shout. I can hear you. Emperor LaRuse sighed helplessly. You truly are. Regina scoffed and thought. You reap what you sow. Your Majesty. When his normally gentle elder sister suddenly turned and smiled sweetly at him, Rhea shuddered. Cold sweat poured down his face as he lamented inwardly. I'm finished. He instinctively imagined her lifting a chair to throw at him and roared, Speak properly. Regina abruptly rose to her feet, but her gentle smile did not disappear. Instead, it grew even brighter. Rhea sensed that bloodshed was about to erupt, but instead of lifting a chair and throwing it at him as he had imagined, Regina proposed, in that case, Sir Aaron and Sir Herman's escort assignment ends here. Rhea breathed a sigh of relief, as though a great burden had been lifted from him. Aaron answered coldly, yes. Regina gently closed her eyes, then calmly asked, in that case, shouldn't Lady Anita leave the imperial palace as well? Anita suddenly raised her hand, then said bashfully, well, I have something I would like to say about that. Emperor LaRuse turned his attention to Anita. She continued, if your Majesty permits it, I hope to remain in the imperial palace and exchange knowledge about medicinal herbs with the imperial physicians. It would be a great honor, your Majesty. Emperor LaRuse asked sternly, have you discussed this with Doreen? Anita immediately replied, yes. He said he would abide by your Majesty's decision. As Regina looked at Anita, she could not help thinking contemptuously, she easily uses her charm to make everyone lower their guard, but I won't be fooled. Regina smiled and asked, Lady Anita, wasn't that simply Sir Doreen's tactful way of refusing you? Otherwise, he would have proposed the matter to His Majesty himself long ago. At those words, Anita's expression immediately darkened, and she exclaimed in astonishment, What? Regina turned to Emperor LaRuse and asked curiously, Your Majesty, don't you think so too? He replied, That certainly sounds like something he would do. Hearing that, Anita could only press her lips together, unable to say a word. Regina quickly turned to Anita and thought, This is a solemn place. Mysterious figures and traitors cannot be allowed to remain here. Anita opened her mouth to say, but yet Regina immediately turned to Emperor LaRuse and asked, By the way, Your Majesty, this wasn't the main reason for today's gathering, was it? Emperor LaRuse raised his wineglass to drink and replied sternly, Although the escort assignment has ended, you must still meet Sir Herman at least 3 times a week. Regina asked indignantly, Why? He quickly wiped his mouth with a napkin and calmly explained, Think about it. We have only just arranged your engagement, and the two of you haven't even had a single proper meeting. Therefore, Regina thought furiously, I always believed that if I expected nothing, I could never be disappointed. With that thought, she loudly interrupted him. I refuse. I already told you that I refuse this marriage. As she spoke, she continued thinking, but it seems I was wrong. Emperor LaRuse calmly explained, According to the rumors, the relationship between House Ved's only daughter and Herman Suvai is nothing more than a close sibling-like bond. She clicked her tongue and retorted loudly, I'm choosing to end this engagement because I never wanted it, not because of those rumors. Baffled, he asked, Then what is your reason? She explained seriously, I never wanted this marriage from the beginning. I merely went along with your wishes. He replied coldly, My decision has not changed. She raised her voice, But mine has. I refuse. He ordered indifferently, You will marry young Lord Suvai. She asked angrily why. He calmly explained, Because it is necessary. Unable to contain her fury, she slammed the table, then demanded loudly, If a marriage alliance with House Suvai is so important, why don't you marry into it yourself? Go tell Duke Suvai to adopt an eldest daughter. There would be no harm in making that eldest daughter the empress, would there? Emperor LaRuse shouted furiously. Regina, she demanded resentfully, does deciding my marriage without my consent bring you that much joy? Why do you become so angry when I oppose you? He covered his face with one hand and pleaded quietly, Regina, I beg you. She stared at him in surprise for a moment, gritting her teeth before answering in a softer voice, I still won't change my mind. Beg me. I don't think those words should come from someone who has ignored every request I've ever made. Sir Aaron immediately replied, yes. She then called out, Rhea, come here. Rhea blushed and let out an embarrassed breath before quickly taking her hand. As they left hand in hand, Regina said coldly, in that case, please excuse us. I'm afraid we must take our leave first. A short while later, Regina and Rhea walked ahead while Aaron followed behind. Regina suddenly told Rhea, if it isn't someone you want, just refuse. Rhea asked in confusion, refuse what? Regina calmly replied, your engagement. It will happen soon. After hearing Regina's words, Rhea stared at her for a moment, then suddenly tightened his grip on her hand, lowered his head, and whispered, I'll be fine. Regina asked doubtfully, are you sure? Rhea replied, yes. Regina sighed softly. That's a relief. Watching the two siblings walk hand in hand and hearing their conversation, Aaron fell into thought. Later, Regina leisurely enjoyed afternoon tea with her closest attendants. She suddenly stretched and sighed in relief. It has been so long since I could relax like this. After saying that, she reflected, over the past few days, as the Imperial Princess Regent, I have managed the palace accounts while making thorough use of those precious swordsmanship lessons. Wonderful. However, there's still one thing to worry about. The rumors about me haven't spread far enough. Everything would be perfect if Herman would stop coming to see me 3 times a week. Of course, I've never allowed him to meet me, but driving away the Emperor's guards every time is such a nuisance. I wonder when they'll finally give up. Well, never mind. It's time for me to act. The bait has been laid little by little, and now it's time to prepare the net. Having made up her mind, Regina told Sima, I want to write a letter. Sima calmly replied, as you wish, Your Highness. Regina asked in surprise, aren't you going to ask whom I'm writing to? Sima complained, Sir Aaron, always Sir Aaron. Seeing that Sima appeared unhappy, Regina asked, why do you look so angry? Sima loudly ordered Lena, prepare the ink. Regina was slightly surprised and thought, even though she's this angry, she still prepares everything I ask for. Not that one. Use the one we bought a few days ago, the one with the red bow. Isn't it adorable? Regina then rose and asked coaxingly, Sima, are you angry because I insist on canceling the engagement? That isn't it, is it? Sima hurriedly shook her head. I don't want your highness to be troubled by such matters. But regardless of how dazzling Sir Aaron may be, why does it have to be you? Regina softly called Sima. Sima asked loudly, why must your highness be the one to trouble him? Ohan, who was standing nearby, burst out laughing. Sima frowned and turned to glare at him. Regina, meanwhile, found Sima adorable and thought, this story will only be convincing if I truly love Sir Aaron. Besides, I'm the one who requested this. Yet Sima still insists on objecting. But think about it. What would happen if the two of us switched roles? Would Sir Aaron passionately confess his love to me? Would he wear that expression and say, Regina, this is my heartfelt confession of love to your highness? She shuddered and continued, Sima, I would still like to remain alive. To be honest, until now, I have only dared to look at the lower half of Sir Aaron's face. I only recently became brave enough to look that high. Sir Aaron loves me, yet I can't even look him directly in the eyes. She called Sima. Sima replied, yes, your highness. Regina continued, just as I thought. My heart can't endure even imagining it. My main goal is to make Rhea the heir, while I enjoy myself to my heart's content until the day I die. Even if I marry someone else, everyone will still believe that Sir Aaron was my first love, won't they? Sima replied. They'll say your highness lowered her standards. Regina laughed. My younger brother is a useless fool, and I'm a madwoman who waves a club in that useless fool's face. Who would dare say such things in front of me? Hearing this, Sima thought furiously, that damned club again? That thing should never have been allowed to exist. Lena handed Regina the paper and pen, then asked, what are your highness and Sir Aaron planning to cause this time? Regina said, goodness, Sima, I haven't even done anything yet. Sweating, Sima replied, judging by my instincts, I believe your highness has already caused countless problems. Regina continued, That is merely your imagination. Only now am I truly making my move. Shouldn't I first let everyone know that Sir Aaron is the man I love? Wouldn't that make this story believable? If you don't believe me, then believe in Aaron's face. Saima, that face holds limitless possibilities. Saima asked, but will His Majesty simply stand by and allow your highness to meet Sir Aaron instead of Sir Herman? Regina stopped writing, looked up, and said, what are you worried about? Don't we have Rhea? Saima asked in confusion. What difference does having the prince make? Regina said, I've been thinking about this for a long time. Even the palace dogs aren't free to bark as they please. So where did Rhea learn all those vulgar expressions? He clearly sneaked out of the imperial palace through the dog hole to go and play. Regina thought, after Rhea became foolish, that Brat was caught crawling through that dog hole to steal imperial property. I truly thought my blood pressure would kill me. Fortunately, I survived, though I was bedridden for 2 or 3 days. Saima's face turned pale as she asked, is your highness saying that you intend to use that dog hole to meet Sir Aaron? Regina smiled. It will be fine. No dogs actually go in or out through that hole. Besides, aren't dogs adorable? Saima cried. That isn't what I'm asking. She ran over, grabbed Ohan's clothes, and pleaded, Sir Ohan, please say something to Her Highness. Lena then said, when I was young, I often used the hole to sneak outside and play too. Hearing this, Saima immediately shouted, Lena, why are you taking Her Highness's side too? Regina handed the letter to Lena and instructed her, after delivering this letter to Sir Aaron, return to the imperial palace at once and make the preparations I instructed you to make. Lena replied, yes, Your Highness, I understand. Regina then ordered Ohan, could you inform Tanjiro that I wish to see him immediately? Ohan replied, as you command, Your Highness. Saima said to Ohan, Sir, did you hear anything I said? I'm begging you. Regina smoothed her hair and smiled. In that case, I should make a few preparations too. Meanwhile, Aaron held the letter she had sent him, his head filled with questions. The letter read, to my beloved Sir Aaron Veston, adored by all, if the opportunity arose, would you care to play with fire? Regina suddenly blushed and gazed bashfully at Aaron with sparkling eyes. My heart was so overwhelmed with anticipation for this meeting that I tossed and turned all night without sleeping. Faced with her shy expression and hearing the words she had just spoken, Aaron merely stood there in stunned silence, staring at her in confusion for a moment. He could not help thinking, Your Highness, are you certain what you were looking forward to was meeting me? Weren't you actually looking forward to playing with fire? At that thought, he recalled the contents of the letter she had sent him. Seeing Aaron standing motionless and staring at her without saying a word, Regina sighed helplessly. She quickly reached out, gave him a gentle nudge, and whispered urgently, don't just stand there like a block of wood. Act as though you have no choice but to go along with this, understand? He immediately nodded. Yes, Your Highness. She abruptly turned to the left and smiled faintly, thinking, let's try that again. She then cheerfully lifted the hem of her dress and asked with a bright smile, I put a great deal of thought into choosing my outfit today. What do you think? Seeing her radiant smile and confident demeanor, Aaron closed his eyes and frowned slightly. Everyone says she has little interest in romance, so she probably has no dating experience whatsoever. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze unexpectedly fell upon the parasol in her hand. An idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and he involuntarily exclaimed, Ah! He hurriedly offered, Your Highness, please allow me to carry that for you. Before she could agree, he swiftly took it from her hand, opened it, and held it high to shade them both from the sun. Taken aback by Aaron's unexpected gesture, Regina stared at him for several seconds before smiling. Thank you. You haven't eaten anything yet, have you? I reserve a table at a restaurant, so let's go together. When she suddenly linked her arm through his, Aaron replied somewhat awkwardly, all right. Blushing, she smiled encouragingly. Just a little more effort. It may feel somewhat unnatural, but this will make the rumors spread very quickly. He hesitantly asked, You mean rumors? She nodded lightly. Yes, everyone will recognize me the moment they see these violet eyes. Just as Regina had anticipated, the sight of Aaron holding a parasol over her while she affectionately clung to his arm, had a tremendous effect on everyone who witnessed it. The moment they saw her, they thought, "It's the princess. It really is Her Highness. Is the princess on a date with a handsome young man?" Regina suddenly pointed at Aaron's face and confidently explained her plan. "We must create this rumor. After unilaterally announcing the cancellation of her engagement, the princess is enjoying a date with an extraordinarily handsome man. Once that happens, the emperor won't be able to ignore it for even a single moment. Neither will that arrogant man. That's right. I intend to turn this into something neither of them can tolerate any longer." After saying that, Regina hurriedly led Aaron to a restaurant. She even thoughtfully speared a bite of food with her fork and held it directly in front of his mouth, signaling for him to eat. After putting on an affectionate display at the restaurant, the two continued strolling through the streets. Regina happily leaned against him, determined to make their loving performance look utterly convincing, but she accidentally tripped over a stone in the road. Aaron immediately helped her to a nearby bench. He removed her shoe to inspect the injury, then gently massaged her foot to ease the pain. Neither of them knew that, in a secluded corner not far away, Ohan and Una were happily enjoying cake and ice cream while laughing and gossiping about them. "Thank you. I am merely fulfilling my duty." Regina then asked, "Shall we continue?" Once the two of them had boarded the carriage back to the imperial palace, Aaron hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped away his tears. "Your Highness, what a relief." Regina frowned slightly. "Let us enjoy this moment together." After they had sat in silence for a while, Aaron suddenly asked, "Your Highness, is it truly safe for you to go out without any guards or attendants?" Regina sighed and complained, "Una is becoming more and more like Saima. She gets more talkative every day, you know." Curious, he asked, "Then what about Lord Ohan?" At his question, Regina's expression instantly darkened, and cold sweat broke out across her face as she frantically explained, "If I brought Ohan with me." She involuntarily imagined what Saima would say to him. "Why didn't you stop the princess?" "Lord Ohan, even you have started disregarding me." Regina continued helplessly, "I was afraid Saima would start scolding him again." She then thought hopefully, "I sincerely hope those two can spend the rest of their lives together. Even so, I absolutely must keep this matter hidden from Ohan. It is time for me to make my move in earnest." "I am somewhat concerned about your reputation, Aaron," he quietly assured her. "I understand." Seeing Regina staring intently at him, he asked in surprise, "Is there something on my face?" She immediately waved her hands and explained, "Oh, well, no, it's only because you are so handsome." He nodded. "I see." Fully aware of how exceptionally attractive he was, he asked with unconcealed pride, "I suppose it cannot be helped, can it?" Regina could only stare at him before forcing an awkward laugh. She then advised him, "If you didn't have that face, people would despise you for casually saying things like that. You do realize that, don't you?" Aaron confidently replied, "I merely say what I believe to be true." Regina suddenly blushed and thought, "Goodness, no matter what happens, that face truly is incredibly handsome." After collecting herself, she said, "Dylan Castle seems farther away than I expected. All I knew was that it was an abandoned castle built for recreational purposes. Apparently, they wanted it somewhere far removed from everyday life. Many generations ago, a former emperor built Dylan Castle so that his frail daughter could recuperate there. According to the records, that is why it was constructed on the outskirts of the city." At that moment, Regina suddenly noticed something and continued, "Ah, it appears we have arrived. It is much more beautiful than I expected, isn't it?" Aaron curiously asked, "Are we going to use all that baggage here?" Regina immediately answered, "Yes. Those are all materials for making fireworks." She then repeated what Una had told her. "We agreed that if we violated the contract, we would have to pay twice the agreed amount. Even if the sky came crashing down, I was determined to bring everything here. Besides, wouldn't it be romantic for just the two of us to watch fireworks together at Dylan Castle?" After hearing her explanation, Aaron exclaimed, "So this is the playing with fire your Highness mentioned in your letter?" She replied with a radiant smile, "Oh, please. Playing with fire and setting off fireworks are completely different." He asked curiously, "Then what did you mean?" Regina gave a cold chuckle before calmly asking, "Are you curious? Today I am going to burn this castle to ashes." Aaron froze in shock and shouted, "What? You're going to engulf it in flames?" She immediately turned to face him and smiled. "I intend to dedicate this performance to the man I love, complete with a magnificent display of fireworks. So, what do you think of this kind of playing with fire?" Regina asked cheerfully, her eyes narrowing with delight. "You could say, This is my grand debut, announcing that I have become a villain in the eyes of the people." She then involuntarily recalled the past. That summer, before returning home, Ria was 14 years old. The emperor left the city alone for a summer retreat. While there, Ria caused an unprecedented catastrophe, such as suddenly burning Canyon Castle to the ground. The despair, panic, and suffering at the time. "This time, I must make the first move," Aaron quietly remarked. "It certainly seems that your debut ceremony will be held on a grand scale." Regina laughed excitedly and asked, "So you think I'm being childish too, don't you? Do you see me as a terrible princess blinded by love?" Faced with a question, Aaron did not know how to answer. He could only turn his face away and contemplate it in silence. Meanwhile, Regina also turned around and smiled deviously as she thought. "My first reason for burning Dylan Castle is entirely sound. Dylan Castle is very close to the Imperial Palace. The fire at Canyon Castle occurred far from the capital, so it took time for the people to hear about it. This time, however, the faster the rumors spread, the better. After all, this is my debut ceremony, intended to show everyone that I have become a villain. Moreover, Dylan Castle was the site of an incident even before my return to the past. Many people who visited this castle, along with villagers from the surrounding area, disappeared in large numbers. An infectious disease of unknown origin began spreading through the nearby villages, and it was discovered that everyone who contracted it had previously visited Dylan Castle. In the end, the tragic incident concluded only after the entire castle and village were burned to the ground. If it is destined to be burned because of that disease anyway, it will be better to burn it first. And my final reason, no matter how fierce the flames become, the lake surrounds the castle. Its geographical position makes any fire easy to extinguish. Perfect. After completing her calculations, Regina immediately reassured him. "Your Grace need not worry. You only need to help me prepare to burn the castle." Aaron did not answer. Instead, he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in astonishment, that amount of gunpowder. Judging by the time between the incident at the banquet and this, I can tell how meticulously she has calculated every detail. When did she begin making such a concrete plan? After considering it, he exhaled and said, "Of course I will do this with you. However, I do not know whether the rumors afterward will unfold as you intend." Regina narrowed her eyes and smiled. "The rumors will be created by those who witness the castle burning. There are many villages nearby, after all. Ah, Your Grace, could you turn around for a moment?" Somewhat startled, Aaron stared at her for several seconds before answering, "Certainly." He quickly turned his back. Hearing fabric rustling behind him, he curiously pricked up his ears. Just then, she suddenly said, "I am finished. You may turn around now. What do you think? The lower portion of this dress can be detached." Aaron asked blankly, "Is that so?" Women's clothing certainly has many unusual features. While clumsily folding the detached skirt, Regina calmly explained, "You worked very hard to play along. We must change back into our original clothes before everyone arrives. Now let us move all of these things first." The moment she finished speaking and turned around, she saw that Aaron had already gathered a large load of firewood and was carrying a barrel of gunpowder. Her cheeks flushed, and she laughed. "Thank you for helping." Much later, after arranging the firewood and gunpowder around the castle, they quickly poured oil over everything. Regina wiped the sweat from her forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "We should spread some oil in the basement as well." As Aaron poured the oil, he replied, "The flames will spread upward. About 2 barrels should be enough." A short while later, the two descended the staircase leading to the castle basement. Aaron suddenly asked, "Your Highness, have you visited this place recently?" She answered in surprise, "Here? No, I have not." Upon hearing her answer, he immediately pointed to a set of unfamiliar footprints below. Seeing them, Regina frowned and said, "This castle belongs to the imperial family, yet someone dared to enter without the slightest fear. These tracks are still fresh." Her expression suddenly turned grave. "Wait, the true cause of the illness at Dylan Castle was never discovered. What if someone deliberately spread the disease?" The epidemic occurred during the summer when Ria was 14. That is still about 3 years away. Am I being too suspicious? At that thought, she suddenly remembered everything Ria had said and done in her previous life, his death, and Anita's smile, which had seemed half innocent and half sinister. It left her utterly certain. "No, I'm not being too suspicious at all." After reaching that conclusion, Regina proposed, "I must go inside and investigate." Aaron nodded. Your Highness, allow me to go first. Please follow behind me as carefully as possible. Seeing a door ahead, he raised a finger to his lips and gently shushed her before whispering, please be careful. Do not let yourself get hurt. She immediately replied, all right. As soon as she answered, Aaron forcefully kicked the door, sending it crashing to the floor. While Regina panted anxiously, he calmly peered inside. Whatever she saw left her frozen in shock, and she exclaimed, what? What is this? Aaron immediately crouched down and touched the sticky substance on the floor. After examining it for several seconds, he said, it is animal blood. Regina asked, should I say it is fortunate that it is not human blood? He replied gravely, either way, this is not something a sane person would do. This place is covered in bloodstains. Anyone unaccustomed to seeing blood would be terrified. At that point, he suddenly remembered something and immediately turned to look at Regina. He could not help thinking in astonishment, she is far too calm. How could someone born and raised in the imperial capital possibly be so? After examining the entire scene for a moment, Regina suddenly said, Your Grace, something appears to be hidden here. There seems to be another secret chamber underneath us. Hearing this, Aaron immediately stepped forward to inspect the floor and solemnly suggested, let me try to open it. Regina quickly tossed him her sword so he could defend himself and be ready to attack at any moment. He slowly used the tip of the sword to pry open the trapdoor. Each attempt produced a loud, rumbling noise. As Aaron descended into the underground chamber, he asked, was there always a place like this beneath Dillon Castle? Regina immediately denied it. No, it does not appear on the imperial blueprints. Whoever was using this castle must have built it illegally. She could not help thinking anxiously. If the cellars where the disease originated, then what could possibly be down there? Suddenly, a noise echoed through the chamber. The two immediately turned to look at each other. Aaron then reached down and touched the thick liquid on the floor, thinking animal blood. They immediately hurried farther down, determined to discover what strange events had occurred there. Whatever Regina saw caused her to stand frozen for a moment. Aaron quickly stepped forward, bent down, and touched the animal lying before them. In a heavy voice, he surmised, this appears to be the source of the blood. Regina hurriedly asked, could that sound have been the final cry of those small animals before they died? He immediately shook his head. I do not think so. He noticed something wriggling beneath the mother wolf's belly. Reaching out, he gently felt underneath her and discovered two wolf cubs. Hearing their constant whimpering, he explained it was the cubs crying. When Regina suddenly crouched down and picked up one of them, Aaron asked, do you intend to carry them out yourself? She calmly answered, someone must take responsibility for them. She then picked up the other cub and carried them both to their mother, allowing them to gently touch noses with her. Regina softly bade the mother farewell. I am sorry. I will take good care of your children. May you go somewhere free of suffering. A short while later, the two stood before the castle gates. The two wolf cubs were sleeping peacefully in Regina's warm embrace, while she held a burning torch in her other hand. As if she had only just remembered, she suddenly said, Your Grace, you still have not answered my question. I asked whether you enjoy playing with fire. As she decisively threw the burning torch on the ground, Aaron replied, I have never done it before, so I would not know. She continued, Then what about fireworks? He answered, They are not bad. Hearing this, she turned to him and asked with a faint smile, Is that so? Then please look up at the sky. The moment she finished speaking, fireworks shot into the air one after another, exploding with deafening booms and blossoming brilliantly across the pitch-black night sky. Her eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. I'm going to burn this castle down now. Gazing up at the fireworks, she cheerfully asked, What do you think, Your Grace? Spectacular, isn't it? Aaron solemnly asked, Are you not afraid that malicious rumors about you will spread? Why is there liquid inside the bottle? Regina replied with a soft laugh, Because we need to know what was planted in this place. As soon as we return, I'll order an investigation. If it reacts to fire, there won't be a problem, because the flames will burn everything away. Then she thought, the person who burned this building down before and completely eradicated the plague must be the same person responsible this time. After hearing what she said, he suddenly froze. Then, for some inexplicable reason, his eyes widened as he stared at her for a long moment. Completely unaware of this, she smiled brightly and exclaimed, "How beautiful." She then marveled inwardly, "Wow, Dylan Castle is magnificent." But the sight of Canyon Castle engulfed in flames truly is spectacular. As expected of my little brother, he's mischievous, but he isn't stupid. While she was lost in thought, Aaron suddenly caught sight of someone nearby. He immediately turned around and shouted warily, "Who's there? Come out." A group of villagers promptly emerged and quietly explained, "It's us. We came to put out the fire." Regina sighed inwardly when she saw them. She quickly turned around and apologized. "I'm sorry for troubling all of you." Once they saw her face clearly, all the villagers cried out in astonishment, "Your Highness." They immediately dropped to their knees and bowed. Slightly surprised, she asked, "Oh, you know who I am?" The bespectacled man answered in a trembling voice, "Purple eyes are the symbol of the imperial family, and the only woman in the imperial family is Princess Regina." She said softly, "Yes, you may raise your heads. And once again, I am very sorry." The old man looked up in surprise. "What?" Regina narrowed her eyes with a smile and said, "I'm the one who started this fire." The old man froze and asked again, "What?" Pointing toward her brother, she proudly explained, "Lord Aaron helped as well. What I mean is, I wanted to show everyone the most magnificent fireworks in the Empire." She then thought, although something unexpected happened, I finally achieved today's objective. The dark-haired girl suddenly pointed at her mother and exclaimed, "Mom, the black mark on your face is gone." The mother hurriedly touched her face and asked in astonishment, "What?" The girl pointed again. "Dad is gone too." The father quickly reached out and touched his wife's face, then exclaimed in disbelief, "It really is gone." When everyone realized that the black marks on their faces had vanished, they rejoiced. "Wow, mine too. Mine is gone as well." The old man suddenly stood there, stunned. So it really was true. The source was inside the castle. Regina was somewhat surprised and thought, "The villagers recovered more quickly than I expected." The old man gazed intently at her, thinking with immense gratitude. Her Highness knew about the plague, so she burned down the castle. Just as the rumors say, she was willing to sacrifice herself to save His Majesty the Emperor, as well as that useless Prince Rhea. She truly is the angel of this empire. She even burned down an imperial castle for the sake of ignorant villagers like us. She will surely be severely reprimanded when she returns to the palace. Furthermore, she must have prepared another excuse to prevent any misunderstanding. We cannot allow strange rumors to spread about our princess. Please trust me, Your Highness." Regina said cheerfully, "By tomorrow, rumors about the fireworks will be spreading everywhere." Aaron suddenly paused and said uncertainly, "I'm not so sure about that. I hope you're right." She laughed and replied, "Don't worry. Just tell everyone it was done to stop the fire from spreading to the forest." Meanwhile, in Anita's room, she suddenly said, "Herman, could you repeat that?" He immediately repeated his report. Her Highness intended to set off fireworks, but she accidentally burned Dylan Castle to the ground. Even the basement was completely destroyed. She abruptly turned to stare at him and demanded, "Then what about the nightmare?" He answered quietly, "I apologize." She suddenly stood and slammed both hands on the table. Furiously, she demanded, "Then release the nightmare now. Can't you prepare a black wolf for me?" He quietly refused. "Preparing one within the time you have given me would be nearly impossible." Anita trembled with rage. She thought, "If only I knew that damned imperial middle name. This is absolutely infuriating. Alpha, and that sacred name as well." She abruptly dropped back in her chair and asked, "How are the preparations involving the Duke?" Herman immediately answered, "He is resisting fiercely, but he will soon be brought into the condition you desire." She quickly glanced at him and continued, "And what about the Duchess?" He replied, "There have been some difficulties with your mother." Anita suddenly rose and walked toward the window, continuing coldly, "If she has been associating with the Duchess of Veston, then she has probably been using Danila flowers for quite some time. Her Highness still hasn't met you, has she?" Herman replied, "She appears to have made up her mind." Upon hearing that, Anita quietly suggested, "In that case, go and win the princess's heart. The balance between House Veston and House Suvai is extremely important, so she will not easily decide to annul the engagement." Herman was stunned. He stared at her back for a moment, then quietly said, "I will do as you say." As she pushed open the window, she smiled faintly. In any case, Her Highness is already in trouble. Even if we have only one day, we must act quickly. For some reason, she suddenly reached outside the window and said softly to Alpha, "I'll take care of it now." As she snapped off a flowering branch, he answered yes. Hearing that, she turned toward him and smiled faintly. "I look forward to it." Rio suddenly put his teacup down on the table and complained, "Sister, did you really burn down Dillon Castle? Even I can't believe you did that." Angela suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and gently reminded him, "Be careful when putting down your teacup. Don't spill the tea." He frowned and shouted, "Good grief. Seriously, is that what matters right now?" Angela hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. She then asked, "If that doesn't matter, what does?" Regina suddenly remembered the club she had named and asked with a smile, "Did you bring tea?" Stroking her chin, she thought, Rhea brought it to Canyon Castle too. I told him to be careful, so he must be feeling rather resentful. After thinking it over, Regina said, "I know you're very upset. All your secret tunnels have been sealed, haven't they? You try to find a way out, only to discover that every passage had been blocked." Rhea's face flushed with embarrassment. "Do you know how much work I put into digging those? Because of you, I can't sneak out anymore." She suddenly closed her eyes and smiled faintly. "Don't call me Your Highness. Call me sister. Besides, if they have been sealed, wouldn't digging new ones be even more fun? It isn't as if you're trying to create another unofficial passage without His Majesty knowing." He frowned and asked, "What if they seal it again?" She calmly reached out and stroked his head. "Then you can dig another one. Next time, I'll go with you." "You've never visited the night market, have you?" He froze for a moment before answering, "I don't think so." Hearing that, she coaxed him, "The chicken skewers at the night market are delicious. If you're in a perfect score on today's history test, I'll take you there." He instinctively imagined the delicious skewers and asked with his mouth watering, "Really?" Her eyes curved into crescents as she confirmed, "Really?" Rhea snorted and said, "Then leave now." Regina paused, then asked with a smile, "Why? Are you angry again?" He suddenly stood and explained seriously, "If you want me to score 100, I need to study hard. So please leave." Upon hearing him say that, she stared at him in surprise for a moment, then smiled happily. "All right, Rhea." A short while later, in one of the palace corridors, Regina suddenly shuddered in thought. Rhea finally said the words, "I need to study hard." Can such a troublesome child really become disobedient? After collecting her thoughts, she asked, "What is Aaron's schedule today?" Saima asked in surprise, "Do you mean Lord Aaron, Your Highness?" "I heard he is at the Duke's Forge, overseeing the soldiers' promotion examinations." Regina could not help exclaiming, "He's already overseeing promotion examinations at his age? That's incredible." She instinctively recalled Aaron raising his long sword and shielding her with his body. Slightly entranced, she thought, before I returned to the past, he had already inherited that position and earned the title of Elias's finest swordsman. How gallant. It pains me to think that such a man died so young. But this time, I will protect him. Saima suddenly asked, "Your Highness, must you really go out today?" Regina immediately answered, "I intend to meet Lord Aaron." Saima complained, "It hasn't even been a full day since His Majesty confined you to the palace." Regina calmly replied, "Then I have even more reason to go. I'll return late tonight. Is there any special gift you would like, Saima?" Saima quickly covered her eyes and cried, "No, Your Highness. I only want to stand beside Lord Aaron and Ohan." That night, the Western Duke, Gisney, sat deep in thought in his room. Her Highness fell in love with Aaron at first sight, then announced the annulment of her engagement to Herman Savai. A knock suddenly came from the door, and he said, "Come in." Aaron opened the door and entered. "Did you summon me?" Gisney asked curiously, "Is Her Highness coming to see you again today?" Aaron quickly placed his gloves on the maid's tray and answered, "Yes," along with young Lord Rhea. Gisney asked in alarm, "What?" He instinctively imagined Regina wiping Rhea's mouth with a handkerchief while dotingly saying, "Oh, what a clever and adorable little troublemaker." Aaron calmly replied, "She promised to take the boy to the night market." Gisney hurried over to his chair and sighed wearily. "It seems today will be yet another day spent sighing whenever I look at you." Aaron calmly asked, "What is so strange about this?" Gisney replied, "Most people would be gasping, but all I can do when I look at you is sigh." He suddenly lowered his head and asked quietly, "Are you truly courting Her Highness Regina?" Aaron answered softly, "I don't know." Gisney leaped up in alarm and demanded, "Then why do you keep clinging to Her Highness like glue?" Aaron calmly replied, "That is simply how things are." Gisney dropped into his chair and said, drenched in sweat, "A man like you, who has no interest in women, becoming involved with none other than Her Highness Regina is far too strange. Wait, could you be helping Her Highness annul her engagement?" Aaron quickly looked away. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Gisney lowered his head in thought, then said, "For example, pretending to court Her Highness could help you avoid other arranged marriages. If you truly need a reason to remain by her side, that is the only one I can think of. But, little brother, why are you avoiding my eyes?" Aaron suddenly clenched his fists and said, "I once believed that no woman would ever be able to approach me. If rumors spread about Regina and me. Besides, it was also in order." Gisney went rigid. "After saying all that, it seems you know you're doing something wrong." Ignoring him, Aaron continued, "I'm sorry." Gisney frowned and asked, "Are you certain you have no feelings for Her Highness Regina, even though she likes you?" Aaron answered, "Yes." Gisney said, "Very well. Even without my warning, you should know your limits and handle this properly. But you must be extremely careful not to hurt Her Highness." "Aaron, what if, and this is only a possibility, Her Highness Regina tells you that she loves you? What will you do?" Early the following morning, just as Aaron descended the stairs, someone suddenly appeared. Slightly surprised, he asked, "Father, when did you arrive?" The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man was Duke Bellic Veston. As he walked, he said, "Those rumors are nothing to worry about." Aaron blushed. He answered anxiously, "I'm sorry for making you and Mother worry." The Duke asked coldly, "Have you had breakfast?" Aaron immediately replied, "I was just about to eat." The Duke grunted in acknowledgement. Gisney rubbed his eyes as he came downstairs. "Oh, Father, you're here?" A short while later, at the dining table, the Duke suddenly asked, "Where is Azan?" Aaron answered, "He left early because he had to meet the Imperial Guard." The Duke said indifferently, "Aaron, the frontier." Understanding his meaning, Aaron replied, "After my coming-of-age ceremony, I will return to Uncle Nam at the frontier." A nearby servant was stunned and thought, how can they possibly hold a conversation like that? As Aaron drank his wine, he thought, because of my contract with Her Highness, the earliest I could leave would be winter. But it should be fine if I only tell her this much. Yes, this is all I should tell Her Highness. A short while later, Regina waved and called out brightly, "I'm over here." Aaron quickly picked up the parasol and thought, she's wearing a yellow dress today. She smiled and complimented him. "You look very handsome today as well." Aaron replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness." She suddenly withdrew her hand and asked shyly, her face flushed, "We have quite a long walk today. Are you hungry?" Aaron did not answer. Instead, he suddenly recalled Gisney's question, "Are you truly courting Her Highness Regina?" He instinctively blushed and thought, Her Highness is unlike any of the people who have approached me before. Slightly flustered, he blurted out, "I like it very much. You look beautiful." Then he continued thinking, the touch of those other people. She quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped his face. "You're sweating so much." Aaron froze slightly and thought, other people's touch only gives me goosebumps and makes me uncomfortable. But Her Highness's hand is different. It feels as though a member of my own family is caring for me. She smiled and continued, "It must be difficult to dress so formally during the summer." For some reason, Aaron's entire face suddenly turned bright red. He thought not only that it even feels like a hand carefully touching a precious work of art. When a carriage passed by, Regina immediately raised her hand protectively in front of Aaron and cried, "Careful, my lord." Then she thought, instead of strolling along a street with no carriages, it would be better to let him do this. Hold the parasol for me. Simply admiring such beauty is enough to comfort me. A work of art, like him, should be used to govern a nation. That is why Aaron's beauty must be protected like a national treasure. My lord, you are part of humanity's cultural heritage. After finishing that thought, Regina suddenly blushed and asked, "My lord, did you enjoy the tea?" Aaron immediately answered, "Yes." My father and older brother were very pleased with it as well. When he mentioned Duke Bellic, someone somewhere overheard him. Slightly surprised, she asked, "The Duke has returned? When did he arrive?" He immediately confirmed, "Yes." She instinctively recalled what she knew about him and thought, a stern soldier who supports the emperor, the man known as the unbreakable wall of Elias. But in the end, he collapsed. After losing his younger brother, his son, and his wife, even he became as vulnerable as the weakest of men. When I heard that he had died after losing his mind, it felt as though I had just awakened from a terrible nightmare. The nobles loyal to the imperial family lost their pillar of support, and House Suvai seized control of the faltering empire. Rio was expected to take power soon. The hope was faint, but the outcome. Noticing that something seemed wrong with Regina, Aaron glanced at her and asked, "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" She forced a smile and replied, "No, I merely remembered something unpleasant." Then she thought anxiously. If Azin had not returned to the frontier, he would not have been killed as he was before. Aaron lowered his head, wondering about the unpleasant memory. Meanwhile, she continued thinking, House Suvai will not give up on House Vestin so easily, so I must protect him. I must preserve House Vestin's strength. Only then will they be able to fight House Suvai on equal terms. As her thoughts wandered, Regina suddenly remembered the sword Aaron had used that day. She asked, "By the way, my lord, is that sword still serving you well? I would like to buy you a new one. Since my feelings for you are unrequited, secretly buying you a gift should be acceptable, shouldn't it? Please forget everything I just said." Aaron nodded. Yes. He then looked at her for a moment and thought, if Her Highness Regina tells me that she loves me, what should I do? That will never happen. I will not fall in love with Her Highness. And in truth, Her Highness does not love me either. When she saw a carriage passing by, Regina carefully stepped aside and wondered, do I really have to go this far for a man I do not even like? Why am I trying so hard? And why did he have to catch me off guard when I least expected it? Regina then asked, "My lord, may I buy you a new set of clothes?" Aaron stared at her blankly. What? As she waited for the staff to bring tea, pastries, and catalogs, she thought excitedly, this is perfect. As expected, all the finest goods in the capital can be found here. When an attendant arrived, Regina smiled and said, "I want to buy something for the man I love. Please bring out the finest items you have." Aaron called softly, "Your Highness." Ignoring him, she continued, "Bring out everything special that can only be found here." Blushing with embarrassment, he protested, "Your Highness, I do not need any of this." The attendant suddenly widened her eyes and exclaimed, "What a divinely handsome face." Regina smiled. "Please, just accept them." A short while later, she gazed at Aaron in the outfit she had chosen. He looked so radiant that she could not help thinking dreamily, I truly am the happiest person alive. I am desperately pursuing him, so now I have to buy him everything. The attendant suddenly thrust a formal outfit into his arms and insisted, "This one too. I do not care what you say. You absolutely must try on every piece." Once the payment was settled, the two of them quickly left. The attendant called after them, "Please come again, Your Highness." Regina waved cheerfully and said, "Lord Aaron and I will continue looking around. Please load everything into the carriage first." Aaron could not help saying, "Buying this much is far too excessive." Regina waved dismissively and clicked her tongue. Those tyrants only ever cared about their lovers. They spent so much on them that they sold out their own country. Then she thought, it is only money. Just leave it to me, and the tragedy will come to an end. The country, the tyrant, his lover, and even his lover's dog all ended up dead. That thought reminded her of something. Speaking of that dog, Aaron looked surprised. "What dog?" She continued, "I brought back 2 dogs not long ago." He nodded. "Yes." She hurriedly added, "They are not ordinary dogs. They are black wolves." After saying that, she recalled when I returned after burning down the castle, they were trapped in a dog hole. Rhea brought them into my room. That was when I first took notice of the woman following them. As the 2 wolf pups trembled before them, someone said, "I heard a witch was responsible for what happened to them." So that was a lie after all. Regina frowned. Were witches not driven to extinction? Aaron immediately explained, yes. The main ingredient witches use to brew poison is the fresh blood of an adult wolf. Curious, Regina asked, "How do you know that?" Aaron awkwardly scratched his head. "My father conducted a little research into witches." Regina looked at Count Tarahan suspiciously. He frowned and replied, "Only a little? I would say he was obsessed with them." Returning from a recollection, Regina smiled and said, "These 2 little ones are siblings. Their names are Leon and Riga. Leon is the female, and Riga is the male." Aaron nodded approvingly. "Those are good names." Regina fondly recalled what she had said about the 2 wolf pups. "Leon is rather proud and refuses to shake hands, so I named her after the words 'come here.' Riga is extremely affectionate, so I named him after the words 'go away.'" Ria's expression changed before he sighed in relief. "Thank goodness you were not the one who named me." Returning to the present, Regina said to Aaron, "You noticed them too, did you not?" Aaron quickly answered, "Yes." They abruptly turned around, and Regina asked, "They are after me, are they not?" A group of masked assailants stood before them. Eren immediately drew his sword. Regina hurriedly raised the object in her hand to defend herself and frowned. "I never expected someone to target me, even here in the capital of Elias." Then she thought, Selfez, "It seems they truly are furious now. Come to think of it, this is the first time I have ever used this to strike someone." Regina then asked rather arrogantly, "How do you feel about your pupil entering a real battle for the first time?" Eren replied, "I do not like it." Regina suddenly remembered the red-haired maid she had captured earlier and thought, even before I returned to the past, no one could find a way to dispel the magic. I had to save myself and find my own way to escape the spell. That feeling of being utterly alone, of having everything taken away from me. If I do not want to return to that despair, then even under the protection of the mighty imperial family, I must protect myself with my own hands. I must become strong, healthy, and capable. With that thought, Regina exhaled sharply. She charged resolutely into battle, thinking, now is the time to forge a new path. When Eren saw Regina recklessly rush forward, he immediately shouted, "Regina!" A sudden swish rang out, and the axe fell from the hands of a man with tied-back hair. Just as Regina's weapon was about to strike his head, she pressed her advantage and stomped on his foot. A loud crash immediately followed. Regina then delivered a devastating blow directly to his chin, knocking him to the ground. After defeating him, she pointed her weapon forward and shouted, "You there!" Seeing a brown-haired man calmly charge toward her with nothing unusual in his eyes, she concluded, "So you are not under the influence of magic." With that, she immediately rushed forward and attacked him. He hurriedly blocked with his knife and asked shakily, "It seems your highness knows far more than I expected." Regina shouted, "You will die here today." As he counterattacked, he confidently called out, "Why would you say something so cruel with such a beautiful face? Do you not want to learn anything from me?" Regina was drenched in sweat. Panting heavily, she said, You were looking down on me." The moment he raised his knife, she moved first and slammed her weapon directly into his chin. Then she tightened her grip on the weapon and drove it forcefully into his body. Although no blood was drawn, the attack sent him crashing to the ground, writhing in unbearable pain. Regina calmly said, "Then I will ask, just as you wanted. Why did you do it? What was the reason? Why could you not simply let me forget everything? Why did you take everything from me? I have nearly regained it all now." Terrified, he explained, "I do not know either. My master wanted it. I was only following orders." Seeing how agitated Regina had become and fearing something terrible would happen, Eren immediately ran over and shouted, "Your Highness, stop." She attacked the man frantically and declared, "Exactly. People like you must be eliminated. I knew from the beginning that you would be useless." Eren hurried over, grabbed her hand, and shouted, "Your Highness! Regina, are you all right?" She gently lowered her weapon and answered, "I am fine. Please do not worry." Slightly angry, Eren scolded her, "You should have hidden while I fought them." Regina suddenly trembled and thought, "Oh no, Duke Eren is going to be angry with me." She began, "Your Grace, I'm still rather worked up right now." Eren shouted, "Your Highness." She softly replied, "I merely did what I was capable of doing." He immediately challenged her. Killing someone is not something you can claim to be capable of merely because you have handled a real sword a few times. She calmly answered, "That is because you know nothing about me." Eren began to sweat. What do you mean by that?" Regina coldly replied, "If they do not die, then I will. That is why I am capable of doing it. It is as simple as that." His lips parted as though he wanted to say something, but he stopped and fell silent in thought. After a moment, he said, "Promise me you will never face an enemy like that again." Regina gently reached out and stroked his cheek. "I am sorry, but I cannot promise that." She then thought, "I have never once hidden behind another person's shield, even as a member of the imperial family. On the contrary, precisely because of who I am, I must show those willing to risk their lives for me that I will stand beside them and fight. This is the imperial family's final pride." Having reached her decision, Regina solemnly said, "I am the sword at the vanguard. A member of the imperial family should not have to become a sword, but I have no other choice, Your Grace." Ohan and another guard hurried over and asked anxiously, "Your Highness, are you hurt?" Regina spoke coldly, "I have another favor to ask of you." Eren looked surprised. "What are you talking about?" She answered gravely, "You are an invaluable talent, someone both the Empire and I need. Therefore, please become even stronger." That way, my ordinary life will never be taken from me again. That evening, inside the palace interrogation chamber, Regina calmly instructed, "Do not kill them. There is still much that must be investigated." Royal Magistrate Grand adjusted his glasses and asked, "Does this concern the liquid of unknown origin that your highness brought back last time?" Regina crossed her arms and shrugged. "How was the investigation progressing? Make sure you watch their eyes carefully." Grand nodded. "If I notice any change in their eyes, I will inform your highness immediately. After all, those are your orders. Do you truly have no intention of telling me where that substance came from?" She smiled faintly. "I would also like to know. That is precisely why I need your help." He sighed and complained, "You declared this matter top secret, forcing an old man like me to work alone until every part of my body aches." She smiled encouragingly. "Oh dear, I am sorry. Please endure it a little longer." He glanced at her and thought, that calm, smiling face. She looked so much like the late Princess Syria. His Majesty left behind such a beautiful daughter. So what in the world is he doing? After thinking this, Grand suddenly muttered, "Well, it seems my grave-digging business will be thriving." Finding his behavior strange, Regina called, "Sir Grand?" He feigned a cough. "It is nothing. Ahem. You should return to your room and rest now. I know you are staying here to hide from Saima." Regina hesitated. "Well," suddenly, someone asked, "So you have been discovered?" Saima abruptly appeared with a menacing expression, making Regina uneasy. She hurriedly said, "Saima, that smile on your face is terrifying." Saima replied without the slightest smile, "I am not smiling." Regina asked softly, "Saima, are you very angry?" Saima sharply replied, "Angry? Why would I be angry? Your Highness returned after being attacked, and although I heard that you immediately went to the prison, how could I possibly dare to be angry with your Highness?" Regina shuddered and thought, "This is the first time I have ever seen Saima this furious. She truly is angry." Regina called out shakily, "Saima." Saima immediately interrupted her. "Your Highness, do you have any idea?" Seeing Saima struggling to suppress her grief and on the verge of tears, Regina hurriedly said, "I am sorry, Saima. This was my fault." Meanwhile, in Aaron's room, he found himself thinking about Regina. "I know she has a great talent for swordsmanship, but she is still an imperial princess. Even after killing someone, how could she remain so calm?" He then remembered what she had told him earlier that evening. "You are an invaluable talent, someone both the Empire and I need. Therefore, please become even stronger." He continued wondering, what did those words truly mean? Aaron was still trying to remember whether he had overlooked some deeper meaning in Regina's words, when someone suddenly knocked on his door. He quickly sat upright and greeted the visitor. Disney leisurely entered the room and said, "I heard that Princess Regina was attacked." Aaron left the bed and approached the chair where Disney was sitting. Her Highness captured one of them alive. Disney dropped heavily into the chair and sighed. Who in the world was responsible? Before he had even finished asking, he saw his younger brother sitting across from him with the same exhausted expression he himself had worn moments before. Disney thought, this brat is tied to the imperial family too, so this must have shocked him as well. He called out to his younger brother, "Aaron." Disney proudly pointed to himself. "If something is troubling you, why not tell me? Your older brother will listen." Disney's offer proved effective. Aaron immediately said, "Then, brother." Aaron's serious expression startled Disney. "Igriegagis." Aaron suddenly quoted a statement without explaining its source or context, leaving Disney even more bewildered. "You are incredibly precious and necessary to me, so please become even stronger." What does that mean? Disney stared at him. What? After pondering for a moment, he asked Aaron for more information. The interpretation may differ depending on whether the person who said it was a man or a woman. Aaron answered honestly, a woman. His reply left Disney utterly astonished. "Then you already have someone in your heart, do you not?" That was a confession, right? A woman said that to you? Does she like you? After hearing that answer, Aaron's entire understanding of the situation collapsed. A dull thud rang out. Seeing his brother's reaction, Disney could not help laughing. "She called you precious because she loves you. And because you frequently go to the battlefield, she must be worried about you and wants you to become stronger. I do not know who she is, but she is certainly admirable. She must have heard the rumors about you and Princess Regina, yet she still bravely confessed to you." At the mention of Regina's name, Aaron suddenly froze. He fell deep into thought. When he was younger, he had indeed been quite popular with women, often forcing his older brother to resolve the resulting problems. Many people had liked him, but if Aaron were compared to a precious object, then he was undoubtedly like something that had been stolen. During these past 5 years and 1 month, Her Highness was the first person to remain by his side. She had shown him an unfamiliar kind of concern he had never received from anyone else. If Her Highness was using their contractual romance as a pretext, then he had been doing things with her that he should not have done. Their relationship might hurt her, yet he had remained unaware and had treated it merely as an opportunity to drive away those troublesome women. At that moment, his heart felt as though someone had stabbed it. His face twisted, making Disney worried. Aaron quickly reassured him. It is nothing. Disney rose and advised him. Is that so? If you say it is nothing, then something is definitely wrong. You are going to reject her, are you not? Aaron looked at his brother and replied, No, I already missed the chance to answer. Disney patted Aaron's shoulder and spoke with utmost seriousness. Then reject her as soon as possible. Delaying your answer will only give her hope. At a time like this, hope is a terrible thing. Taking his brother's advice, Aaron nodded. I will make my decision soon. Meanwhile, in her bedroom, Regina was playing with Riga and Leon. If you two were not here, tonight would have been terribly dull and lonely. Una suddenly poked her head out from nowhere and proudly declared, Your Highness, I am here too. Regina muttered. I can no longer hear Una's voice. You abandoned me because you were afraid Sima would scold you. Slightly angry, Regina turned her head away and refused to acknowledge Una. Her behavior left Una in an awkward position. Your Highness, please stop being angry with me. Even though Una remained beside her, whining and pleading, Regina completely ignored her. Riga, sleep with me tonight. Leon can sleep here too. Left with no other choice, Una said, I have brought your Highness some extremely useful information. As expected, only that could attract Regina's attention. Regina glanced at Una and asked, What information? She sat upright and cleared her throat. Let me hear whether it is truly useful. Una immediately seized the opportunity and nodded repeatedly. Of course it is. She moved closer to Regina and lowered her voice. Lord Aaron's birthday is approaching. Regina tilted her head. His birthday? Did you specifically investigate it for me? No. A great many people gather for that man every year. I do not know why, but many young ladies know Lord Aaron's birthday as though it were a public holiday. Regina had not expected that. She vaguely asked Una, Then are you one of those young ladies too? After all, Una was actually the eldest daughter of Count Irma. Regina stopped giving her a hard time, turned away, and playfully fiddled with Leon's toy. She thought, Aaron's birthday. What would one normally give him? I need to prepare something far more impressive than an ordinary birthday present. She unconsciously stroked Leon faster, feeling little confidence in the gift she had prepared. Noticing her expression and movements, Una tilted her head and asked, Your Highness, are you all right? You look rather pale. Regina answered softly, Actually, I made Aaron a birthday present today, but it does not seem impressive enough for him. Confused and astonished by Regina's answer, Una exclaimed, Is it really that serious? Regina answered with complete seriousness, Yes. Like a tyrant ruining her own country to please her beloved. She had spent money as though scattering flower petals. At last, Una turned deathly pale and cried, You spent that much money in a single day? Amused by Una's expression, Regina giggled. It is not as though I'm short of money. In any case, I've already ordered every gift that money can buy. Una stared blankly and muttered, If Lady Syria finds out. Regina brought Una back to her senses. Una, did you know? Villains never think about the consequences. Splendid, is it not? Una suddenly burst into tears and shouted, What are you talking about? The next morning, Regina immediately went to see Emperor Larousse. The weary emperor raised a hand to his forehead. Princess Regina B. Alpha, rumors are spreading everywhere that you are hopelessly in love with Aaron, the second son of House Veston. Do you feel nothing about that? Regina chuckled softly, then answered with perfect composure, Even if he is uncomfortable with it, I shall use my authority to force the issue. It seems your majesty has not yet heard the rumors that we are dating. Emperor Larousse shouted, Regina. However, his eldest daughter politely interrupted him. If your majesty has finished speaking, then I shall take my leave. The emperor let out a heavy sigh. Very well. I will annul the engagement. We shall do as you wish. Are you satisfied now? Hearing this, Regina smiled with genuine delight and remained to speak with Emperor Larousse. I do not know why your majesty changed your mind, but yes. Let us proceed that way. Emperor Larousse answered calmly, I approve. But in return, you may not marry into House Vestin. Regina was somewhat surprised by this demand and asked unhappily, why? If I form a marriage alliance with House Vestin, would that not strengthen imperial authority? The emperor answered, that is precisely why it cannot happen. We must preserve the present balance between the opposition and House Vestin, which supports the imperial family. If that balance is broken, the empire itself will be shaken. Did you not say that you would fulfill your role as an imperial princess? His question stunned Regina, and she unconsciously nodded. She thought, where does his trust in Selvet come from? He knows perfectly well how many wild dogs lurk within the imperial family, yet he shows no caution whatsoever towards Selvet's suspicious actions. Knowing that Selvet will betray the imperial family, I should seize more power and make far greater preparations than I have now. She reassured Emperor LaRuse, please do not worry, Your Majesty. No matter how much I resent you, I will never do anything that harms the empire. Emperor LaRuse firmly replied, I trust you. Those 3 words alone were enough to surprise her and make her uncomfortable. Regarding the annulment, I hope Your Majesty can announce it as soon as possible. Even one day sooner would be appreciated. She rose and bowed to him. Then Imperial Princess Regina B. Alpha shall take her leave. Only after the heavy doors slammed shut did Regina murmur suspiciously, does he truly trust me? Should I kneel and express my gratitude? Come to think of it, I once knelt to thank him before, although that was a very, very long time ago. Regina squeezed her eyes shut and ground her teeth in frustration. I do not know. In any case, I must think about Aaron's birthday present first. Sima was furious about her excessive spending, for Regina had bought everything in the capital that could possibly serve as a gift. Regina suddenly asked Una for her opinion. I've been wondering whether I should rob the imperial treasury, but doing that for Lord Aaron would still be terribly discourteous, would it not? Una, who was making tea nearby, had to interrupt because the idea was utterly absurd. What does that have to do with courtesy? This time, Lady Syria truly might scold you. Regina nodded in agreement. That is why I have only told you. Una was startled by Regina's words. In that case, is there anything I can do to help your highness? Regina asked, Una, could you stand guard for me? She had expected Una to refuse, but the maid did not. Oh heavens, your highness, you must allow me to help you see this through to the end. Regina smiled in satisfaction at Una's response. Then let us think of the finest gift I can obtain without robbing the imperial treasury. While the two were still discussing it enthusiastically, Jessie appeared from nowhere and asked, the perfect gift? That is simple. Without the slightest hesitation, Jessie asked Regina directly, you are completely infatuated with Lord Aaron now, are you not? Una was busy stroking Leon and failed to react before Regina answered affirmatively. That is right. Jessie smiled cheerfully and quickly offered Regina a suggestion. Then, of course, you should make his birthday present with your own hands. Is it not romantic to give the person you love a gift filled with your feelings? Jessie acted out the role of a love-struck young man offering up his heart. Senior, this is my heart. Yet even someone as particular as Regina occasionally agreed completely with another person's idea. Her face immediately brightened. That is right. I should occasionally show him a side of me that differs from my usual self. Seeing this, Jessie remarked, I cannot tell whether that is praise or a curse. Still, I am fortunate to have been of help to your highness. Filled with joy, Regina made a firm declaration. Very well. I shall make Aaron's birthday present with my own hands. Outside the window, a black crow perched on a branch and intently watched the people inside. The table was piled high with spools of thread and all manner of tools for Regina to use in making Aaron's birthday present. Regina was taking the task very seriously. The gift I am making is a sword tassel. I wanted to give him something larger, but I must begin with something small and gradually work my way up. It symbolizes a wish for health and safety. I have made a simple tassel. The task might have been easy for others, but for Regina, it was more difficult than learning embroidery, household arts, and etiquette. Her fingers were even bleeding. This is so difficult. Embroidery itself is already hard enough. Why is completing something with my own hands such an ordeal? Una appeared and began massaging Regina's shoulders to ease her fatigue. Is it that difficult? Then please rest for a while. Regina immediately agreed. Yes, that is a good idea. Regina placed the unfinished embroidery on the table and took a short break. Una heard the embroidery frame lightly strike the tabletop. She immediately raised her head, looked at it, and exclaimed, "Oh my! It is beautiful. If it belonged to me, I would treasure it so much that I could never bring myself to use it. Regina nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, I put my utmost effort into making it. Unable to look away, Una admired the gift. Is that so? Regina looked more radiant than ever as she told Una, I have already claimed this man, so I must warn everyone else not to set their sights on him. If I cared only about practicality, I would not have made it from silk. How was the cake coming along? Una enthusiastically reported to Regina. The imperial chef said he would do his utmost, so please do not worry. Regina answered happily as she reached out to stroke Ray. Is that so? Ah, you little rascal. When she saw Ray about to lick the needle in the embroidery frame, Regina shouted, Needles are dangerous. She thought, judging by how much trouble she causes, she seems adaptable enough and will probably be fine. Still, I worry that she cannot recognize danger. Regina turned her gaze toward the other little dog by the window. And you too, Leon. Stop whining. As soon as Leon heard Regina's voice, he wagged his tail but did not even look at her. Every time he hears my voice, he starts wagging his tail. At least he does not hate me. Regina sighed and said to Una, they're littermates, so why are their personalities so different? Thinking of a young prince, Una whispered behind her. Looking exactly alike can cause plenty of trouble too. Regina then said to Una, by the way, there have been a great many crows lately. Leon barked once, startling the crow perched outside the window. Una answered, even if your highness had not mentioned it, the gardeners are already troubled by them. They are very intelligent, so they're difficult to drive away. However, Ray and Leon are always chasing birds. In any case, no crow can remain in my room for very long. Suddenly, a familiar scolding voice came from outside, startling them both. Did I not tell you to drive them away? Another voice answered, yes, my lord. Regina muttered softly, that voice. Una replied, that is Lord Yao ordering his subordinates to chase away the birds. It appears he became angry because there were so many crows. Regina turned toward Una and considered it for a moment. Well, he is not doing anything too excessive. We can overlook this much. The sound of high heels striking the floor came to a stop, and Regina immediately called to the newcomer. Sima. Resting her chin on one hand, she asked, did nothing arrive today? Sima answered, no, your highness. Regina thought, how strange. Why has no invitation arrived? Lord Aaron's birthday is only 2 weeks away. Surely it is time to send the invitations. Aaron could not possibly leave me uninvited. She said to Sima, Lord Aaron must have another purpose for doing this. Yes, I am certain he must have some intention. Not understanding, Sima asked, your highness, what do you mean? Regina answered cheerfully, I'm certain the reason he has not sent me an invitation is that he wants it to look as though I am pursuing him. Sweating profusely, Sima asked, why would he want that? Regina narrowed her eyes and smiled, so that I can appear as an uninvited guest. With a miserable expression, Sima asked, do you truly intend to attend, even without an invitation? Yes, I shall confess my feelings there. I think it will be the perfect moment. Hearing this, Sima completely broke down and cried, oh, dear God. Since Lord Aaron has taken an interest in me, I should give it everything I have, should I not? Regina ordered, Una, remember to prepare the formal gown I shall wear. Yes, your highness. Afterward, Una pushed Selma toward Ohan and said, Lord Ohan, could you take Selma for a short walk? I think she needs some fresh air. Ohan agreed with great enthusiasm. An excellent idea. You're truly thoughtful. We shall return shortly. Regina also said cheerfully, I should return to work as well. Just wait, Aaron. I shall give this everything I have. A mysterious black invitation appeared at Aaron's residence. Azan appeared from nowhere and asked, Aaron, have you still not sent it? Aaron hurriedly greeted him. Uncle Gene. His uncle frowned and asked, you look terribly hesitant, boy. That is understandable. Sending it would be troublesome, but not sending it would be just as bad. He suddenly burst out laughing. In all my years, this is the first time I've seen you agonize over a woman. Staying a little longer was clearly the right choice. The uncle treated the matter as entertainment, while his nephew wore a deep frown. Gisney appeared and immediately said, Uncle, stop teasing Aaron. Hurry and go see father. He is calling for you. Azan muttered, what a shame. It was just getting interesting. The moment Gisney added, father is angry, Azan's heart began pounding, and he panicked. What did I do wrong? I have not caused any trouble. As soon as he finished wondering aloud, he raced off to find his elder brother. leaving Gisney behind in deep thought. Did Aaron like being confessed to by that girl last time? Looking at Aaron as he held the letter uncertainly, Gisney wondered, who could possibly make Aaron hesitate this much? Aaron had indeed hesitated many times and had given the matter considerable thought. If I send the invitation, Her Highness will come. If I do not send it, Her Highness's plans will be disrupted. He sighed, utterly distressed. Aaron was so troubled that he scratched his head in frustration and nearly went mad. Regina seemed unaware of how much thought Aaron had put into inviting her. Sima was helping her arrange her hair. Your Highness would be breathtakingly beautiful, even in nothing but a long robe. If you put effort into dressing up, who could possibly rival your beauty? Una poked her head inside and said, Today is Aaron's birthday. Before she could finish, Selma irritably interrupted her. Stop saying such pointless things. Bring me that ribbon. Una anser fyrfällig. Yes. After receiving the invitation, Regina toyed with it in her hand. She recalled the moment it arrived. It was not only she who had been startled, but Sima and Una had also been utterly bewildered. What does he mean by sending the invitation only one day before the birthday celebration? Regina glanced at the gift box she had prepared for him on the table and thought, I can simply ask Aaron directly. When should I confess my feelings? I need somewhere secluded that can still attract everyone's attention. The conservatory would suit me, but it is located too far inside the estate. Come to think of it, that was where I once saw Aaron's face from so close. Those lovely memories truly lifted Regina's spirits. She nodded smugly. Then, without the slightest warning, her face turned bright red, as though she had been boiled, startling Sima behind her. Sima cried, Your Highness! Good heavens, you have a fever. Una, summon Dr. Brand at once. Regina panicked slightly when Sima grabbed her head and hurriedly reassured her. There is no need. I was only thinking about something. I am fine. Still unconvinced, Sima asked Regina again. Are you certain? Regina's face immediately brightened as if to prove it. Yes. Look, I am perfectly alert now, she thought in horror. I cannot possibly tell her that my face turned red because I was thinking about Aaron. She urged Sima to hurry with the preparations. I must look beautiful enough to bring nations to their knees today, Sima answered. That is one thing your Highness need not worry about. Before long, Regina was seated in her carriage and being escorted to the appointed destination. She did not forget to recall the original story. Ordinarily, I should be traveling with Selma, but I cannot keep clinging to her. I am not confident enough to let her witness my confession, so I had no choice but to leave her behind in the capital. She leaned out of the carriage window and called to the man riding beside it. Ohan, what did you say to Selma earlier? Ohan smiled mysteriously, as though guarding a hero's secret. Regina did not become angry. Resting her chin on one hand, she looked at him and studied his expression. It seems you will no longer need my help in the future. Ohan immediately shouted, If Lord Aaron rejects you, I shall throw down my glove and challenge him. Regina giggled and asked with sparkling eyes, What? She laughed inwardly. Judging by his heroic expression, I was wondering what he intended to do. She asked Ohan again, Do you have so little faith in Lord Aaron? Ohan tilted his head slightly and answered with a smile, Does it seem that way? I care more about your Highness than I do about Selma. Regina reassured him, There is no need to worry. What about Selma, though? Things did not look too bad at Ria's birthday celebration. Ohan sighed and told her, Please do not mention it. At the time, I had to pretend to be pitiful and try my hardest before she finally agreed. Regina's long hair fluttered in the warm breeze. She smiled at Ohan. You certainly know how to talk. You remained by my side until the final moment, my most dependable knight, Ohan. If Ohan had survived until the end, I would have believed the legend and would never have slit my own throat. I believe our reunion was made possible by that necklace. But what exactly is it? That necklace? Although she had searched through every record in the Imperial Palace, only one necklace was associated with such a legend. She turned her head and watched the scenery rushing past outside the window. First, I must annul my engagement. After the engagement is annulled, I must investigate that necklace further. The celebration was remarkably lively and crowded. As soon as the carriage stopped, Ohan quickly helped Regina out. He then promptly greeted the knight guarding the entrance. The knight took a deep breath and announced loudly, Her Highness, Princess Regina B. Alpha, has arrived. Regina stepped forward gracefully, radiant beneath everyone's respectful gazes. The handsome Ohan followed behind her. Aaron's father, Duke Balik, was the first to greet her. Greetings, Your Highness. Regina returned his greeting. It has been a long time, Duke. I heard the Duchess's condition has improved considerably. Duke Balik bowed and replied, The medicine Your Highness sent through Aaron helped greatly. Regina thought he could be surprisingly serious. She answered, I am glad to hear that. Just then, she noticed another person standing beside him and immediately fixed her gaze on that person. She quickly took the gift from Ohan and handed it to Aaron. Lord Aaron, happy birthday. Aaron seemed extremely hesitant to accept it. Thank you, Your Highness. Regina held the box out before him. This is my birthday gift to you. Aaron's hands trembled and his palms grew sweaty. Your Highness has already given me so much. Regina replied casually. That is still not enough to express how I feel about you. The bold declaration frightened him. Regina glanced around excitedly, then leaned close and whispered in Aaron's ear, Why not open it? Everyone is watching. Aaron replied awkwardly, Then please excuse my discourtesy. He slowly untied the red ribbon around the box and removed what was inside. Aaron was utterly astonished. These are two glittering gifts lay neatly inside the box, a handkerchief and a hanging ornament. Regina said shyly, I made them myself. Lord Aaron hurriedly thanked her. The onlookers behind them immediately began murmuring. Her Highness made them with her own hands. And not just one, there are two gifts. Now that Aaron has come of age, he will soon have to leave for the East. Oh my, then Princess Regina's feelings, someone reminded them. But Her Highness is still engaged to the young lord of House Savai. Oh, poor Princess Regina. His Majesty is being far too cruel. Seeing their reactions, Regina smiled triumphantly. Everything is going according to plan. This should certainly help Lord Aaron. Now no young lady will dare bother him again. She felt immensely satisfied. Regina closed her fan and said to Aaron, Once again, happy birthday. He bowed to her. Thank you, Your Highness. Her task complete, Regina calmly walked away and disappeared into the lively crowd. Aaron remained rooted to the spot. He stared intently at the gift, his thoughts impossible to discern. Meanwhile, Regina thought to herself, As expected, there are many young ladies here. Did they all come because of Aaron? As she passed someone, he called out, Your Highness. It was Herman, whom she had not seen in a long time. Her emotions immediately became complicated. When he took her hand and kissed it, Regina showed no pleasure. She clicked her tongue. I did not expect to see Lord Herman here. Did you come because of Aaron as well? Herman replied, Surely Your Highness is joking. Am I not allowed to attend and wish him a happy birthday? However, Your Highness, could you spare me a little of your time? He suddenly pulled her toward him. Very well. Regina frowned. She thought, Aaron is still entertaining his guests, but I cannot simply ignore Herman. She told him, I hope this will not take long. Herman glanced behind him as though searching for someone. The person he sought, Aaron, had indeed noticed him. Herman smiled and nodded to Aaron. It was a deliberately provocative greeting. Aaron merely watched in silence as Herman and Regina left together, showing no reaction. On the balcony, they could look down upon the entire estate. Regina remarked, House Veston's garden is beautiful. I hope this will be over quickly. Herman did not answer. He merely tilted his head and smiled at her with an entranced gaze. Then he abruptly said, Your Highness, no crow beats its wings at night. Regina turned to him. What? Herman continued. I heard that Your Highness recently endured a grave incident. Regina answered, News travels quickly. Herman reminded her, I am still Your Highness's fiancé. Behind Herman's back, where he could not see, Regina clenched her hand into a fist. She thought, he was the one who sent those men to attack me. How shameless. She folded her arms, regained her composure, and said, You asked for my time, but did you bring me here merely to talk? Your dance partner is waiting. Herman remained perfectly composed. Anata is unwell and is resting at the manor. Besides, there is one more thing. Regina asked, What is it? Herman's expression darkened as he bluntly asked, Why did Your Highness change? A cold wind swept past them. Regina stared blankly at Herman as he waited for her answer. Could it be? She opened her fan to hide her face and said, I do not know what you mean. Have you not already discovered something? Herman repeated his question. I want to know what changed, Your Highness. Regina smiled and closed her fan as though implying something. She replied, There can only be one answer, love. I do not know whether you believe me, but even if you do not, nothing will change. The annulment papers and ownership of the sapphire mine will serve as compensation. All that remains is to notify House Suvai. Herman continued speaking to her. Regina thought. If love is founded upon sincerity, then I suppose I must tell him. She said, I am truly sorry, my lord. I do not hate you. Inwardly, she added, I despise you so much that I want you to go to hell. But I love that person, and because of him, my entire world has changed. Can you understand these feelings? When I first experienced them, it was like being struck by lightning. I can never forget that moment. She thought, what was it Anata said back then? Just seeing his face is enough to make me happy. My entire world suddenly became radiant. Regina thought, my eyes should be slightly moist now. That will make this more convincing. She immersed herself in the performance. But I know these feelings are mine alone. Regina wondered again. A hazy memory. What was there in that hazy memory? Unexpectedly, she remembered Gear. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. I know that merely breaking off my engagement to you will not be enough to express these feelings. Even so, I will do everything I can. I will remain by his side. She turned her head, the tear on her cheek, as beautiful as flowers blooming in the darkness of night. Inwardly, she thought, I will force you to stand on my side, and then I will slit your throat. Herman tilted his head and asked coldly, Are you certain you will do that? Regina nodded. These are feelings of which I am absolutely certain. They are my sincerest emotions, regardless of what those around me may think, even if they consider me blinded by love. Anata once spoke of love as well. You may call my words arrogant or even a curse. When Anata heard such words, she merely gazed at my face. Regina thought, it is time to end this. She turned and walked past Herman. I hope I can experience such a love myself. Even if it brings me pain, I must still possess it. Regina coughed dryly and whispered in a trembling voice. You now have your answer as to why I changed my decision, do you not? She thought that was sharp of me. I struck the mark perfectly. Herman merely replied coldly, So your feelings are genuine. Regina froze for several seconds. Herman continued, I thought your highness was merely searching for an excuse to annul our engagement. Regina smiled. Perhaps it could also serve as justification for his majesty's decision. But in truth, these are merely feelings I have suppressed for a very long time, finally bursting forth. She thought, this is precisely why I hate perceptive people. Herman did not reply and merely watched her in silence. Regina asked, If you have nothing more to say, may I leave? Today is Lord Aaron's birthday. Herman suddenly spoke, stopping her in her tracks. Regina turned and saw a crow's feather drifting downward. Before I leave, I will tell your highness something in gratitude for the precious time you have given me. I hear there are many crows in the imperial palace, flying wildly about day and night. Is that not so? Regina asked, What of it? Then she saw a crow perched on Herman's hand. Regina thought, when did that black crow arrive? How strange. Its eyes look remarkably similar to Anata's. Herman abruptly told Regina, No crow beats its wings at night. Your highness, please consider what might be inside the imperial palace. He then turned and left before Regina could. Startled, she called after him, What is inside the imperial palace? As if realizing something, Regina hurried away in alarm, even rushing past Aaron. She called out, My lord, I am terribly sorry, but I believe I must leave early. Happy birthday. Please convey my regards to the Duke as well. Aaron did not have time to say anything else. He could only watch helplessly as she departed. As Aaron watched Regina's beautiful figure disappear into the distance, his face suddenly reddened. Even after reaching her carriage, Regina continued thinking about Herman's words. Herman had said, No crow beats its wings at night. The crow's eyes had looked very much like Anata's. Suddenly, someone called to her, Your highness, perhaps you should look at that. She raised her head toward the night sky. Something hovered above the imperial palace. What is that? A massive flock of black crows blanketed the sky. Cawing loudly, they plunged straight toward her. Regina screamed. Jesse shouted in alarm, Your highness, go on ahead. Then he hurriedly answered, Understood. They began fighting off the troublesome crows while Regina clenched her teeth, her expression grim. She thought furiously, the crows could not be acting like this on their own. If House Suvai is truly responsible, why did Herman warn me? Was he helping me? Or is this another trap? Outside the palace, the crows hurled themselves against the window frames and flew inside. The servants screamed in terror, Help! Seeing Regina desperately running ahead. Jesse spurred his horse after her and shouted, "Your Highness, it is dangerous. Hurry inside and take shelter." Regina thought, "I have to shake it off." She raced up one flight of stairs after another, but still could not escape. At last, a hand gently touched her shoulder. It was Messi. The moment he caught up, he said, "Your Highness, stop." Regina was furious and shouted in his face, "Move aside. That is an order." At that instant, someone appeared before her and said, "Please forgive my discourtesy, Your Highness." Regina stared in shock at the sight before her. Jesse told her, "Stop. That person is already dead." Ohan stepped forward and ordered the knights. "This is the residence of the Elias Empire's only princess. Until her safety has been secured, these doors must not be opened under any circumstances." Standing rigidly at attention, they answered in unison, "Yes, sir." Inside the room, Regina, Sima, and Una stood close together. Several pets crouched at Regina's feet, growling threateningly. Una looked ahead anxiously and asked, "Your Highness, what happened?" Sima tried to calm her. "Everything will be all right. Please do not worry, Your Highness." Yet both she and Una looked extremely tense and anxious. Regina glanced around uneasily. The crow attack and the attacker's death. She recalled the knight's report. "My lord, no crow beats its wings at night," she thought. The hope was faint, but the result, in the darkness, the cawing of crows continued to echo intermittently. The night soon passed, and dawn once again illuminated the Elias Empire. As the curtains were drawn open, warm sunlight entered the room, revealing a horrifying sight. "Una recaída infier." "Your Highness, please step back." Sima quickly covered Una's eyes from behind. Blood and crow carcasses were scattered across the balcony. Regina's expression darkened. "I must go to Ria." Sima closed the curtains and turned to her. "Your Highness, please wait until everything outside has been cleaned up." As soon as Sima finished speaking, Regina said, "Tell the soldiers exactly that. I want to confirm my younger brother's safety." Regina entered the room, and the knight guarding the door immediately bowed to her. Ria was tightly wrapped in a blanket, his eyes brimming with frightened tears. Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately raised his head. She gently sat beside the bed, stroked his beloved teddy bear, and asked, "Are you all right? Where is Jesse?" Ria immediately told her what he knew. "I do not know. Jesse told me not to go outside," and then left. Regina smiled, though her eyes remained thoughtful. Regina gently stroked the boy's head and comforted him. "Nothing can harm you inside this imperial palace. Do not be afraid. Your sister is here." Tears still filled his eyes, but he remained silent. A moment later, he suddenly sprang to his feet and shouted, "Who is afraid? You should save those words for yourself. Why do you come here to lecture me every day?" Regina immediately adopted a weak, worried expression. "Do you truly have no intention of understanding your present situation? Are you really fine even though TT is not here?" The boy trembled in fear upon hearing that. "Are you threatening me like some demon now?" Regina grabbed the paw of his teddy bear and raised it. "Threatening you?" Ria fled in terror. "Stay away from me." Rather than stopping, Regina seemed delighted. "You have become much livelier." Ria, the two maids watching them, exchanged silent smiles. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. "Princess Regina, the grounds have been completely cleared." A short while later, she changed into more formal attire and appeared before them. Ohan and Messi both bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." She immediately came to the point. "Did you learn anything before that person died?" Ohan immediately reported what he knew. "Nothing. We were deceived." Regina lightly clenched her fist. "That is right. This was not part of the plan. We were merely fortunate enough to capture that pawn. Even without this incident, my work would still have problems." While she was still angry, Jessie sighed. "If this was not the work of a witch, then what could it possibly have been?" Hearing that, Regina immediately turned around. "Lady Jessie, are you saying this was not a witch's doing?" He answered wearily, "I am not a lady. I am Jessie." He raised his head. "My father once said that a crow entering a house is a witch's messenger. That night, I saw a black crow. Come to think of it, did your highness not recently see Leon and Ray discussing witches?" Jessie answered awkwardly, "Yes. Witches are a race that vanished several centuries ago. Those who wield powers different from a mage's are known as witches. Nowadays, witches appear only in fairy tales. It is difficult to imagine that this has nothing to do with the present case. I cannot explain why, but I feel we cannot simply dismiss it." After thinking for a moment, Regina said, "His father. I want to meet Count Tarahan." Messi replied awkwardly, "I am sorry, Your Highness, but that may be difficult. He departed for an unknown destination a week ago." Count Tarahan's fondness for traveling incognito is quite famous throughout the empire. Regina could only ask helplessly, "Then when will he return?" Missy sighed dejectedly. "Well, his previous journey was rather short, so this time he probably will not return anytime soon." She replied somberly, "How unfortunate." Several days later, Regina sat calmly in her room, enjoying tea. Rumors about the flock of crows had spread everywhere. Fortunately, however, news of her broken engagement attracted even more attention. She recalled the noble women's tearful expressions. Princess Regina has finally broken off her engagement. Good heavens! Then does that mean she will be with Lord Aaron? Before I returned to this point in time, I was always overwhelmingly busy preparing for the birthday celebration. That was how things were supposed to be. She looked at the magnificent dress that had already been prepared. Regina shyly extended her hand and asked, "It has been delivered to Lord Aaron, has it not?" Saima immediately answered from behind her, "Yes, it has." "But Your Highness, are you truly all right?" Hearing that, Regina immediately turned around. "What is the matter?" Only then did Saima continue, "That gift you sent Lord Aaron. It would have been better if you had simply given him another ruby." Regina replied indifferently. Taking back a gift would betray the giver's original intentions. Saima grew even more dispirited. "But Your Highness knows that purple crystal of such exceptional purity is worth more than gold." Regina smiled cheerfully, seemingly unconcerned. "I gave it to him precisely because I knew that. Is there a problem?" The imperial family had inherited violet eyes from the first emperor. The people of Elias regarded the color violet with awe. It was the finest gift a love-struck princess could give. Regina turned around and eagerly asked, "Has the location been prepared? I must do what I was unable to do on Aaron's birthday." Saima grew even more anxious, and her voice trembled. "We have prepared everything according to your instructions. This way, you can secretly watch from the balcony without being discovered." Unlike Saima, she was eagerly anticipating what was to come. "Once my plan for tonight succeeds, I will begin preparing for the engagement." Saima had already clenched her fists as she looked at the girl, filled with anticipation for tonight. "His Majesty will allow it, won't he?" Angela answered cheerfully. "It isn't illegal to go mad over an unattainable love." The balcony door opened, and a leaf drifted into the room. As long as everything went in his favor, that was all that mattered. Before, it had only been speculation. But what if Her Highness truly did like him? He recalled what she had said to Herman. "I know that these feelings are one-sided. Even so, I will do everything I can to remain by your side." Those words, what if she had truly meant them? His heart grew so heavy that he covered his face with his hands. There could be no mistaking this feeling. Her Highness liked him. The thought made his face flush with embarrassment. But he could not return her feelings. He had already resolved to devote his entire life to defending the Empire's frontier. An exquisitely cut purple diamond rested inside an open jewelry box on the table. No matter how he rejected her, it would be difficult to remain in the capital afterward. Once the situation was resolved, he would leave immediately. It merely meant leaving the capital sooner than planned. That was right. She would surely handle it gracefully herself. He had to make certain Her Highness was not hurt too deeply. He needed to tell her clearly that he could not accept her feelings. As a maid helped Regina put on her jewelry, she asked, "Has anyone come looking for me?" The maid panicked and did not dare meet her eyes. "His Majesty is looking for you, Your Highness." Without hesitation, Regina turned away and complained, "I'm very busy preparing for the party today. If he needs something, tell him to come here himself." Everyone in the room was startled by her words. Saima cried out in shock, "Your Highness!" Regina recalled what he had said and thought angrily, "It isn't even my birthday." Saying such things only infuriated her further. LaRuse had instructed the guards that this party absolutely had to be held on a grand scale. She reviewed the guest list while eating and checked the schedule while having her makeup done. Upon hearing her words, the guard nearly fainted from fright and had to be dragged outside by Una. Regina frowned wearily. It was unfair that the birthday girl had to work harder than anyone else. His Majesty should have prepared everything himself. Her father's birthday was in winter, and she had intended to leave all the arrangements to the servants. When would that willful child ever prepare a birthday celebration for his parents? A person ought to live comfortably and happily. How relaxing. Several chimes rang out, announcing that the time had come. Laruz walked in front, while Regina followed slowly behind. He stole a glance at her appearance today. She merely responded perfunctorily before bending down to straighten Ria's tie. "Let's go in first, Ria. Your tie is crooked." Laruz instinctively touched his own tie before looking away. The guard also noticed his disappointment and cleared his throat softly. The son of the Elias Empire, Emperor Laruz Alpha. He entered with Regina and Ria following behind. The decorations glittered brilliantly, displaying unimaginable extravagance. "I clearly crossed those things off the list." Regina smiled, but she was obviously displeased. His Majesty must have added them back. Ria's attention was fixed on the pile of chocolate below. "There's chocolate." Regina suddenly grabbed his shoulders. "Ria, today is a very important day for me. If you ruin anything, I will be very angry." Her expression darkened as she threatened him. Ria trembled and avoided his elder sister's terrifying gaze. "Understand." Regina nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now we only need Father to finish his speech without causing trouble." The moment she finished speaking, Laruz declared, "I sincerely wish my beloved daughter a happy birthday. May my daughter shine forever." The nobles below were stunned to hear such a blessing from him. "Today, I invite everyone to enjoy the day on which my precious daughter was born to the fullest." Someone suddenly spoke up. "His precious daughter? Princess Regina? Since when did His Majesty cherish Princess Regina? Is he being sarcastic?" Regina heard the murmurs from where she stood and trembled with rage. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "Precious daughter? What nonsense is he spouting? Has he lost his mind?" The main topic of conversation at this party was supposed to be her confession. If Eren pretended to accept her confession, they would immediately become engaged. This was House Vestin's chance to establish its reputation as a family of rational madmen. She struggled to restrain her anger and glared menacingly at Laruz. The instant he saw her gaze, his entire body began to tremble, even his beard quivering, as though he had been unjustly wronged. He wondered hesitantly, "I prepared everything so carefully, so why is she looking at me like that?" He recalled what had happened several days earlier. "You troublesome, foolish emperor." Bran sat in his chair and said, "Didn't I warn you that you would regret playing with fire?" Laruz propped up his chin irritably. "Are you so bored that you want to gamble with your life, Bran?" Far from being afraid, Bran continued, "Think about when you last treated Regina kindly. If this continues, you'll lose a child." Regina was now glaring furiously at Laruz, though, in a sense, he had already lost her. Regina then called out, "Your Majesty." He jumped when he heard her call him. "What is it?" Her expression darkened. "Stop spouting nonsense. Speak properly and finish your speech." She stepped forward and lightly clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention. "His Majesty appears tired from his heavy workload. I hope everyone here enjoys themselves." With those words, the party began. Nobles who had not seen one another for a long time gathered to talk. Up above, Ria tilted his head as he studied Laruz's expression. At some point, Eren had approached to escort her. "Your Highness." Regina shyly gazed at the handsome face before her. "Lord Eren, you are as handsome as ever today." The two soon began dancing to the melodious music. Regina quickly noticed that he seemed preoccupied. "Is something troubling you?" He did not hide it and asked, "Can you tell?" She pointed toward Laruz, who was sitting dejectedly nearby. "You currently look like that emperor over there who has lost his ration book." Eren was slightly taken aback by her bluntness. It was far too obvious. She continued, "If nothing urgent requires your attention, could you spare me some time after this dance?" Eren nodded listlessly. "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing." Regina was so delighted that flowers seemed to bloom around her. As she gazed at his face, she thought, even his pensive expression is beautiful. "If I confess today, we will officially begin courting. It may be a little stressful, but that is part of our agreement. So please endure it for a while, Lord Eren." The two bowed to conclude their dance, and those who had not been dancing applauded them. She craned her head toward Ria, who was standing nearby. "You must be bored since Lady Greta isn't here. Would you like to dance with me?" Startled by her question, he immediately refused without thinking. "No, I hate that." Regina gave him a terrifying smile. "But look how prepared you are. I would hate to miss your sword dance at my own birthday party." He rudely shouted, I already performed a sword dance last time. I'm not doing it again. I'm going to eat chocolate. He stormed off angrily in search of chocolate. Regina then saw LaRue's hiding behind a wall, peeking out at her with pleading eyes. The moment she saw him, her expression darkened. Regina pretended not to see him and turned away. LaRue's was left stunned and at a loss. Just as she turned, however, a gentle female voice called out, "Your Highness." Anita smiled sweetly. "Congratulations on your 16th birthday. Please accept this gift." She held out a small jewelry box. Regina crossed her arms irritably and asked, "My lady, are you unfamiliar with the etiquette of Elias? Gifts should be entrusted to the servant in charge." Without showing the slightest embarrassment, Anita quickly replied, "Oh, I know. I simply wanted to give it to you personally." She glanced at the nobles whispering nearby. Faced with such an awkward situation, Regina reluctantly accepted it. "Thank you, my lady. May I open it here?" Anita immediately replied, "Of course." Regina slowly opened the jewelry box. The moment she saw what was inside, her eyes widened in astonishment. It was a heart-shaped necklace set with brilliant pink diamonds. Anita smiled, a calculating glint briefly flashing through her eyes. "I sincerely wish your highness a happy birthday. I designed this necklace myself." Holding the box, Regina looked up at her. "You made it yourself?" Anita continued in the same gentle tone, "Yes. It seems your highness has no shortage of precious gifts." That wicked traitor had given her a necklace identical to the first emperor's relic. Regina took out the necklace to examine it. Anita still wore a faint smile, but her eyes were filled with calculation. Regina returned the necklace to its box, closed the lid, and thanked her. Clearly, this was no coincidence. She smiled politely, but her words carried several layers of meaning. What an unusual design. Does it have some particular meaning or special significance? Anita gently shook her head. "No, it has no special meaning. I merely made it on a whim because I thought it looked beautiful." Regina calmly handed the box to a servant. "Take this box to my room." The servant quickly accepted it. "Yes, your highness." After the servant had moved away, Regina continued, "By the way, I don't see Duke Suvai anywhere. Has something happened?" At the mention of him, Anita's eyes curved with a fleeting hint of cunning. "Oh." Seeing that expression, Regina instinctively felt a chill. "His Grace has not been in good health. Although I'm still lacking in many ways, I'm the only representative attending this time." Anita returned to her gentle, harmless demeanor, as though the cunning expression had never appeared. Although Regina remained wary of her, she continued asking, "Come to think of it, I haven't heard any news about the Duke lately. Is that truly the case?" Anita answered immediately without giving it much thought. "The Duke's health suddenly deteriorated, so he is resting at the villa with the Duchess." Regina felt a trace of suspicion arise within her. Resting? This was different from what had happened before her return. In her previous life, the Duke and his son had attacked the imperial family together, serving as the vanguard of the rebellion. Duchess Suvai had suffered greatly from mental illness and taken her own life after Herman's coming-of-age ceremony. But now it was the Duke, not the Duchess, whose health was failing. Lost in thought, Regina stole a glance at the dangerous woman before her. Anita gently lifted her skirt and curtsied. "Once again, I sincerely wish your highness a happy birthday. Please excuse my early departure." Regina did not immediately respond, still immersed in her thoughts. What had happened to the Duke? She soon answered politely, "Very well. Have a safe journey." As Anita turned to leave, Regina looked around again. Although her thoughts were in turmoil, she could not resolve the matter immediately. For now, she could only focus on what was within her power. In the distance, Aaron had been speaking with other nobles and now noticed her unease. Aaron was truly a beauty seen only once in a century. His golden hair and fiery red eyes further accentuated his peerless features. When he saw her, he walked over. "Princess Regina." The noble ladies nearby blushed and felt their hearts race at the sight of him, looking both shy and infatuated. Regina was no exception. Flustered and embarrassed, she watched him approach. Lord Aaron. Despite her shyness, she summoned her courage, took his hand, and pulled him away. "Do you have a moment?" As she led Aaron away, she steeled herself. From this moment onward, she would confess to this breathtakingly handsome man. It was time to put her plan into action. He had clearly realized her intentions already. After pulling Aaron onto the balcony, Regina stood beside the railing and tried to calm herself. She only needed to play her part well. While she was lost in thought, he looked at her somewhat apprehensively. After a moment, Regina regained her composure and turned around. Thank you for giving me some of your time. Now we should slowly begin. Although the two were outside, several people inside were secretly listening to their conversation. She lightly pursed her lips. This was the first time in her life that she had to say such difficult words to a man. Even if they were merely lies, it was still difficult. Before Regina could speak, Aaron said, "Your Highness, forgive me, but may I speak first?" She did not care who spoke first, but she was curious. Of course. What is it? Could he want to express his sincerity first? As she wondered about it, she watched him kneel on one knee. Once he had knelt, he said, "Your Highness." He also seemed somewhat hesitant. Why did he feel so guilty only when he was before her? Until now, he had done nothing but reject her repeatedly. Was it because they had spent too much time together? Or because this girl had been too eager? If it was neither of those things. He raised his head so he could clearly see the young woman's face. She was so very lovely. Despite thinking that, he said, "Your Highness, please forgive me." Regina was stunned by his sudden apology. What? Aaron summoned his courage and finally voiced the words he had kept hidden in his heart. "I once made a promise I could not fulfill. Because I was foolish, I failed to understand your Highness's feelings." The more he spoke, the more confused Regina became. She had no idea what was happening. What? Could he believe that she truly liked him? Regina cried out in alarm. "No, my lord. Have you forgotten our agreement?" Aaron thought, "Your Highness, do you still wish to keep me by your side, even under an arrangement like this?" Unable to meet her eyes, he looked away. "Driven by my selfish ambitions, I made a decision that hurt your Highness. I'm sorry, your Highness. I cannot accept your feelings." Regina and everyone eavesdropping were stunned, bewilderment mingling with confusion. She desperately tried to explain. "No, my lord, that truly isn't it. I don't like you. I already told you that my feelings weren't sincere." Aaron nevertheless continued, "Please, your Highness." Panicked and bewildered, Regina's eyes began to redden. "Are you even listening to me?" Aaron turned his face away and resolutely said, "Your Highness, I do not like you." Regina was so alarmed that sweat began pouring from her. "No, I don't like you either. I told you I don't." She cursed inwardly, wondering whose rumors he had heard to misunderstand the situation this badly. She suddenly recalled what Gisney had unexpectedly said before. "Isn't that love for you?" Her limbs went weak as she struggled to explain. "My lord, no, that isn't true. Please believe me." He turned around decisively. "I'm sorry. Please excuse me." Like a young maiden who had rejected someone and then fled in embarrassment, he hurried away. When the eavesdroppers saw him emerge, they frantically moved aside and pretended they had merely happened to be standing there. Regina stared blankly in the direction he had fled. A voice immediately called out behind her, "Hey, did you just get rejected?" It took this long. Rhea pointed at Regina, chocolate still smeared above his lips like a tiny mustache. Humiliated, she gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. "You little menace. You have the worst possible timing." Gisney came running over, panting as he shouted Aaron's name. "Aaron!" Aaron still seemed somewhat bashful after rejecting her. "You got here quickly," Gisney shouted as though he were losing his mind. "You bastard! How can you say that so calmly right now? The rumor that you rejected Princess Regina has already spread everywhere. I told you not to hurt her, so why did you reject her in front of everyone?" Aaron replied innocently, "I didn't know so many people were watching. It's her fault for choosing somewhere with no privacy at all." As soon as he finished speaking, someone approached and scoffed at his words. Count Azin carried a great sword over his shoulder and asked excitedly, "Are you two brothers finished with your story?" Gisney said in exasperation, "My point is that now isn't the time to laugh." Azin practically ignored Gisney and stepped forward to address Aaron. "Aaron, what do you say? It has been a long time since we sparred. Shall we have a match?" Aaron agreed without the slightest hesitation. Sure. Being ignored by both of them made Gisney tremble with rage. The sharp clash of their swords rang out. "Why is this happening?" Aaron parried his opponent's sword as he replied, "Before those feelings grow any deeper, they must be extinguished. I believe that is best for Her Highness." Azin continued, "Was Her Highness truly the only one pursuing you?" Aaron stepped back to create some distance and answered, "Yes." Azin had never returned her feelings and merely asked, "Do you dislike Her Highness that much?" Aaron calmly charged forward. I do not dislike her. I simply do not feel that way about her. Their swords collided with a resounding clang. After another sharp clash, one of the swords was knocked from its wielder's hand. The sword slipped free and quickly embedded itself in the ground. Today, I, Gisney of House Vestin, apologized to Her Highness on the young master's behalf for his earlier disrespect. Gisney spoke dejectedly, as though he had expected this. So I have to clean up after him in the end. There is no other choice. He turned to Aaron. Prepare to leave the borderlands with your uncle. Consider it field training. Aaron lowered his head and walked away dispiritedly. I suppose I have no choice. Watching him leave, Azin remarked, so the young master dumped this enormous mess on his elder brother and ran away? Aaron replied calmly, I am reflecting on my actions. Azin quietly asked, no matter what happens, are you certain you will not regret this one day? I mean, rejecting a princess like that. Aaron brushed back his hair and asked in confusion, regret it? Azin said, her family, education, and character are all impeccable. You know, it is not easy to find a young woman like her. Are you truly certain you will not regret it? Aaron remembered her tearful, bewildered face and fell silent. After a moment, he tilted his head and declared firmly, I will never regret it. Did you hear? The princess was rejected by the second son of Duke Vestin. No, what sort of lunatic would reject Her Highness? A few days later, rumors that Aaron had rejected Regina spread everywhere. People whispered among themselves. He has always gotten by on that handsome face of his, so I suppose appearances do not impress him. Our poor princess. What will she do now? While the public buzzed with gossip outside, Saima and Una were inside, crying and pounding on Regina's door. Your Highness! Your Highness! Una sobbed loudly while holding a tray laden with food. You have not eaten anything for 3 days. Please open the door, Your Highness. The frantic knocking continued outside, but the room itself remained completely silent. A gloomy atmosphere hung over the vast chamber. The floor was a terrible mess, with books and dresses scattered everywhere. Regina lay beneath the blankets, sobbing in humiliation. Why did they misunderstand it like that? I never even liked him. Why will no one believe me? Though his face really is quite handsome. Even when I try to sleep, his face keeps appearing in my mind and stops me from dozing off. She thrashed about, kicked off the blankets, and shouted, I do not like him. How did this turn into me being heartbroken? How could something like this happen to me? The blanket she had kicked away fell back over her. She poked her tearful face out from beneath it. No matter how wronged and miserable I feel, I must calm down and sort everything out. After some time, Regina finally changed her clothes and opened the door. Resting her chin on one hand, she asked first, how far have the rumors spread? Una panicked at the question and stammered. Everyone is saying that Your Highness confessed your feelings to Lord Aaron and was rejected. Saima stood behind her, silently clenching her teeth. Upon hearing this, Regina's expression grew even gloomier, causing all 3 attendants to break out in cold sweat. Regina raised her head wearily. Where's Lord Aaron now? Ohan quickly replied, I heard he is hurriedly preparing to leave with the counts. Regina became even more dejected. What about Duke Savai? Ohan answered, there's been no movement from him. She continued questioning them, determined to learn everything that had happened during the 3 days she had remained shut inside. What about Rhea? Yesterday, His Highness smashed a stained glass window in the prayer room. They recalled the endless crashing of glass the previous night, accompanied by a child's excited shouting. I am a god. He also sneaked out of the castle yesterday. When he returned, his face was bright red, as though he were drunk. Well, everyone certainly enjoyed their meals. Una continued recounting Rhea's behavior. He came back completely intoxicated and is still drunk today. At least he was not carrying a knife, right? Your Highness, are you not going to ask about His Majesty? Una cautiously glanced up at Regina. Behind her, Saima frantically shook her head, signaling Una to stop talking. Regina calmly said, go on. Una answered, His Majesty is writing a letter of protest to House Vestin. Regina was already in a foul mood, and Una's words made her explode with anger. What? What nonsense are you talking about? Una continued excitedly, failing to notice that the 2 behind her had gone pale with fear. Saima, even quietly slipped away. His Majesty wrote that since Lord Aaron hurt the person involved and caused a scandal on your birthday, he must take responsibility. Regina shouted with murderous fury, Sima, go tell His Majesty to stop immediately. Does he want me to become the subject of even more humiliating rumors? She watched Una and Ohan exchange confused glances and thought, at least I now know exactly what the rumor says. I deliberately chose a place where we could easily be seen, so it would have been stranger if no rumors had spread. Still, it feels terribly unfair. At least I understand what happened. She recalled what occurred that night after Rhea came to question her. Did he dump you? Did he dump you? Clutching her dress with trembling hands, she had said, please be quiet. Now that she had also confirmed the shooting involving Rhea, she knew Aaron had acted that way to keep his promise to her. In fact, everything had unfolded as she predicted, only slightly later than expected. But what about Duke Suvai? I thought he would have tried something while I was occupied. She raised her head. Una, where is the necklace Lady Anita gave me? I instructed a servant to bring it to my room. Una tilted her head in confusion. What? No servant ever delivered such a gift, Your Highness. Regina went rigid upon hearing that. She immediately ordered, Ohan, investigate every servant and find the person who received that box. Ohan swiftly accepted the order and bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Regina bit her lower lip, her gaze filled with anxiety and irritation. Even after searching the entire library, I found no information. That necklace must be hiding an important secret. After some time, Ohan brought a maid before her. Your Highness, the person has been brought here. The maid trembled with fear as she was led before Regina. Regina sat imperiously in front of her. I believe you know why I summoned you. The maid immediately dropped to her knees and pleaded, please spare my life, Your Highness. I was merely curious about what a hostile noble family might send you. I only want to take a quick look, so I opened the box. But something like smoke rose from it, and by the time I regained consciousness, the necklace had disappeared. Regina stared disapprovingly at the woman kneeling on the floor. Something this serious happened, yet you still dared to remain in the castle. The maid sobbed. It was so difficult for me to earn a position here. Besides, Your Highness. Regina frowned. What about me? Ohan and Una simultaneously turned their faces away. I thought you had been rejected and would be too heartbroken to search through the countless gifts. I never imagined you would actually look for that particular present. The mention of her supposed rejection infuriated Regina even more, but she forced an awkward smile. She asked Ohan how those who tampered with royal possessions were punished. He promptly answered, if they are fortunate, their property is confiscated and they are sent to a labor camp. But normally, they are beheaded immediately. Upon hearing those punishments, the maid trembled violently. She rushed forward and grabbed the hem of Regina's dress, desperately pleading, I truly only wanted to look at it. Please spare my life, Your Highness. Ohan immediately pulled her away, while Una stepped forward and carefully wiped the part of Regina's dress the maid had touched. Regina said, demote her to the lowest possible rank. She will remain there until the day I decide to forgive her. Ohan bowed as he accepted the command. As you command, Your Highness. Realizing she had escaped a death sentence, the maid cried out, thank you, Your Highness. Thank you so very much. Regina quietly instructed Ohan, have someone watch her. The moment she displays even the slightest suspicious behavior, report it to me immediately. Ohan bowed. Yes, Your Highness. Regina thought, although I do not know what truly aroused your curiosity, I cannot ignore a servant who came into contact with that thing. That night, at House Veston's residence, Aaron stood in his room packing his belongings. As he packed, he muttered, this is no different from running away. A familiar voice spoke behind him. That expression certainly suits your situation. Marin has contacted you. Things over there also in chaos because of the rumors about you and Her Highness. Gisney appeared from somewhere, holding a letter. If you leave like this, when will you return? Aaron accepted the letter and answered Gisney's question. I will not return until I have fulfilled every requirement. Gisney patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry about those rumors. Aaron looked away and slowly denied it. I'm not worried about the rumors. I simply feel guilty toward Her Highness. Gisney reminded his younger brother, make sure you visit Mother along the way. Aaron replied, I will. After giving his final instructions, Gisney left. Very well. Get plenty of rest before you depart. The door opened and closed. Outside, the sky had turned a brilliant, warm shade of sunset. Aaron stood on the balcony, gazing into the distance. He suddenly remembered her bewildered face on the verge of tears. I will never regret it. Whenever he recalled what he had done and the words he had spoken, his heart ached uncontrollably. His reddened eyes were filled with conflicted emotions. A gentle breeze swept past. Aaron placed a hand over his chest and thought, "Your Highness." A few days later, Regina's mood had improved considerably. As expected, when your thoughts are in turmoil, taking action is the best cure. Regina excitedly placed a small cane on the table. Sima sighed dejectedly. You must never say that in front of Prince Rhea. She recalled the terrifying scene from earlier. Rhea had struggled to open the door, screaming in terror. Open it! Open the door! Regina had stood behind him and quietly said, Rhea, do not run. Come here. The servants outside had gone pale with fear, holding hands and praying. It was all because of Prince Rhea. His punishment was for smashing a window, running away from home, and getting drunk. Regina sat down wearily and stretched. In any case, Rhea should behave himself today. Sima sighed, picked up the cane, and went to put it away. As she left with it, Regina thought, I must organize my thoughts. It may be painful, but I must exploit this rumor to its fullest. Una had just placed a cup of tea on the table when Regina's words made her look up. Several servants stood outside, watching Regina ponder in silence. They thought, Her Highness is heartbroken. How pitiful. They had no idea that Regina was not heartbroken at all. On the contrary, she was thrilled. Starting today, I shall become a woman driven mad by unrequited love. There's only one path ahead. Everything I dislike will come under attack. Sima had just picked up her stomach medicine when she suddenly froze, her face turning deathly pale. She thought, a woman in love becomes strong, but a woman who has lost her love and harbors resentment becomes even stronger. Una's eyes filled with frightened tears upon hearing Regina's declaration. She called out despairingly, Milady. Sima stood nearby, trembling as she swallowed a pill, but Regina paid little attention. Instead, she asked Ohan, when is Aaron leaving? Ohan immediately answered, tomorrow. Regina took a sip of tea and said, part of House Vestin's strength will soon leave the capital. If that is the case, House Suvai's strength must be reduced by an equal amount. His Majesty places tremendous importance on maintaining the balance between the two families. She gazed into her teacup, where the surface reflected a leaf slowly drifting downward. Regina looked out the window as fallen leaves rustled outside. Come to think of it, this is the season for talent exchanges with neighboring countries in the name of promoting friendly relations. Would it truly be proper not to include the young members of our noble families? Is that not one of the basic conditions? She gently set down her teacup. Herman is the same age as I am, so he is still a minor. It will take considerable effort to have him selected as the sole representative, but if I cannot manage even that, I am doomed. A sinister, mocking smile appeared on her face as she spoke. Una and Sima were already trembling in terror. Regina thought, it would have sounded perfectly reasonable if I had left out the part about being doomed. The rumors may hurt my pride, but this is nothing. It is not as though the empire has fallen or my younger brother has died. After a moment, she stood and said, in that case, let us find a reason to send Herman away. One afternoon, a carriage traveled down the road. Rhea sat inside with his chin propped on one hand, recalling what Regina had told him. Rhea, there is something I need you to remember carefully. He had not understood what she meant and asked, what is it? Regina bent slightly and straightened Rhea's clothes. If anything displeases you, feel free to make an enormous scene. He asked suspiciously, does that mean I can do anything I want? She gently patted him. You have never worried about cleaning up the aftermath anyway, have you? Seeing how surprised Rhea was by instructions so different from usual, Regina asked tentatively, what is wrong? He replied, you normally tell me not to cause trouble. Regina merely shrugged. You never listen to me anyway, so there's no point wasting my breath. Rhea excitedly asked, does that mean I can go play games? She replied, do as you please. What I want to discuss is something else. Her expression suddenly became terrifying. First, your grades must not fall. If your performance becomes abysmal, you will immediately be summoned back to the imperial capital. Startled, he stammered, what? She continued, father will not stand idly by either. Regina stared at her younger brother. Ria grew increasingly frightened and backed away one step at a time. You have been paying a great deal of attention to father lately. Her terrifying expression instantly became gentle. I have not been watching him. It was not an interrogation, merely a little probing. Ria thought. It is almost as if she is plotting something with father. After handling the paperwork in his office and stamping the documents, I succeeded in getting Duke Suvai sent abroad, Regina said. Ria looked up at her and asked, House Vestin is the one that offended you. So why are you taking your anger out on House Suvai? She placed a hand on his shoulder. Now, for the second point. This is actually the most important one. The backlighting cast a shadow over her face. Curious, he asked, What is it? She spoke solemnly. Do not let anyone strike you, and do not allow yourself to become a laughingstock. Ria frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? Regina immediately explained. Many people at the Imperial Academy covet your power and wealth. What I mean is that you must not take this lightly. Our father is a brilliant ruler who leads the empire. Therefore, you must conduct yourself properly and do everything well. No matter what happens, I will do my utmost for you. You must also work hard and show them what you are capable of. You must be as intelligent as they expect you to be, because nothing in this world comes for free. She gently stroked her younger brother's head. Even if someone helps you once, you must think very carefully before accepting their help a second time. He looked up curiously and asked, What would you do if your little brother became such a threat? The question made her pause. Regina coldly answered, Honestly, if you became such a calamity, I would be the first person to kill you. Like a frightened kitten, he trembled from head to toe at her words. What? Regina maintained her mocking demeanor. I would rather kill you and die alongside you than allow you to become something like that. After they spoke for a while longer, Ria boarded the carriage. Standing outside, Regina said, I prepared a gift for you at the Imperial Academy. You are more intelligent than you appear, so I am sure you will immediately understand how to use it. Ria looked out through the carriage window. Of course. Why will my sister prepare a gift for no reason? If this had happened before, I would never have suspected anything. He recalled her sly smile, which made her resemble a demoness, and then remembered how Regina had once been as gentle as an angel. Could she have prepared some kind of surveillance device to watch me? The carriage wheels gradually slowed before coming to a stop in front of a magnificent castle. Jesse opened the carriage door and handed him a small box. This is the gift Princess Regina prepared for you. Ria stepped down and curiously opened it. What is this? He looked at Jesse. Have you caught a cold? Jesse returned to the carriage and unloaded the luggage. Before Princess Regina left, she instructed me to deliver a message. The moment Ria opened the gift, he recoiled in terror, his face turning deathly pale. Inside was the small whip that had punished and disciplined him many times before. When Ria saw the familiar whip, he could not help laughing aloud. You'll know how to use it soon enough. Jessie wearily set down the luggage. Her Highness asked me to deliver this message along with the gift. He continued, You were so excited when you received it that you swung it around several times. Her Highness said, Do as you please. Go ahead and raise as much havoc as you like. He swallowed hard and looked at Ria with a deathly pale face. But Your Highness, are you really planning to take that into the Imperial Academy? Ria replied with an amused smile. It's a gift from my sister. How could I possibly leave it behind? The enormous iron gates before the palace slowly opened, followed by Ria's excited laughter. Just wait and see. Raising one arm high, he grinned and assured Jesse, I'll conquer this place within a year. Meanwhile, on the eastern border of the Elias Empire, a cavalry unit was riding into the city. Upon seeing them, the gate guards immediately called out, General Aaron Vestin has returned. Just as he was about to enter the city, Aaron suddenly stopped. For some reason, he raised his head and silently watched the sunset for a while. Seeing this, a gray-haired knight hurriedly asked, Captain, what are you doing? Looking at the sky again. Congratulations on returning safely today as well. This cheerful young man with gray hair was none other than Vice Captain Marin Inras. Still holding his sword, Aaron said in a slightly mocking tone, You need much more training. If I hadn't been there today, you would have lost an arm, Marin retorted. Then I would have fought with the other arm. Extremely displeased by that answer, Aaron gritted his teeth and warned him, Marin hurriedly scratched his head and sighed. Oh, I don't know. Today's mission is over, so relax a little. With that, he stepped forward and slung an arm around Aaron's shoulders. Faced with his overly casual behavior, Aaron could only sigh helplessly. Marin casually asked, "Why are you sighing as though you have 1,000 worries?" Aaron replied coldly, "You are the reason I'm sighing." When Aaron suddenly frowned, Marin pointed a finger between his eyebrows and said, "Don't scowl with such a beautiful face. Smile. You'll look much better that way." Seeing Marin encourage him with a bright smile and words that were crude but sincere, Aaron fell into thought. Marin Inraz is the only person I know who remains completely unaffected by my face. Tell me, what's your secret? Disney quickly approached and raised an eyebrow curiously. Why aren't you affected when you look at Aaron's face? Marin immediately turned around and casually explained, "No matter how beautiful his face is, Aaron is still a man who shares the same interests as I do." Aaron quickly shoved Marin's hand away and loudly warned him, "Stop calling my face beautiful." Marin calmly continued, "I'm only telling the truth. I don't mean anything personal by it. Besides, every time the captain saw the color purple today, he became distracted." Startled, Aaron asked, "I did." Marin clasped both hands behind his head and explained as he walked, "Not long ago, you were so distracted by those barbarians that you nearly got hit by an arrow. I almost thought you had fallen in love with them at first sight. And whenever you look up at the sky, you become completely absorbed. You're doing it again now, only at a different time of day. Could you be thinking about Her Highness Regina?" Aaron blushed and asked, "What?" Marin immediately pointed at him. "Now that I think about it, that must be it. You've been like this ever since you came here." Aaron awkwardly explained, "That's not it, Marin. You've misunderstood." Slightly irritated, Marin asked, "Misunderstood what?" He let out a breath before launching into an enthusiastic rant. "If you like Her Highness so much, why did you reject her? She broke off her engagement for you. So why didn't you accept her?" Hearing this, Ezin, a blond young man who had been single his entire life, planted both hands on his hips and grinned from ear to ear. Marin suddenly thought of something and immediately covered his mouth before making a wild guess. "If that isn't it, could you actually want to be with her uncle?" Aaron panted with anger and shouted, "You are not permitted to speak so carelessly about Princess Regina and her uncle." Marin replied smugly, "I'm only telling the truth." Aaron glared at Marin and called his name. Marin immediately answered, I know. Stop scowling with that handsome face of yours." "So, are you truly saying Princess Regina isn't the reason you've been acting like this?" Aaron flinched slightly at those words, and his thoughts involuntarily turned to her. He immediately turned away and murmured awkwardly, "It's only because I feel guilty." As soon as Marin heard that, he pressed him with questions. "What kind of reaction is that? What's wrong? This is the first time I've ever seen you hesitate before making an excuse. And you still claim it isn't because of her?" Aaron did not answer. He merely blushed and thought to himself. 4 cold seasons had passed at the border. As expected, the rumors gradually subsided. Ezin clapped him on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "Congratulations. This is the first time things have gone so smoothly for you." People still whispered occasionally. Such things were unavoidable when one rejected someone. Everything was as it had always been, as though this was how it was meant to be. I once thought I would forget and no longer be troubled by it. Yet as time passed, I could still remember the way her sparkling eyes looked at me then. Aaron abruptly turned around and said, "It's only." A sense of guilt. Marin immediately moved closer and asked, "When did you start dwelling on it? If rejecting a woman makes you feel that guilty, you might as well become a priest." Aaron frowned slightly and warned him, "Stop talking nonsense." Marin scoffed, "You're incredibly stubborn. Someone like you will surely regret this so much one day that you'll beat your chest, stamp your feet, and want to smash your head against a wall. What, are you going to leave me here and slip away?" Aaron calmly opened the door and replied, "I don't want to continue this unpleasant conversation in front of the soldiers." When they saw Marin approaching, the 2 guards immediately bowed in greeting. Marin merely cleared his throat and walked straight past them. Before long, night had fallen. Someone suddenly called out, "Well then, Captain, I'll see you tomorrow." In Aaron's room, he lay on his back with an arm across his forehead, tossing and turning restlessly. "I can't sleep." He then sat up and thought, "Perhaps I should take care of some official work." He immediately lit an oil lamp, sat down at his desk, and began reviewing documents. However, before long, Aaron's thoughts began to wander again. If this isn't guilt, what exactly was that fellow Marin trying to say? Why do I become distracted whenever I see the color purple? Whenever he recalled what had happened and remembered Regina's smile, the feeling only grew clearer instead of fading. He could even imagine her faint fragrance. If such a vivid feeling was not guilt, what else could it possibly be? If what he said is true, and rejecting a woman is enough to make me feel guilty, then I really should become a priest. Of all the people who have confessed their feelings to me, it seems, no one else has ever made me feel so relaxed and at ease. Why do I feel this particular guilt only toward Her Highness? If what I'm feeling right now truly isn't guilt, then why does this emotion that revolves solely around memories of her? Reaching this point, Aaron murmured, I don't know. This is the first time I've ever felt this way. 3 years later, at dusk, in Regina's room, the now-grown Leon and Rigo were sleeping peacefully while leaning against each other. Suddenly, someone slowly approached and began to speak. Her glossy black hair reached her waist and fluttered gently in the breeze. The newcomer was none other than Regina, the mistress of this room. She swiftly pulled on a pair of velvet gloves, smiled gracefully, and continued, let's go and try it.